Hey there! My name is Antonio and welcome to the newest video on my channel. In this tutorial, I'm going to teach you how to create a full-stack software as a service AI platform where you will be able to create and talk to amazing characters like Eminem, Lady Gaga, all the way to scientists like Stephen Hawking and Albert Einstein, and some famous people like CEOs Steve Jobs, Elon Musk, Oprah Winfrey, presidents like Joe Biden, and anything you can imagine. So let's test this out by talking to Elon Musk. First, I want to confirm whether this AI model is genuinely convinced that they are Elon Musk. So I'm going to ask, are you the real Elon Musk? You can see that this character is fully convinced that he is the CEO of Tesla and SpaceX, Elon Musk. I think this is a really cool project. Now let's go ahead and let's ask Jeff Bezos what he thinks about Amazon. And you can see how it has a personalized answer. Amazon started as an online bookstore, but now we are the world's largest online retailer. Our customer obsession fuels innovation, and we are always looking for ways to make life easier and more convenient. So this character is fully convinced that he is the owner of Amazon. I think this is an amazingly cool project. The reason these AI characters are so advanced is because they have long-term memory using embeddings from a vector database called Pinecone. But of course, that is not all this platform is going to have. As you saw in the beginning, you will also be able to filter through each category to see a smaller set of characters. And you will also be able to search. For example, let's search for Albert right here. There we go. We have Albert Einstein right here. So let's go ahead and let's ask Albert Einstein what is his favorite equation. And you can see the personality of Albert Einstein in this message. You know I have a few, but if I must choose one, it would be E equals mc squared, because it's the foundation of my theory of relativity. Isn't this absolutely amazing? But of course, we are not done here. This platform is also going to be a software as a service. So let's see what happens once I click on this create button right here. You can see that I'm prompted to upgrade to Pro in order to create custom AI companions. So let's click subscribe and let's go to checkout. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to enter my information right here. I'm going to enter my name and I'm going to click subscribe. After that, I'm redirected to my settings page where it says that I'm currently on a Pro plan. So what happens once I click on the create right now? As you can see, I am no longer blocked and I can create my custom companion. So let's go ahead and let's create a companion called Cristiano Ronaldo. I'm sure you've heard of him. Let's go ahead and let's add the image using Cloudinary right here. After it's been uploaded, you can see it right here. Let's add Cristiano Ronaldo here and let's write famous footballer here. Let's go ahead and select category famous people, and now what we have to do is we have to give it detailed instructions on how to behave, and we have to give it an example conversation to how it should talk and respond to a human. So I went ahead and added these instructions. I told him, you are Cristiano Ronaldo. You are a world-famous footballer known for your dedication, agility, and countless accolades in the football world, as well as some more information about its backstory. And I also wrote an example conversation. For example, human asks, "Hi Cristiano, how's the day treating you?" And you can see that Cristiano responds with a confident smile. Every day is a chance to train harder and aim higher. So that's how we want our AI companion to behave. And once we are ready, we just have to click create your companion right here. We get a success message and you can see that Cristiano Ronaldo is right here at the top. Let's go ahead and let's talk to our newly created AI companion right here. I'm gonna ask him, what is your favorite World Cup? And he answered excitedly, the 2014 World Cup in Brazil. I also think that's one of the best World Cups available. Now, since we created this Cristiano Ronaldo model, we also have additional options like edit and delete. So let me demonstrate the edit functionality. I'm going to change his name to Cristiano Ronaldo 2 and I'm going to click edit your companion. And you can see how those changes are immediately reflected right here. And if you're not satisfied, you can always delete your model completely. But of course, we are not done here. Our application will also have light and dark mode, so you can develop in the one you like the most. I personally prefer the dark mode. We can of course also control our subscription using the Manage Subscription button right here, from where we can cancel our subscription or renew it, and see all the additional information about how much we are paying per month. And here you have the cancel button, here we have the credit card, and when it expires, as well as when the plan expires. Really, really cool. And of course, we are not done here. Of course, we also have different accounts and authentication using Clerk, which is today's video sponsor. So let me demonstrate to you how easy it is to go into another account, for example, and let me show you that this application actually holds history with all of these characters. You can see that I already had something with Eminem, and I also had some conversation with Lady Gaga, and all of that is remembered in this conversation. Really, really cool. So without further ado, let's get started. Let's go ahead and let's configure our project. I'm gonna run the command npx create-next-app at latest. And now we have to give our project a name. I'm going to use AI-Companion like this. Now we have to give it a couple of flags. So we're gonna use TypeScript, so go ahead and write --TypeScript. We also want better code quality, so let's go ahead and add --slint as well. And finally, we're going to use Tailwind for styling, so let's add --Tailwind like this. Go ahead and select option No for the source directory. For the option App Router, make sure you select Yes. And for customizing the default import alias, select No. And now just wait a couple of seconds for this app to install. After it's been installed, you have to go ahead and open this folder. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to click open right here, and I'm going to select AI Companion like this. And before we run this project, let's go ahead and let's add chatcn UI to this project. So for that, we're going to use this command right here. I'm going to go back inside of my terminal here. Make sure you are inside of this new project and run npx chatcn-ui at latest init like this. And let's go ahead and let's answer these questions. So we are using TypeScript, so select yes for that. For the style, select default. For the color, go ahead and select neutral. For the global CSS file, you can just press enter. Same for the CSS variables, make sure the option is yes and press enter. Press enter for the Tailwind config. And press enter for the alias of components, same for the utils. And for the question of whether we are using server components, the answer is yes, because we are using the app router, meaning that we are going to work with server components. And just go ahead and press enter to confirm these options, and just wait a couple of seconds for this project to initialize. After that's been done, you can go ahead and run npm run dev, and your project will be running on localhost 3000. So I'm gonna go and head right here, and you should see a screen similar to this. Great. What I want to do now is quickly go and see which files we have in our project. So we have the app folder with a layout and page right here. So we're not going to change anything inside of layout.tsx for now, but what I do want to change is page.tsx. So we don't need this screen at all. That's not going to be our welcome screen. So you can go inside of your page.tsx file right here and remove everything inside of this return function. So I'm going to go ahead and select absolutely everything here, and I'm going to remove it. And I'm just going to go ahead and write a div hello AI Companion like this. Great. And now we have a text right here. So let's play around. Let's fix this typo. Let's remove this import. We're not going to need it. And let's go ahead and give this div a class name of text-green-500, for example. Great, so that works. And let's give it a text-3xl option. So now we have a large text. Great. If you're not seeing these colors right here like I have, or if your autocomplete is not working like mine, that's because I have an extension called Tailwind CSS Intelligence. So going to inside of your extensions right here, well, there's an error in mine, but just type in Tailwind and you will see the first option and install that package. Great. So now that we have that, what I want to do is I want to go inside of my globals.css file right here. And we don't need to modify anything here, but I do want to add one thing. So I'm going to add HTML, comma, body and root, and I'm going to give it a height of 100% like this. And you don't need a semicolon here. Great. So you did a great job configuring the project. It was very fast. So what you did was you created a Next.js project with the app router. So in the following parts of the tutorial, I'm going to explain how to create routes, what are route groups, and we are going to structure our folders so it fits the architecture of our application. Great job so far. So let's continue where we left off and let's start configuring our application folders. So we're going to talk about how to actually create routes inside Next.js application. So I'm going to zoom in a bit. And inside of the app folder right here, I'm going to create a new folder called test, like this. And inside, I'm going to create a new file called page.tsx. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to write a shorthand called test page like this. And I'm going to write a div test page exclamation point like this. So if you're wondering how did I use that shorthand to create this, it's another extension that I have, if it will load for me, and it's called Simple React Snippets right here. So you can just search Simple React Snippets and click install. Great. So I'm going to close this now and I'm going to go back inside of my test page and let's look at this structure. So inside of the app folder, we have a test folder and inside of that we have page.tsx. So the same way we have a page.tsx in the root of our app folder, but this time we put it inside of the test folder. So how can we find that route? Well, very simple. By going to /test right here, we have the test page. So now we know that the way routing works inside the app folder is by creating new folders and putting a page.tsx file inside of them. So that means that every folder we create inside of the app folder will reflect to our URL. But what if I want to create a folder which is purely organizational? It doesn't reflect the URL. Well, for that, we're going to use something called route groups. So here we have an explanation which I just said. Inside the app directory, nested folders are normally mapped to URL paths. However, you can mark a folder as a route group to prevent the folder from being included in the URL path. So that's exactly what I want. So the way we write route groups is by creating a folder with parentheses around its name. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to shut down my application because we're going to change the root route, so that can cause some problems in hot reloading. So I suggest you shut down the application as well. And let's go ahead and let's remove this test page here like this. And let's create a new folder here called root like this. And inside of the root, let's go ahead and create a new file called page.tsx like this. And let's go ahead and name it root page like this and a div root page and just put parentheses protected. This is obviously just a text, it doesn't mean anything, but I want to indicate that this route should be protected by authentication. So only logged in users should be able to see this page right here. So now that we have this, we can actually go ahead and remove this page.tsx because we no longer need it. So let's go ahead and remove this one. And now the only page we have is inside of the root right here. So what did we change? Well, regarding the URL, nothing, because we mapped our folder inside of parentheses, meaning that it's not going to affect the URL and that this page.tsx inside of it is equivalent to a root file, meaning that it's gonna be mapped to localhost 3000 / that's it. But let's go ahead and let's create another folder. For example, I'm gonna create a new folder called auth. So create a new folder inside the app, auth in parentheses again, because we don't want it to affect our URL. And inside, let's create a new folder called routes like this. And inside of routes, create a new folder, this time without parentheses, called login like this. And inside of that login folder, create a new file, page.tsx. Let's go ahead and let's name this login page like this. And I'm going to give it a div login page unprotected like this. Great. So what did we do here? We created an organizational folder called auth, and inside of that auth, we created another organizational folder called routes. So inside of here, we're going to have login, we're going to have register. And inside of this out folder, we can have an individual layout, which is going to reflect all the routes inside of this organizational folder. So you might be wondering, well, okay, but how do we access this login route now? Well, let's start the app and let's see how we access it. So I'm going to go ahead in my terminal and run the dev again. And I'm going to refresh my page. And now since this is on /test and we remove that, I'm probably going to get a 404 here. Great. So I'm just going to remove the /test. And what I should see here is the root page with protected in parentheses. So that is this root folder page.tsx. You can see that this root folder name has no effect to the URL. That's because it is a route group. We gave it a special convention so it doesn't affect the URL. So how do we access this login page? Well, let's take a look. This folder does not affect the URL because it's in parentheses. The routes folder does not affect the URL either because again, it's in parentheses. But the login folder is not inside of parentheses. So all we have to do is go to /login like this, and there we go. Now we have login page unprotected. So we have started structuring our application in the way we want it. One thing I just want to change, and for that, I'm going to shut down my application again. So go inside of your terminal and just shut down the application like this. What I want to do is I want to create another organizational folder inside of this root folder, the same way I did inside of the auth. So I'm going to create a new folder called routes like this. And inside, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create a new file, page.tsx like this. And you can just copy everything from this root page like this. So copy that, paste it inside, save the file, and then remove this file. There we go. So how your structure should look now is inside of the app folder, you should have the favicon, the globals, and layout. But your root page will be inside of this organizational folder called root, inside of another organizational folder called routes. And then you're going to have page.tsx. And you're going to also have out, which follows the exact same structure, but it doesn't have just page. It has a login folder, meaning that we do want to map at least one part to a separate URL. Great job. So let's go ahead and let's run this application to confirm everything works fine. So npm run dev again. I'm going to refresh right here. And well, we shouldn't see any changes. Everything should work as normal. So on /login, I'm seeing the login page, which should be accessible to everyone, whether they're logged in or not. And on my root page, I'm going to see the root page right here, which is inside of our root routes page.tsx, which is protected. That, of course, is not working right now because we have not added any authentication. So that's what we are going to do next. I just wanted to quickly explain how route groups work in Next 13 and how to actually create new routes inside. Great job so far. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to add authentication using Clerk. Let's continue and let's add authentication to our project. So I want you to go to clerk.com or use the link inside of the description. If you already have an account, go ahead and click on sign in. If you don't, go ahead and create a new account. So that's what I'm going to do. After you've created your account, you're going to get a screen similar to this. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in a bit. So let's go ahead and let's give our application a name. I'm going to give it AI-Companion like this. And you can see that you have 19 available providers. Sorry, more than 19 available providers. So if you want to enable your users to log in using their phone number, just click this. If you want to add a username, just click this. If you want to add Facebook, Apple, GitHub, Microsoft, and other providers, you can just go ahead and tick them. You also have available a MetaMask Web3 login if you want to. But for my case, I'm going to keep the email address and Google login. And I'm going to click Create Application like this. Great. And after that is done, you're going to see a quick start section right here. Make sure that Next.js is selected because that is the application we are working with. And in here, you have your API keys. So before we add these API keys, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go inside of my .gitignore file right here. And I'm going to go ahead and find .environment.local and I'm going to add another one called .environment like this. Great. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and I'm going to close everything and create a new file in the root of your project called .environment like this. So I know this says to use .environment.local, but we are going to use some other packages like Prisma which require .environment. So let's go ahead and let's copy these keys right here. So you can either use the copy button right here, or you can click the eye icon and then select everything and just paste it in your .environment file right here. So this is how that should look like. I'm going to expand it so you can see it in one line. So you should have the next public clerk publishable key and clerk secret key like this. Great. So after that is done, make sure again you have Next.js selected and just click continue in docs like this. There we go. So now we have the documentation for clerk right here. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and follow the steps in order to install Clerk Next.js. So let's go ahead and do this first. Let's run this command npm install Clerk Next.js. So I'm going to copy this command and I'm going to go inside of my terminal. I'm going to shut down my application and I suggest that you do the same. And let's go ahead and run this command. npm install add clerk/next.js and just press enter. Great. Once that is done, let's see what else we have to do. So we have to set our environment keys, but we already did that in our dashboard. So we can skip this step to set the environment keys. What we have to do next is we have to go inside of our app layout and add the Clerk provider. So one thing I really like about Clerk is that it fully supports the app router as well as the pages folder. So it's very rare to see new third-party tools to support the newest app router for Next 13. So I'm very happy to be using this because I have confidence that it's going to work in our project. So what we have to do now before we start our application again is we have to go inside of our app folder inside layout.tsx right here. And we have to import this Clerk provider from add/clerk next.js. So I'm going to copy this line and paste it here. So import Clerk provider from add clerk/next.js like this. And what we have to do is we have to wrap our entire application inside of that provider. So let's go ahead and add Clerk provider and just wrap your entire application and indent it so it looks better like this. Great. So we have that done, but we are still not yet. We are not done yet. What we have to do now is we have to create our middleware, which is going to control which routes are protected and which ones are not. So the same place you added your .environment file, in the root of your project, create a new file called middleware.ts. Like this. So middleware.ts, like that. And go ahead and copy this entire code snippet right here. So what we did is we imported out middleware from add clerk/next.js, and we have a config and we have exported the default out middleware. Great. What we have to do now is we have to create our authentication screens. So you might remember that we already started something like that right here. So inside of my app folder, you can see that I have my auth folder here. And inside of my routes, I have a login page. So for now, let's go ahead and let's delete this folder right here, because we're going to create what our Clerk documentation is telling us to do. So inside of this routes folder, inside of the auth folder, create a new folder called sign-up, like this. And inside of that folder, create a new folder with double square brackets, ... sign-up, like this. So this is another convention in Next 13, which will enable Clerk to have access to all the routes it needs. And inside of this new special folder, create a new file, page.tsx, like that. And you can just go ahead and copy this code and paste it here. So this is what it should look like. Import sign-up from clerk/next.js and export default function page sign-up like this and save this file. And now what we have to do is we have to add an equivalent sign-in page. So for that, you can just copy this entire page, paste it in these routes, and now you should have sign up and sign-up copy. So rename this sign-up copy to sign-in, like this. And inside of it, you also have to rename this special folder to be sign-in, like that. and go inside of its page folder, and obviously we have to modify this now to use sign in. So let's go ahead. So right here it says build your sign in page. So instead of importing sign up, we are importing sign in, and instead of returning sign up, we are returning sign in like this. I have an error here, but that is just a Visual Studio Code error. So what I did was I pressed Command, Shift and P, and I wrote reload window, and I pressed enter. So that's what resolved the Visual Studio error. Great. Now that we have that done, let me just confirm that you have the same folder structure that I do. So inside of the out folder, inside of the routes, we have sign in and sign up, and they follow the exact structure. So double square brackets dot sign dash in with a page.tsx exporting sign in, and another one sign up with the equivalent special folder exporting sign up. Great. And now that we have that done, we have to add some more variables to our environment. So go ahead and copy this. I'm going to close everything here. I'm going to go inside of .environment here, and I'm going to paste this right here. So make sure you have the sign in URL, sign up URL, and after sign in URL and after sign up URL. So how do we know that this is the correct value for this environment key, and same for this one? Well, very simple, because this is what we named our routes. So let's go ahead and let's repeat our lesson. The out folder does not reflect the URL, neither does the routes, but sign in does. So this route is equivalent to /sign in, and this one to /sign up. So that's why we write this here. And what these two routes do is they control where do we redirect after user has been successfully logged in. And if you remember, in my root folder, in my page, I wrote that this should be protected, meaning that this is correct. In my environment file, after I'm authenticated, I'm gonna go to the protected page, which is our root page right here. Great. So make sure you save this as well. And let's go ahead and let's start our application now to see if this is working. So I'm gonna go inside of my terminal here, and I'm gonna go ahead and run npm run dev. Great. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna refresh this, and let's see what will happen now that we have added Clerk inside. So what happens is that we are immediately redirected to a sign-in page. But something is wrong with the design here. I want this to be in the center. So let's take a look at our structure. What can we do here? So inside of our app folder, we have an out folder, and inside we have routes. So we could either go individually in both of these page.tsx, create a div around this, and add a flexbox to center it, or we can do something better. Since we are using the route groups, one cool thing about them is they don't affect the URL, but they can share the layout between all of their routes. So inside of the out folder, create a new file called layout.tsx. And let's go ahead and let's use the shorthand out layout like this. The props it's going to have is children like this. And let's go ahead and give the type for children to be react.react node like this, and just go ahead and create a div with children like this. And once you save, you're not gonna have any errors. So let me repeat how this looks. So inside of my out folder, I created a new file called layout.tsx. So I didn't create it inside of the routes, only inside of the out folder. But this layout is going to reflect to all of the routes inside. So let's go ahead and let's give this div a class name of flex items-center and justify-center and h-full. And look at this. All of a sudden, both of my routes, both sign in, and if I click on sign up, both of them are now centered. Isn't that amazing? So that's how cool these route groups are. We are able to create one layout file, and they reflect everything inside of that folder. I mean, all the routes inside of that folder. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's use continue with Google to create an account for this application. And after that is done, we are redirected to the root page, which is protected. Great. And now I want to show you a really cool component Clerk has called user button. So it's this cool component which has options for the user. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of our root, inside of page.tsx. So inside of root, routes, page.tsx right here. And instead of writing the root page, let's go ahead and let's use the user button, which you can import from @clerk/next.js like this, and just save this. Let's go back and look at this. Now I can go ahead and click here, and I can manage my account, I can change my password, I can change my email, I can delete my account, I can change my profile image, I can remove one. Absolutely amazing. And one more thing we have to add before we test the sign out is a prop called after sign out URL. So after we sign out, I want to go to slash like this. Great. So let's go ahead and refresh this application. And let's try the sign out. So I'm gonna go ahead and click sign out right here. And you can see that I'm immediately redirected back to sign in. And what if I try to manually go to localhost 3000? You can see it doesn't let me. That is because we have successfully protected our root page. So now what was just text before is actually working. Great. So make sure you're logged in. Go ahead and enter. And you should see your logged in icon right here. That's how easy it was to add authentication using Clerk. You can go ahead and go inside of the dashboard of Clerk and you can play around. You can see that it has recent signups, recent sign-ins. You can see all about your analytics here. You can play around with customization. You can add your logo. You can change your name. You can add icon, whatever you want. You can also go ahead and control all of your users. You can manually remove them. You can ban them. You can even impersonate them. So a lot of cool things that Clerk offers. Great job so far. And now that we have our authentication working, it's time to put this amazing little button inside of a navigation bar. I think that would look much better. So in the following part of the tutorial, we're going to start creating our layout with our sidebar and our navigation bar. So let's continue and let's create our navigation bar. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to close everything. I'm going to go inside of my app folder, inside root, and I'm going to create a new folder inside of this root folder, new file called layout.tsx. So the same way we added layout in our out folder right here. And you can see right now we have an error because our layout is recognized by Next 13, but we have not written any code inside. So let's go ahead and let's write root layout like this. Let's give it a prop children, and let's go ahead and let's add types for that. So children is going to be React node like this. And we're quickly just going to go ahead and return a div and render children inside like this. And now our error has gone away. Great. So what I want to do now is I want to give this a class name of h-full like this. And just above this children, I'm going to go ahead and add a main component like this, a main element, and I'm going to wrap the children inside of that. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give it a class name of mdpl-20 like this, and I'm going to give it a pt-16 like that, and I'm going to give it an h-full like this. Great. So just make sure you're not too zoomed in, and now you can see that my entire root page and this little button has space on the top and space on the left. That is because this place on the left is going to be our sidebar, and here at the top we're going to have our navigation bar. So first let's go ahead and let's do our navbar. So I'm going to name a component like this, but of course if I save, we're going to get an error because navbar does not exist. So let's go inside of this components folder, which is currently empty. If you don't have it, you can just create it, but it should be here because shatcn command added it. So let's go ahead and create a new file inside called navbar.tsx like this. Let's go ahead and let's mark this as use client like this, and let's write export const navbar like this, and let's just return a div saying navbar like that. Great. And now that we have this, we can go back inside of our root layout. So inside the root folder, inside the root folder layout right here, and go ahead and import that navbar from add/components/navbar like this. And now you can see that we have space for our navbar here and our root content is inside. Great. Let's go back inside of this navbar and let's go ahead and let's give it some class names. So I'm going to expand this as much as I can so it still says in the desktop mode. So class name here is going to be fixed w-full like this. Z is going to be 50, meaning Z index is going to be 50. It's going to have a flex, justify dash between like this, items dash center like that. It's going to have py2, it's going to have px4 like this. It's going to have a bottom border, and that border is going to be dash primary slash 10. So we're going to give it a little bit of opacity, and bg is going to be secondary like this. Great. And now that we added that inside, I want to go ahead and remove this and create a new div with a class name of flex items dash center like this. And inside, I'm going to use the menu icon from Lucid React like this. But for now, I'm going to give it a class name to be MD hidden like this. But it's going to be blocked on small devices, meaning that if I go to an extremely small device, it's going to appear right here. But if I'm on desktop, no need for that. So that's going to be our toggle for the sidebar on mobile. But on desktop, sidebar is going to be visible. So no need for that little icon right here. So make sure that you are in a large screen. So you should not be seeing this little icon here. Great. So just expand so you don't see it. Great. Now that we have this, let's go ahead and let's add our link component from next/link. So I added that import right here. Great. Let's add this link and href to be slash like this. And inside, let's go ahead and let's add an h1 element, which is going to say companion.ai like this. Great. You can see how it appears right here. Now let's go ahead and give this a class name. And let's go ahead and give it a hidden class name, but on medium devices is going to be visible. So what happens now is that when I collapse, you can see that we can see the toggle button, but we cannot see the title. But when I expand, we can do the opposite of that. So make sure you are seeing this companion AI. So just expand your screen a little bit. Let's go ahead and let's continue giving these classes. So we're going to give it text-xl like this, so larger text. On medium devices is going to be text-3xl like this. It's going to have a bold font like that, and the text is going to be primary like this. Great. What I want to do now is I want to change the font of this text right here. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to write a constant font to be Poppins, which you can import from next/font/Google like this. Go ahead and open parentheses, open an object, and give it a weight of 600 because we are only going to use the bold abbreviation of this font, and subsets are going to be an array and Latin like this. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's modify this class name for this h1 element a bit. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap it inside of curly brackets like this. So that should not change much. But what I'm going to do next is I'm going to use cn-util, which we have inside of our lib folder utils right here. So we're going to use this cn function. And I'm going to explain what it does in just a second. If you're wondering where did this come from, it came from chatcn latest init command. Great. So go ahead and import this cn from @/libutils right here. So I added cn from @/libutils, and I'm going to keep these imports separated from the global ones. Great. So let's go ahead and let's open parentheses and close it right here. So our cn library now wraps the entire class name like this, and nothing should change yet. But the way cn library works is that in the first line, so this is all one line, right? So I'm going to expand this so you can see. In the first line, in the first prop of this function, it accepts the class name, the initial class name. But in the second one, it can accept dynamic class names. So these class names can be dependent on whether this is active, on anything you want. Or it can be something like this, font.classname, like this. So this is the proper way to add dynamic classes to Tailwind, because this util uses Tailwind merge and CLSX, which ensure that there is a proper way of merging our classes and there are no duplicates or overrides. Great. So just go ahead and add the CN library. Make sure these are the default classes of this h1 element, and then add a comma. And for the second parameter of this CN function, add font.className. This font constant comes from the poppins right here. So basically what we are doing is we are saying these are the main classes I want you to have, but I want you to have one dynamic class name called font.className right here. So now when you expand, you can see how we have a cool font right here. Perfect. So that is exactly what I wanted to do. So now let's go ahead and let's go outside of link and outside of this div element here and create a new div element. Let's go ahead and give it a class name of flex items-center and gap-x-3 like this. And inside, you can go ahead and add user button component from @clerk/next.js. So just go ahead and make sure you've imported user button from @clerk/next.js, and I'm going to move it with this global imports right here. Great. So now you can see that I have this in my Navbar, which is exactly what I wanted. So we actually no longer need it inside of our root page, but it's fine. We can leave it for now. Great. What I want to do now is I want to add a couple of more elements to our navigation bar. So let's go inside ui.chatcn.com. So I want you to be on this page every time I am. So you can either Google chatcn UI and click on the first link, or you can go to ui.chatcn.com. And what I want you to do is I want you to click on the components, and I want you to find the button component right here. And let's see which command we have to run in order to add this button component to our application. So we have to run this command. I'm going to click copy and click npm. After that, I'm heading into my terminal right here. I'm going to close my app, and I'm going to run the following command. npx chatcn-ui at latest add button. And just press enter, and then go ahead and press Y to confirm this installation. After the button has been installed, you can go ahead and run your application again. And if you've shut down your app and now you run it again, make sure you refresh it right here. Great. So what I want to do now is I want to add one special button to our navbar right here. So inside of this div, which holds the user button, we're going to add a new button, which you can import from /UI button. So pay attention to how I imported it right here. But I'm going to change this to add/components. You don't have to do this. So this is completely fine. But I like to be consistent in my imports. So I'm going to use this alias right here every time I import something. Great. So now we have our button right here. And let's go ahead and let's write upgrade right here. Let's go ahead and let's add sparkles from Lucid React. So this is going to be a self-closing tag, which is an icon. And I imported sparkles from the same place I imported menu from Lucid React right here. Great. Let's go ahead and let's give this sparkles a class name. So I'm going to give it h-4, w-4, fill-white, text-white, and margin left to like this. Great. So now it looks a bit better. Now let's go ahead and let's give this button a size of small like this. Great. And what I want to do now is I want to show you how cool this chatcn UI library is. So it looks like we just added a button component and now we can import it. So that's nothing new. You've probably seen this in Chakra, in Material UI, in a bunch of other component libraries. But what's really cool about a chatcn UI is that this button is actually inside of our project. So inside of our components folder, inside of UI folder, we have the entire code for our button component. That means that we can modify it however we want. So let's go ahead, and we have these variants right here. And let me show you how you can use them. So in my navbar right here, I can go ahead and write variant right here. And let's try destructive. And you can see how now it became red. You can play around with ghost, you can play around with secondary, so you can play around with a lot of stuff here, right? But we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna create our own variant, which is gonna be called premium. And let's go ahead and let me show you how we can do that. So let's go back inside of our components folder right here, inside UI, inside button.tsx. And inside of these variants, just after link, I'm gonna add a new one called premium, like this. You can name it whatever you want, it doesn't matter. but I think premium suits it just fine. So I'm going to go and expand this a little bit, and I'm going to write bg-gradient-to-r, meaning gradient to right, from sky-500, which is a specific color I want, via blue-500 to cyan 500. Text is going to be white and border is going to be 0 like this. Great. So I'm going to expand this a bit back. I'm going to go inside of my navbar again, and let's try, if I type variant now, you can see that my autocomplete is actually gonna say premium right here. So if I click premium, there we go. Look at this. Look at how beautiful this button looks now. So that's exactly what I wanted to add here. Great. What I want to do now is I want to show you how to add dark mode and light mode toggle switcher to this project. So let's do that now. So what you have to do is you have to go back inside of SaaS.ai UI right here. And you're going to see dark mode in this getting started section here. So click on the dark mode and let's see what we have to do in order to add that. So first thing that's actually not written here is that we have to install a package called the Next.themes. So let's go inside of our terminal. I'm going to shut down my project and I'm going to write npm install Next-themes at latest like this. So let's go ahead and let's save this. Great. And now we can run our project again. I'm going to close the terminal. And if you close your app, just make sure you refresh it again after you run npm run dev, so it's up to date. Otherwise, you're not going to see your changes in real time until you refresh. Great. So what we have to do is we have to create a theme provider. So let's do that. Let's follow these instructions. So it says inside of our components folder, create a theme provider. Let's do that. I'm going to go inside of components and I'm going to create a new file, theme-provider.tsx, like this. And I'm going to go ahead and copy this entire code and paste it inside. Great. So you can see how that looks right here. Perfect. Now that we have that code, we have to wrap our root layout inside of that code right here. So let's go inside and let's go inside of our app folder, inside of layout.tsx right here. And let's go ahead inside of our body right here. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give space here and I'm going to give space here. So make sure you are inside of the body and you're going to add the theme provider from @/components/theme provider. Make sure you don't accidentally import it from Next themes and just wrap your entire children inside of this theme provider. So this is where I imported my theme provider from @/components theme provider. Make sure your import is the same and I'm just going to separate my imports like this. Great. What we have to add here now is an attribute called class. So let's add attribute class. Let's go with the default theme to be system, and let's say enable system at the end. So these are the three attributes which we need: attribute class, default theme system, and enable system. Great. So my system is in dark mode, and that means that my default class name is actually going to be dark. But let's go ahead and let's continue here. So I'm going to go. Oh, one more thing before we move on. Let's also add this suppress hydration warning right here. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to add it to my HTML element right here, because this theme provider can actually cause some hydration warnings, which won't actually affect anything in production, but they're very annoying to see in development. Great. Now let's go and let's add this mode toggle button. So you can see how that is going to look. It's going to look like this. So what you can do is you're going to go ahead and close everything. You're going to go inside of your components folder and create a new file called theme-toggle.tsx, like this. Go ahead and go inside of this code right here. Go ahead and copy this entire code and paste it inside like that. What we are missing is the drop-down menu. So we have not added that. So let's go ahead and let's see how we can add it. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to click components here. And I'm going to go ahead and find the drop-down menu right here. Let's see how we can install it. So npx SaaS.ai UI latest add drop-down menu. And let's add that right here. Let's go inside of our terminal. I'm going to close everything. I'm going to write this command right here. So npx SaaS.ai UI as latest add drop-down menu. Let's go ahead and let's confirm the installation. And let's just wait a couple of seconds for this to install. After that has been done, we can go ahead and run npm run dev again. So npm run dev, and you can see how my error has been resolved because I successfully added this drop-down menu to my project. Great. So go ahead and save this theme toggle right here. Actually, it's named mod toggle. So let's go ahead and just rename this component here. So instead of theme toggle, let's name it mod toggle like this. Great. And just save everything inside once again. Perfect. So what I want to do now is just refresh my application, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go, you can see how my theme just became dark. So it doesn't matter if yours didn't, that's because I'm using dark mode in my system. So it read from my system. So don't worry if yours is still in light mode. So here is how to manually change it. So go inside of your components, inside of Navbar right here, and where we added our button sparkles and our user button, go ahead and add the new mode toggle button like this. And you can import that from /mode toggle or from /components mod toggle like this. There we go. And you can see how you now have a button for that right here. Perfect. So let's go ahead and try light now, and now it's light. If I click on dark, now it's dark. And if I click on system, it's going to read what is default in my system. Perfect. So you can see how cool this looks. But I want to modify this a little bit. So I don't want this to be so visible as a button. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close everything. I'm going to go inside of components, mode toggle. So this component which we just copied, I'm going to find the button, and I'm going to change the variant from outline to secondary like this. Great. So now it's not as visible that it is a special button, and I think it just looks a bit better. Perfect. Great. This is exactly what I want. And one cool thing I want to show you is that if you don't want to enable your users to switch between light and dark mode, you can go ahead inside your app folder, inside layout, find the theme provider, and there is a special attribute which you can use. So instead of default theme, you can use forced theme and pass in dark, for example. And now everyone on your website is going to have dark theme regardless of what is on their system or what they chose. So great. I'm not going to use that. So I'm going to use the default theme system like this. But you can go ahead and play around if you want just a dark theme. Great. Perfect. So we have successfully added our navigation bar. What we have to do next is we have to actually enable this sidebar. So that's what we're going to do next. Great job so far. Let's continue by creating our sidebar. So from now on, I'm gonna keep developing in dark mode. I just want to point that out. So you can choose dark mode if you want to have the same results that I am. It's just easier on my eyes than looking at the light mode all the time. Great. So let's go ahead and let's go back inside of our root layout right here. So I'm gonna go inside of the app root layout right here, and just below this navbar right here, we're gonna add a new div. And we're going to give it a class name of hidden on small devices, but on medium devices, it's going to be a flex, and it's going to have a margin top of 16 like this. It's going to have a W-20 flex-call fixed and inset-y-0 like this. And inside of this div, we're going to create a new component called sidebar. Like this. So just save this. And of course, we have an error because sidebar does not exist. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of our components folder and create a new file, sidebar.tsx like this. Let's go ahead and write export const sidebar. And let's just write sidebar like this. Great. Let's go back inside of our layout where we have the sidebar. And let's import that from add/components/sidebar and save. And there we go. Now we have space for our sidebar right here. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's mark this entire sidebar component as use client like this. And let's go ahead and let's give it some styles. So for this div, I'm going to write a class name right here, space-y-4, flex-call like that, h-full, text-primary, and bg-secondary like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create a new div inside of this, wrapping our text like this with the class name, which is going to be p-3 flex-1 and justify-center like that. Great. And instead of this text sidebar, let's create a new div with the class name space dash y dash 2 like this. And in here is going to be our routes. So we don't have them yet, but we're gonna have to have them soon. So you might notice that we have a little bit of space between our sidebar and our navigation bar. So let's quickly fix that. So I'm gonna go back inside of my Navbar, so in components, and I'm gonna give it another class, height 16, like this. Great, so now it has a fixed height, so you can see that our content is perfectly spaced from the sidebar and from the navigation bar, and our sidebar perfectly aligns with it. Great, let's go back inside of our sidebar now, and what we have to do is we have to create some routes. So let's go ahead and let's write const routes is an array which has objects inside. First one is going to have an icon of home from Lucid React. It's going to have an href to be slash. It's going to have a label home like this. And pro is going to be false like this. So pro is what we're going to use to determine whether a route should be protected or not. Let's copy this 2 more times like this. Let's give this second one a plus icon from Lucid React. Let's give it an href of /companion/new and a label of create. And pro for this one is going to be true. Great. For the last one, let's use the settings icon from Lucid React. So I imported home, plus, and settings from Lucid React. Let's give this a /settings. href and label settings like this, and pro is false. Great. Now we're going to use these routes to iterate over them right here. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So instead of writing routes, we're going to go routes.map. We're going to get the individual route, and we're going to immediately return a div. Let's go ahead and let's give this div a key of route.href like that, and let's give it a class name cn from @/lib/utils. So make sure you import @/lib/utils. I'm just going to separate these 2 imports. Great. Go ahead and open parentheses in this cn right here. And let's first give it a default class. So I'm going to write text-muted-foreground like that. Text-xs group flex p-3 w-full justify-start like this, font-medium, cursor-pointer, hover text-primary like this. I'm also going to give it a hover bg-primary/10, rounded-lg, and transition like that. Great. And what I'm going to do for the dynamic route, so I'm going to add a comma after this big class right here, and I'm going to write if path name, which we have to import, so const path name is equal use path name like this, and you can import that. So import use path name from next/navigation like this. So now that you have the path name, you can write if path name is identical to route.href, then we're going to add a dynamic class name bg-primary/10 and text-primary like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and inside of this div, create a new div with a class name of flex-call like that, gap-y-2, items-center, and flex-1 like that. And inside, I'm going to render route.icon, which is a self-closing tag. And I'm going to give it a class name of h-5 and w-5 like this. So you can see how we now have icons right here. And all that's left to do is to add a label, so route.label like this. There we go. So you can see how now we have home, create, and settings. So let's just quickly fix the fact that settings is looking a bit weird. So what I forgot to do is add one class name. So outside of this routes.map, outside of this div, right here in this div, which begins with p-3 alongside flex-1, we also need to add flex. And now you can see how it fills up the entire sidebar. Great, perfect. What I want to do now is I want to enable that once we click on these routes, we actually navigate to them. So let's go ahead and let's create our constant on navigate. So const on navigate, it's going to take the URL, which is a string, and it's going to take pro, which is a boolean like this. It's going to be an arrow function like this, And the first thing we're going to do is add a to-do, check if pro. So right now we don't have to check anything. We're just going to do return. And now we have to add our router. So const router is equal to use router from next/navigation. Make sure you don't accidentally import router from next/router. That's the wrong import. So now that you have the router right here, you can go ahead and write return router.push URL. Great. And now let's go ahead and use this on navigate in this div, which has a key of route href, and write on click an arrow function on navigate route.url, .href and route.pro like this. So it passes 2 arguments like this. And now if I go ahead and click on create, I should be redirected to a 404 page because it doesn't exist yet, and same for settings, but it should at least do something. Perfect. Now what we have to do is we have to enable this sidebar even when it's on really small devices like this. So let's do that now. So in order to begin, first we have to go back inside of SaaS.cn UI, and we have to add a new component. So I'm going to expand this and go ahead and find sheet component right here. So the command we have to run is npx SaaS.cn UI at latest add sheet. So let's go ahead and copy this. Let's go inside of our terminal right here, and let's go ahead and run this command. So npx SaaS.cn UI latest add sheet like that, and just press enter. And after that, just go ahead and confirm the installation, wait a couple of seconds, and after it's been done, let's run the project again, go back and refresh your entire project. Great. Now that we have that, let's close everything. Let's go inside of components, inside navbar.tsx right here. Let's go ahead and let's replace this menu icon right here. So while you're developing this, just make sure that you're in mobile mode. So you should be seeing this menu icon here, and you should not be seeing the sidebar. So replace this menu with mobile sidebar like this. It's a self-closing tab like that. And of course, it's going to cause an error because we don't have mobile sidebar yet. So let's go ahead. Let's go inside of components, create a new file, mobile-sidebar.tsx like this. Let's go ahead and write export const mobile sidebar like this, and just return a div saying mobile like this. Great. Now we can go back inside Navbar and import the mobile sidebar from /mobile sidebar or components mobile sidebar like this, and the error should go away. And you can see how now it says mobile in the dashboard, in the navigation bar right here. So let's go back inside mobile sidebar and let's actually see what we have to do here. So let's go ahead and let's import the menu icon from Lucid React. And now let's go ahead and let's import sheet content, and sheet trigger like this from add/components/UI/sheet like this. And let's also import the sidebar from ./sidebar, so our actual sidebar component. And I'm just going to replace this to be add/components like this. Now that we have that, let's replace this div with sheet like this. Let's remove this mobile text and let's write a sheet trigger like this. Let's go ahead and write menu inside like this. Now let's go ahead and write class name md hidden pr-4 like that. And let's go ahead and let's add sheet content below that. So outside of sheet trigger, let's add sheet content and write sidebar like this. And just render it. It's a self-closing tag. Give it an attribute side of left and a class name of p-0, bg-secondary, pt-10, and w-32 like this. So now if you go ahead and click, you can see how we have a working mobile sidebar. Great job. So now you have a fully working desktop sidebar, which has working navigation, but we just don't have the routes yet. And you have a fully working mobile sidebar for mobile devices. Great job. You're doing an amazing job so far. Let's continue and let's create our search input right here, which is going to stand above our categories. So in order to do that, first we have to add an input component from SaaS.cn. So go to SaaS.cn and go ahead and find the input right here. And in here, you can find the CLI command to install it. So let's go ahead and let's copy this in an npm format like that. I'm going to expand this so you can see my terminal. I'm going to shut down my application and I'm going to write npx shatcnui at latest add input. So go ahead and press enter, confirm your installation, and just go ahead and run npm run dev like this. Great. After we have that, let's go ahead and let's refresh our application. And what I want you to do is I want you to go back inside of your app folder, inside root, inside routes, page.tsx right here. Great. And you're actually going to remove this user button for now. And let's just write root page like this. Great. So you can remove this import as well. Perfect. And now that you're inside of here, let's go ahead and let's give this div a class name of h-full, p-4, and space-y-2 like this. Great. So now our root page has a bit of indentation like this. You can see how it's evenly spaced from the top and from the sidebar right here. Great. Now instead of this staying root page, it's actually going to say search input like this. And if you save, of course, we are going to get an error because search input does not exist yet. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of our components and create a new file, search-input.tsx like this. Great. Let's mark this as use client like this and export const search input like that and return a div saying search input like this. Great. Now go back to the root page and let's import this search input from add/components search input just like this. Great. Now that we have this search input, let's go ahead and let's add another package which we are going to need. So I'm going to go ahead in my terminal, I'm going to close everything, and I'm going to write npm install query-string like this. So go ahead and press enter and then run your application again. And after you've done that, make sure to refresh your localhost. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's actually style this. So I'm going to go ahead inside of my search input component. So go inside components search input right here. Let's go ahead and let's give this div a class name of relative like this. And instead of this saying search div, we're actually going to add a search icon. Search like this from Lucid React. So it's going to be a self-closing tag. Let's give it a class name of absolute h-4, w-4, top-3, left-4, and text-muted-foreground like this. Great. And below that, we're going to add our input from /UI input like this. So you can replace this with /components UI input if you want to follow my import style. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's give this some props. So we're going to go ahead and give it a placeholder of search and 3 dots like that. And let's go ahead and give it a class name of pl-10 and bg-primary/10 like this. Great. So you can see how this looks much better now. Before we continue, I just want to fix the background of this right here. So you can see that it's dark black and I want it to be BG secondary like this. So in order to do that, what I want to go is I want to go and close everything. I'm going inside of my app and inside of my main layout right here. And I'm going to go ahead and add another class name to this inter class name. So for that, I'm going to use the cn library. So let's go ahead and import cn from add/libutils like that. And let's go ahead and open parentheses like this. Let's go ahead and close them like that. And for the first class, let's go ahead and write bg-secondary. And for the second, inter.classname like this. And there we go. Now it looks much better. So now I'm going to close everything again. And I'm going back inside of my app folder, inside of components, search input right here. And now we're going to go ahead and make this search input functional. Great. So what we have to do now is we have to add a couple of hooks here, a couple of states, and a bunch of other stuff we need. So const router is equal to use router from next/navigation. Const search params are equal to use search params from next/navigation. And I'm going to put that at the top right here. Great. Now, besides having search params from the search input, we're also going to be able to choose categories, if you remember from the demo and intro of this video. So what I have to do is I have to fetch the category ID from the URL. Even though it doesn't exist now, even though we don't have any code for it, we have to prepare for the fact that in the future, in our URL, there will be a specific query controlling the currently loaded category. So that's why I'm going to add const category ID to be search params.get category ID like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and write const name to be search params.get name. So this category ID is actually not going to be controlled or assigned in this component. It's going to be assigned in the component we are going to create next, which is going to be those little boxes here, which are going to each have its own category. But what we are going to control is the search param called name. So let's go ahead and let's write const value set value use state name pipe empty string like this. And let's also import use state from React like this. And I'm going to move that to the top as well. Great. So now that we have that, what I want to do is I want to add a debounced version of this value. So I don't want to query my database every time I type something in here. I want to add a debounce so that only after I type and a millisecond passes or a full second passes, that's when I want to do the query to the database. So I don't want to make too much requests on every single keystroke change. So in order to do that, we're going to have to go and create a use debounce hook. So let's go ahead and let's create a new folder in the root of our application. So I'm going to create a new folder called hooks like this. And inside I'm going to create use-debounce.ts like this. Great. Let's go ahead and let's import use effect and use state from React like this. And let's export function use debounce. Let's give it a generic t like this. Let's give it a value of t, delay, optional, which is a number. Return value is t as well. And let's just write const debounced value set debounced value to be use state value like this, and type of use state is going to be t again. Great. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and write use effect like this. Let's go ahead and pass in value and delay inside of the dependency array of this use effect function, and let's write const timer to be set timeout. Open an arrow function inside and write set debounced value to be value and comma delay pipe 500 like this. And in the return function, let's go ahead, clear timeout timer, so there is no overflow if this accidentally gets unmounted. Great. So this is what this looks like. So in our use effect, we create a timeout function which sets the debounced value every time our value changes, and it uses either the past delay from the props, or it uses a default 500 or half a second here. Great. And now let's go ahead and return debounced value like this. And now we should have no errors inside. Great. So now that we have this important hook, if you have any problems with this, if this is complicated, you can always visit my GitHub and just find this exact file in hooks, use debounce, and just paste it inside. Great. So I'm going to go back inside of my search input now. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go ahead and write const debounced value to be use debounce from /hooks use debounce like this. I'm going to pass in the generic to be string like this. And I'm going to give it a value and a delay of 500, or you don't have to do it. You can just pass it like this, but let's be explicit and pass in 500. So what this is going to mean is that our actual value, which we are going to use to query the database for what we search, is only going to be triggered every half a second. So not every single time we trigger a keystroke, only after we stop triggering the keystroke for half a second. We consider that as finished typing from the user. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's write const on change to be change event handler from React like this. Let's pass in HTML input element like that. Then we get the event. And let's go ahead and just set value event.target.value like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create a use effect inside. And this use effect is going to react on every debounced value change. but it also needs a router and category ID inside. Great. So first, let's define the current query. So const query is going to be a name, which is debounce the value, and category ID, which is category ID. And we have this category ID right here in this search params. Perfect. So we have the query which we want to pass to the URL. And now let's go ahead and write const URL is equal to QS. And we have to import QS. So go ahead and write import QS from query dash string like that. So now that you have that, go ahead and write qs.stringify URL, open an object and write URL to be window.location.href like that, and category, and query like this. Or you can write query. So you can use the shorthand if you want, because the key and the value are exactly named exactly the same. Now in the second argument in here, I'm going to add some options. So I'm going to write skip empty string to be true and skip null to be true as well. What this is going to do is it's going to remove any of the query. So for example, if category ID is equal to null, if it's equal to null, or if it's equal to an empty string, it's going to remove them from the query. And it's going to do the same thing from name. Great. And now all we have to do is router.push URL like this. Great. Now let's assign this to the input. So in this input, I'm going to go ahead and write onChange to be onChange and value to be value like this. Great. Let's go ahead and let's test this out and see how it works. So pay attention to my URL right here. I'm going to go ahead and write test. And you can see that it actually added a query with a name and my value test like this. If I move it back, now it's test. And you can see that I can type, but it's not immediately changing. Only after I stop typing, it's adding to the URL. So that's why we did that debounce thing. If we didn't do the debounce thing, it would react on every single keystroke change. And that's just way too many queries to the database. We don't want to query the database that much. So that's why we added an optimized debounce. So only after I finish typing will the URL change as well. Great. So you finished the search, and now we're going to go ahead and create our components. Now let's go ahead and let's create our category selection right here. In order to do that, we're going to have to initialize Prisma and connect to PlanetScale MySQL database. So first things first, let's initialize Prisma. I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to collapse everything, and I'm going to go inside of my terminal right here. I'm going to close the app, and I'm going to write npm install capital D, so dash capital D, Prisma like this. Wait a couple of seconds for it to install, and then you're going to run another command. So let's go ahead and let's run npx prisma init like this. Wait a couple of seconds, and there we go. Let's see what was added in our project. So as you can see, now I have a Prisma folder with schema.prisma inside. And I also got something new in my .environment right here. So you can see it did not override everything we had in my environment, but it did add this by this database URL. And you can see a comment, this was inserted by Prisma init, and you can get more information about that here. Great. So in this database URL, we have a dummy fake PostgreSQL connection. And in our schema Prisma, we have a provider PostgreSQL as well. So obviously, we're going to have to change that. So what I want you to do is I want you to go to planetscale.com or just Google PlanetScale and click the first link and go ahead and create an account. After you created your account, you're going to see a screen similar to this. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to click on this create button. So ready to create. I'm going to click here. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's give our database a name. So I'm going to call it AI-Companion like this. Let's zoom out, and you're going to go ahead and select this hobby, which is a free database like this. So make sure you select the free one. No need to pay for just a tutorial. Great. You can leave everything else exactly as it is. So give your database a name, select hobby, which is free, and go ahead and click create database and make sure that it says total monthly cost free right here. So no need to pay anything for the tutorial, and just click create database. And now you're gonna have to be a bit patient. So I'm gonna pause the video and I'm gonna show you how this looks once it is initialized. So you can take some time, so just be patient. And when you get the exact screen that I get after I unpause the video, you know you're ready to continue. Great. So after you see this prompt right here, ready to connect to your database, or this option get connection strings, it means that it's ready. So let's go ahead and I'm going to click ready to connect to your database right here. And here I need to complete this model to create a password. So you can just leave everything exactly as it is and just click create password like this. And now make sure you select connect with Prisma. So you have a lot of options here, but we are going to use Prisma, so just make sure you select that. So first let's go ahead and let's copy this, which needs to be put in a .environment file. So go ahead and just click copy or select everything and copy, and let's go inside of our environment file. And I'm going to remove this, which was inserted by Prisma, and I'm just going to paste the new one from PlanetScale right here. So just make sure it's database_URL. It needs to match this environment right here, database_URL. So make sure that matches. Great. And after you copied that, you can go ahead and select this option, schema.prisma, in this model right here. And again, you can just copy that entire thing, and that goes in schema.prisma. So let's go ahead and let's go there. I'm going to go inside of my schema.prisma. I'm going to select everything and I'm going to paste here. So you can see our provider has changed to MySQL, our URL stayed the same, and relation node Prisma was added. Great. And you can now go ahead and close PlanetScale. Perfect. What I want to do now is I want to create a model category. So model category like this is going to have an ID, which is going to be a type of string. It's going to have an ID and it's going to have default UUID like this. Great. We're also going to have a name, which is a type of string as well. And that's going to be it for now, like this. Perfect. So just make sure you have a model. You also don't need to put this many spaces. You can just do this, but I like to keep them all in the same line. Perfect. So now that we have this, what you need to do every time you modify your schema Prisma is you have to go inside of your terminal right here, and you have to write npx prisma generate. So this is going to add it to the node modules right here. So it's going to read from schema.prisma. It's going to read this new model which we just added, and after we run generate, we have to run npx prisma db push. So generate added it to our local Prisma so we can work with it, and npx prisma db push is going to add it to PlanetScale. Great. So both of these were a success to me. So what we have to do next is we have to create our database library. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of our lib folder right here and create a new folder called prismadb.ts like this. So we're going to use this library inside of our routes, inside of our server components, basically anything that can access the database. Let's go ahead and import Prisma client from @prisma/client like this. Now, I'm not sure if you have this installed, so I'm not sure I installed it either. So I'm going to go ahead and just in case, I'm going to run npm install @prisma/client and make sure you do that as well. So it's not throwing any errors for me. It could be that one of the commands in Prisma init installed me, but just in case, I'm going to also manually install that. So now I have @prisma/client. Make sure you do those steps as well, so you don't have any errors. And now we have to write a special function inside, which is going to prevent Next.13 hot reloading from causing any problems with initializing this Prisma client. So for that, we're going to write const prisma_db to be global this.prisma. And for now, you can ignore this error. We're going to fix it very quickly, and I'm going to explain why it happens. So global this.prisma pipe new Prisma client like this. And then just go ahead and write if process.environment.node environment is not identical to production. In that case, global this.prisma is equal to prisma_db like that, and just export default prisma db like that, and make sure you don't do a typo in the export like this. So how do we fix this error? Well, very simply. The problem is that Prisma doesn't exist in our global object, so we have to declare global and add the Prisma model to it. And we can do that simply by doing declare global like this, and add var prisma to be prisma client, prisma client, or undefined like this. There we go, no more errors. Perfect. What I want to do now is I want to find a way to insert these categories to our database. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to create a script. So go to the root of your project, to the root of your project and create a new folder called scripts, like this. And inside of this scripts folder, create a new file, seed.ts, like this. Go ahead and write const Prisma client const Prisma client is equal to require at Prisma/client, like this. So you might be noticing that we are not using import, we are using require. That's because this is in pure Node.js, so this has no relation to our React or to any of our environment which Next.13 uses. This is a complete Node file, so this will have no relation to any components or anything inside. So that's why we have to write it in a different way. And now let's write const db is equal to new Prisma client, like this. And let's write asynchronous function main to be a try and catch block. So let's resolve the catch, which is going to have an error. And we're just going to console.error, error seeding default categories, like this, and just log the error like that. Great. And finally, we're going to call await db dot $disconnect, like this. Great. And in the try function, I'm going to go ahead and insert categories in my database. So I'm going to write await db.category, like this, dot create many, like that. And I'm going to write data to be an array like this, and it's going to have some objects. So my first category is going to be famous people. You can modify this to whatever you want, but I'm going to insert a couple of categories here. So my second one is going to be movies and TV. My third one is going to be musicians, like this. Then I'm going to have some games. Then I'm going to have animals. Then I'm going to have philosophy, like that. And then I'm going to have scientists, like that. Perfect. So how do we run this script now? Well, before we run it, we actually have to call it in this script. So make sure at the end of your file, you do main like this. No need to export anything inside. So again, we're not going to use this in any of the components, and it doesn't have access to any of the components. Great. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go inside of our terminal right here. And before we do anything, I want to show you how to look at your data in MySQL using Prisma. So go ahead and write npx Prisma Studio like this. That's going to run the studio on localhost 555. So I can go ahead and go here, and you can see that since we run npx Prisma db push and npx Prisma generate, I have all models category here. And you can see that currently we have no category available. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to open another terminal. And I'm going to go, so keep your Prisma Studio running in one terminal, open another terminal. And what we're going to do here is we're going to write node scripts/seed.ts like this. So just run this, and there we go, no error on my side. If you got any error, just go ahead in my GitHub and confirm that your code is exactly the same as mine. Perfect. And how do we know that we go to scripts/seed? Well, that's because we are in scripts and seed right here. So what we've done now is we created a bunch of categories, and you can see when I refresh my Prisma Studio here, I have philosophy, animals, movies, musicians, scientists, famous people, and games. Perfect. So now that I have this in my database, I can actually use that to load them in here. So let's do that now. So let's go ahead and let's close everything inside. And one important thing, let's make sure our application is running. So I'm going to close both of my terminals right now. No need to longer have your Prisma Studio, but you can if you want to. But I'm going to use this to run npm run dev again. So this is the command that I run, npm run dev, and I'm going to refresh my localhost right here. So where I have to go is inside of the app folder, inside the root right here, inside routes, page.tsx right here. And what I have to do is I have to fetch the categories in this server component. So this is a server component, meaning it has access to the database. And we just recently created a util called PrismaDB, which can be used to access the database. So let's use it here. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to write const categories to be await PrismaDB from add/lib PrismaDB dot category dot find many like this. And we have an error because await is not available unless we turn this function into an asynchronous arrow function like this. Great. So if you're getting any errors, or if you did not get this autocomplete in category, or your category is underlined, make sure that in your schema.prisma, so inside of this folder, you named it category, and make sure you did npx prisma db push and npx prisma generate. But if you successfully seeded your database in here, then you're not going to have any problems, and this is definitely going to work for you. Perfect. Now that we have the categories, just below the search input, we're going to create a new component called categories like this. And we're going to pass in data to be categories like this. And if you save, of course, we are going to get an error. So let's go ahead inside of our components and create a new folder, new file called categories.tsx like this. Let's go inside and let's mark this as use client like this. Let's create an interface, categories props like that. It's going to have data, which is an array of category, which you can import from @prisma/client, and make sure you put an array at the end like this. Perfect. Now let's write export const categories like this, and just return a div saying categories like that. Now let's go back inside of our root page and just import these categories from add/components categories. So the same way we did with search input, and just save so you don't have any more errors. And you can see how this now says categories right here. Perfect. Now let's actually style this so it looks like something. First, let's enable the props. So I'm going to give it a data, and the type is going to be categories props like this. So data is now a type of category which has an ID and name. So exactly the same as in our schema Prisma. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's actually style this. So I'm going to go ahead and in this main div, I'm going to give it a class name of w-full overflow-x-auto space-x-2 flex and p-1 like this. Great. And now, instead of writing categories here, I'm going to add a native button element, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give it a class name, which is going to be cn from s/lib/utils, and I'm going to separate this two because one is a global import and one is my local import in here. And let's go ahead and let's give this some class names. So I'm using backticks here just because I want to order them all in different lines. So if you want to, you can use normal ticks like this, but you have to write all of your classes in one line then. But for you, I want it to be more readable because we're going to have a lot of classes. So let's write flex, items-center, text-center, text-extra small. On medium devices, it's going to be text-sm. px is going to be 2, but on medium devices is going to be px-4. py is going to be 2, but on medium is going to be py3 like this. Great. Rounded is going to be medium, bg primary/10. Hover, it's going to change the opacity to be 75 like that, and transition like this. Great. And inside of this button, I'm just going to write newest like this. Great. So we have our first category, and this is going to be our hard-coded category. So you can obviously see that this is not in our database, but we don't care. This is going to be used as a button to reset all categories once we click on it. Perfect. And we're going to make use of this dynamic function later, but for now, we don't have anything to make it dynamic yet. So what I want to do now is I want to use this data to iterate over all of our categories which are in the database. So below this button, go ahead and write data.map item like this, and go ahead and immediately return this exact thing. So you can copy this entire button and paste it inside. And obviously, we just need to add a key here. So key is going to be item.id like this. And instead of newest, is going to write item.name like this. There we go. So you can see that now we have newest, philosophy, animals, movies and TV, scientists, famous people, and games. So we have all the categories which we need. Very, very cool. Great. So I'm just going to collapse this like that. And now let's actually create some functionality that when we click on it, it actually goes to the URL. So the same way we did with our search. When we search something, it goes in the URL. Now we have to do the same for the category. Great. So let's go ahead and let's create and let's add some hooks first. So I'm going to go ahead and write const router is equal to user router from next/navigation like this. And I'm going to move this with the global imports. Let's write const search params to be used search params from next navigation. Let's get the category ID. So const category ID is going to be equal to search params.get category ID like this. And make sure you didn't misspell it. Great. Now let's write const on click to be ID string undefined like that. And now let's go ahead and write const query is going to be category ID, which is mapped to the ID which we are passing in the prop of on click. Great. And now let's go ahead and write const URL to be QS, which of course we have to import. So let's go ahead and write import QS from query-string like this. Now that we have that, we're going to write QS.stringify URL. Go ahead and add a URL, which is window.location.href and query like this. And we're gonna pass in the prop skip null true like this. And the router.push URL like that. Perfect. So now let's go ahead. And for this hard-coded button, which is newest, it's actually going to reset the category. So it's going to go on click, arrow function, on click, undefined like this. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and go inside of this mapped buttons, and we're going to pass in a different on click. So on click here is going to be item.id like this. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's test. Now, if I go inside of my app and click on philosophy, for example, you can see that it maps the category ID for philosophy. If I click on movies, we have a completely different ID, and same thing for every single thing that we try to click. But if we click on newest, it's completely reset because that's exactly what we want. What I want to do now is I want to show that once we actually click on movies and TV, I want to add a little highlight to this button so the user knows that movies and TV is selected. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So after your initial class names right here, I'm going to add a comma and I'm going to write item.id is identical to category ID. In that case, I'm going to write bg-primary/25. Otherwise, it's going to be bg-primary/10 like this. Great. And you can go ahead and copy this thing and paste it in this button as well. Actually, don't paste it because it's going to be a little bit different. So again, after this initial classes in this hard-coded button here, so after you finish these classes, add a comma and just paste in, if there is no category ID, so exclamation point category ID, in that case, we're going to use bg-primary/25, otherwise bg-primary/10 like this. Great, so let's see how that looks now. So you can see that movies and TV is highlighted. If I go to musicians, musicians is highlighted. If I click on newest, everything is reset and newest is selected. Perfect. You successfully finished the categories. And now we can go ahead and actually create our create form where we are going to load these categories for other users to select when they create their custom AI companion. Great, great job so far. So in order to create our create form, we first have to create a model for our companion. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to close everything and I'm going to go inside of my Prisma, schema.prisma right here. So let's go ahead and let's create a model companion right here. Let's go ahead and let's give it an ID, which is a string, a decorator ID, and a default value of UUID like this. Now let's go ahead and pass in the user ID, which created this companion, which is going to be a string. Let's go ahead and pass the user name from the creator as well, which is a type of string, a source. So this is going to be an image which each companion is going to have, which is also going to be a string. Let's go ahead and give it a name, which is going to be a string, and it's going to have a special decorator db.text. This is going to enable much longer characters for this property, and it will also make it searchable. And you will see that in a second. Let's go ahead and let's write description, which is a string. Let's go ahead and write instructions, which is also a string, and db.text because it's gonna have almost 200 characters minimum. Let's go ahead and add seed, which is also a string, and db.text as well, because it's going to be a larger field. Now let's go ahead and let's add created at, which is going to be a date time. Default is going to be now, like this. And let's go ahead and let's add updated at, which is going to be date time, and it's going to have a special decorator at updated at, like this. Now let's create a relation between the companion and the category. So I'm going to go ahead and write category to be a category like this, which is a relation. So I'm just going to expand my screen here, and we're going to use the fields to be category ID, which we are going to create in a second. And references is also going to be ID like this. And let's go ahead and write category ID to be a string like this. And now we have to go back inside of our category model, and we have to add companions to be an array of companion like this. There we go. And now let's go ahead and let's add at index category ID like this. So we resolve that warning. Perfect. And now we have to enable full text search for our name, because we have this search input right here, and it's going to query by companion name. So let's go ahead and let's modify our Prisma so it uses specific values and properties to enable search on that. So first thing we have to do is we have to go inside of our generator client, and below provider add preview features. Go ahead and open an array, and in the first string you're going to write full text search like this, and in the second one you're going to write full text index like this. So make sure you have these two preview features. Great. And then in the model companion right here, you're going to go ahead and you're going to add just below this at index, you're going to add at full text to be name. So we are going to enable full text search on the name field here. Perfect. So now that we have that, let's go ahead. Let's go inside of our terminal. I'm going to shut down the app. I'm going to write npx prisma generate. Then I'm going to write npx prisma db push. So very important, every time you change your Prisma, it's important that you run those two commands. Perfect. So now everything is up to date, and you can npm run dev your project again. Perfect. So now we are ready to build our create page. So let's go inside of our app folder, inside a root right here, inside the routes, and create a new folder called companion like this. And inside of that folder, create a new folder, open square brackets, companion ID like this. Perfect. So now inside of that, create a new file, page.tsx, like this. Great. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's write companion ID page like this. And let's just return a div saying hello companion ID like that. Perfect. And now, if you actually go ahead and click on your create button, you should no longer get a 404. Instead, you should get redirected to /companion/new, which matches this structure which we created. And you should get the hello companion ID text. So let me explain why does this URL work in this folder structure. So the companion is mapped to /companion, but companion ID is a dynamic part of the URL. In our case, it's new, but later when we want to edit a companion, it's obviously going to be a proper ID in here. So that's what we're going to use to load the companion we want to edit. But if we pass in explicitly new, then we're going to create a form for creation of a new companion. So let's go ahead and let's create the interface for this server component. So interface companion ID page props like this. It's going to have params, and inside of those params, we're going to get companion ID, which is a type of string. So make sure that you didn't misspell companion ID here, and make sure that it matches this folder companion ID. So capital I and then lowercase d. Make sure you don't make mistakes when doing that, because otherwise it's always going to be undefined and you won't be able to load anything, and it's going to cause cryptic errors. So just confirm that you didn't misspell companion ID in the params and in the folder name right here. Great. So now I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to mark this component as a synchronous one. like this. Let's go ahead and extract params like that. And let's assign companion ID page props like this. Perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna write to do check subscription. So in the future, when we add our Stripe subscription, we are going to redirect user away from this page if they don't have an active subscription. But we don't have that yet, so we're just gonna leave a to do comment here. And let's continue with our work. So we're gonna attempt to fetch a companion using the param ID. So const companion is equal to await prisma.db, and make sure you import prisma.db from /lib prisma.db dot companion. Again, if you didn't get this autocomplete or if you get an underline error, make sure that this companion is the same name as in the schema prisma model companion, and make sure you run npx prisma generate and npx prisma db push. If you did all of those things and everything seems correct and you're still getting an error, just go ahead and shut down your application and do Command Shift P and reload your window, and the error should go away. Great. So await prisma.db.companion.find unique, open an object and write where ID is equal to params.companion ID like this. Perfect. And basically what we are doing here, we are attempting to fetch an existing companion using the ID from our URL. But if we click on the sidebar, then our ID is always going to be new, meaning that this companion is not going to exist. And we are going to use that information in order to determine whether we should show an edit page or a create page. Perfect. And now that we have the companion, or well, don't have the companion, let's fetch the categories. Const categories are going to be await prisma.db.category.find many like this. Perfect. And now that we have both of those, we can remove this and we can write companion form, which is a self-closing tab, which does not exist yet. And let's go ahead and let's pass in initial data to be companion like this, and categories to be categories like this. And if you save, of course, there's an error because companion form does not exist right now. So what we have to do is we have to go inside of our companion ID and create a new folder called components and create a new file companion-form.tsx like this. And let's go ahead and write export const companion form like this, and just return a div saying companion form like this. Perfect. Go back inside of your page and just import companion form from /components companion form like this. And the error should go away and you should see the text companion form, which is inside of this companion form right here. So let's go ahead and let's mark this as use client like this. Let's go ahead now and let's create an interface. So interface companion form props. It's going to accept initial data, which is a type of companion from Prisma client like this, or it is null because there is a chance it's not found if the ID is new or something else which is completely invalid. And we're also going to have categories, which is going to be an array of a category model from Prisma client like this. Perfect. So now we can go ahead and we can extract categories and initial data and assign the props of this component to companion form props like this. Perfect. So now we no longer have errors which we are passing here. Perfect. It's exactly what we expect. Great. So what we have to do now is we have to add our form components from ShadCN UI. So let's go ahead. Let's go inside of ShadCN UI. Let's go ahead and find the form inside of this sidebar right here. So I'm in the components. Go ahead and find the form right here. And let's see what we have to run in order to get this. So npx ShadCN UI at latest add form. I'm going to copy this command and I'm going to go ahead inside of my terminal here. And I'm going to write npx ShadCN UI at latest add form like this. So just go ahead and confirm this right here. And while we are in this terminal, let's also go ahead and let's add the text area. So I'm going to go ahead and find the text area here, and we're going to do the very same thing. So we're going to find the appropriate command, which is npx ShadCN UI latest add text area. So let's go ahead and run that. So npx chat cnui at latest add text area like this. Go ahead and confirm that as well. Let's go ahead and add the separator, which is also something we're gonna need. So find the separator here. And again, we did the same thing. Let's find the command. Let's paste it here. I'm just gonna expand a bit. So npx chat cnui at latest add separator like this. Confirm the installation. We already have the input, so no need to install that. And I think for now, we are good to go. Actually, no, one more component we need is the select component. So just above the separator is the select component. So same thing here. Let's just go ahead and add this as well. Perfect. So I copied this CLI command, and there we go. npx chat cnui at latest add select. So just confirm that as well. There we go. So we added a couple of components from chat cnui here. So now we can go ahead and npm run dev again. Perfect. I'm going to expand this. I'm going to refresh my local host inside. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's import a Zod. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to import all, so asterisk as z from Zod. And we installed Zod when we run npx chat cnui at latest add form. So when we added the form, it also added all of the packages we need in order to create beautiful forms. So let's go ahead and let's create our form schema. So const form schema is going to be z.object. It's going to have a name, which is z.string. And a minimum is 1. So minimum character for a name is going to be 1. And we're going to add a custom message. Name is required like this. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's copy this. So the second property is going to be description like this. And it's going to be description is required. So you can go ahead and copy that again. This time it's going to be for instructions. But it's going to be string, but the minimum value inside is going to be 200. So we require at least 200 characters. And we're going to write instructions require at least 200 characters like this. Perfect. So go ahead and duplicate that again. And this one is going to be seed, same thing, but instead of instructions, we're going to write seed like this. Perfect. And other than that, we're also going to have a source, which is going to be minimum 1. So make sure you change the source to minimum 1. And the message here is going to be image is required like this. And last one is going to be category ID. And we're just going to write category is required like this. Great. So we have our form schema now. And what we can do now is we can actually create our form controller. So let's go ahead and write const form is equal use form from react-hook-form. So make sure you import that. So use form from react-hook-form like that. Great. Now that we have that, let's give it a type using this Zod form schema, which we just created. So z.infer, z.infer, go ahead and open pointing brackets again and write type of form schema like this. Great. And go ahead and open parentheses and an object here. And let's add resolver to be Zod resolver and pass in form schema. And we have to import this Zod resolver. So let's go ahead and write import Zod resolver from @hookform/resolvers/Zod like this. Great. So now we have the Zod resolver. And now let's go ahead and let's add our default values. So default values are either going to be the initial data, which we have as a prop here, or it's going to be an empty object with an empty name, empty description, empty instructions, empty seed, empty source, and category ID. It's not going to be empty, but undefined because it's a select component. Perfect. So we have that now. Now let's go ahead and let's extract the loading state using this form controller right here because we're going to need it. So I'm going to go ahead and write const is loading to be form.formState.isSubmitting like this. Is submitting like this. And we're going to use that across our project. Now let's write our onSubmit function here. So const onSubmit is going to be an asynchronous function which has values which are a type of z.infer, open pointy brackets, and just write type of form schema like that, open an arrow function like this, and for now I'm just going to write console log values like this so we can see what we are logging. Perfect. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's modify the return function here. So I'm going to add a class name to this div named h-full p-4 space-y-2 max-w-3xl and mx-auto like this. Perfect. And now inside, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to import form from @/components/UI form like this. So make sure you've imported form from @/components UI form, and I'm going to start separating my imports here. Great. And this form requires all the props that our form controller has. So in order to pass in all the props, we can do a simple trick, open curly brackets, and just spread the form like that. So our form is this constant which holds the use form from React hook form, and it has a bunch of useful stuff inside, and all of that is needed for this form component. Great. Now inside we're going to use a native HTML element called form, so lowercase form, and we're going to go ahead and pass onSubmit to be form.handleSubmit onSubmit in parentheses. So we are using the onSubmit from this hook use form, and we are passing it our custom onSubmit. So that's why our onSubmit has these values which have a certain type of form schema. Great. So now that we have that, let's also go ahead and give this form a class name. So I'm going to write class name to be space-y-8 and padding bottom 10 like this. Perfect. Let's go ahead and let's create a div here with a class name space-y-2 w-full and call-span-2 like this. Great. Now inside, let's go ahead and create an empty div, and let's create an h3 element inside with a text general information like this. And let's give this h3 a class name of text-lg and font-medium like that. Great. Now below this h3 element, we're going to add a paragraph which is going to say general information about your companion like this, and give it a class name of text-sm and text.muted-foreground like this. There we go. And outside of this empty div right here, outside of this div without class names, which is holding our h3 element and our paragraph, we're going to go ahead and add a separator component. And make sure you don't import this from Radix, but import it from @/components UI separator. So separator from @/components UI separator. Make sure you didn't accidentally import it from Radix. Great. And now let's add this separator a class name to be bg-primary/10 like this. There we go. So now you can see how we have general information title here, some description, and a nice little separator inside. Great. So what we have to do now is we have to create our first field. So in order to do that, go outside of this div, but still inside of form, and add a form field from @/components UI form, and it is a self-closing tag. So I've imported form field from @/components UI form. Great. Let's go ahead and let's give it a name of source like this, and a render function like this. Extract the field inside of this, and go ahead and return a form item again from @/components UI form. So I've imported form field and form item like this, and let's go ahead and give this form item a class name like this of flex-call items-center justify-center space-y-4 and call-span-2 like this. Perfect. And inside, let's add form control, again from @/components UI form. So make sure you've imported form control like this. And inside of that, we're actually just gonna write for now image upload component. We don't have it yet. Great. And just below the form control, you're going to add form message from add/components UI form. So make sure you import that as well. Great. Perfect. So right now nothing is visible because we don't have a proper component inside. So that's what we have to do next. So before we continue, I just noticed that I added this call span here. We are actually not using grid, so you can go ahead and remove call span class from this form item and also from this div encapsulating our general information and general information about your companion text. We are not gonna need that. Great. So in order to create our image upload component, we need to set up our Cloudinary account. So either visit cloudinary.com or go to Cloudinary Google and just click on login right here or create your account. So first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna get our cloud name. So you can visit that in your dashboard right here, find the cloud name, it's this short text, and either copy it by clicking here or here. And let's go ahead and let's add that in our .environment file. So go right here, after the database URL, add next_public_cloudinary_cloud_name and just paste that code right here. So next public cloudinary cloud name like this. Perfect. What we have to do next is we have to install a package called Next Cloudinary. So go inside of your terminal right here and write npm install next-cloudinary like this. So wait a couple of seconds for this to install. And now we can continue developing. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go, first let's actually run the application. Yes, I forgot that. So npm run dev, let's run our application. Keep the Cloudinary open, you're gonna need it. And refresh your localhost here. And let's go back inside of our app folder, root, routes, companion, companion ID, components, companion form right here. And let's go ahead and let's create this image upload component. So I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna go inside of my global components right here, and I'm gonna create a new file called image-upload.tsx like this. So let's go ahead and let's mark this as use client. Let's go ahead and let's create an interface, image upload props like this. It's gonna take a value, which is a type of string. It's gonna have an onChange, which is a function which accepts a source, which is a string in its parameters and returns an empty void. And we're gonna have a disabled prop, which is an optional boolean like this. Now let's go ahead and let's write export const image upload like this, which is gonna have value onChange and disabled like this. And let's just map these props to image upload props interface right here. Great. So let's go ahead and return this arrow function. And first, let's go ahead and let's resolve hydration errors with this component. So this component uses Cloudinary, and there is a chance that it causes hydration errors. So in order to resolve this, there is a simple trick that we can use by enabling a set state and watching whether that state has been set to true. And that way we know when we can safely render this component. So I'm going to explain that one more time while I develop this. So go ahead and write const is mounted set is mounted to be equal to use state from React and default value is false. So we are going to change this in a simple use effect. By default, it's false. And now we're going to write use effect again. So I imported use state and use effect from React. Go ahead and open this simple use effect, add a dependency array. And all I'm going to do inside is set is mounted to true. So why am I doing this? Well, very simple. Because I'm gonna do this check here. If we are not mounted, return null like this. Basically, we're also gonna have another return function here, which is gonna have all the Cloudinary code, of course. And that Cloudinary code can cause errors between server-side rendering and client rendering. So a simple trick we are doing is we are checking if we are mounted. So this use effect, which switches this is mounted to true, is only going to run once we finish server-side rendering and get to client-side rendering, meaning that if in this check, I'm checking if we are not mounted. So in server-side rendering, we are going to return null, meaning that none of this code below this is going to be able to cause any hydration errors using this simple trick. And then when we get to client side, it's going to be set to true, and this if clause is not going to break our code. We're just going to return everything else. So that is a very simple explanation of why I'm doing this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's write return again. So this is going to happen on client side. Let's go ahead and write a div right here with the class name space -y -4 w -full flex -call like this, justify -center and items -center like this. Great. Now inside of that, let's go ahead and let's add our CLD upload button component like this. And we can import this CLD upload button component from Next-Cloudinary. So let's go ahead and write import CLD upload button from Next-Cloudinary like this. Great. Now what we have to give this CLD upload button are a couple of props. So let's give it options and let's limit the amount of files which user will be able to upload. So max files is going to be 1 like this. Great. And then let's go ahead and give it an upload preset. So where do we get this? Well, that's why I told you to keep the Cloudinary open. You're going to have to go inside of your Cloudinary, and all the way to the bottom, you're going to have to find the settings. So click on the settings, and then you're going to have to go inside of your upload right here section. So I already have a bunch of upload presets right here. If this is your first time using this, you're probably gonna have only ML default. So what you have to do is you have to click this button, add upload preset. And very important thing, you have to set signing mode to unsigned like this. So this is the only thing you have to change, and click save like this. And then it's gonna be at the top of your upload presets, and you can just copy it like this, or just click copy like that, and that is going to be the upload preset which you're going to paste in this prop right here. There we go. So that's all you have to do. You no longer have to use Cloudinary. There we go. Great. And now what I want to do inside of this CLD upload button is I want to create a new div with the class name. We're going to add p-4 border-4 border-primary/10 rounded-lg hover opacity -75 like that, transition flex-call space -y-2 items-center and justify-center like that. Now let's go ahead and add another div inside, which is going to hold our placeholder image and later our actual uploaded image. So inside I'm going to write relative h-40 and w-40. Great. And inside we're going to go ahead and add the image component. So let's go ahead and let's add image, which you can import from next/image. It is a self-closing tag, and just make sure you've imported image from next/image like this. Great. Let's go ahead and let's give it a fill property, an alt property saying upload like this, and a source, which for now is just going to be /placeholder.svg like that, and a class name of rounded-lg and object-cover like this. So let's go ahead and add this placeholder.svg. In order to do that, we have to add it inside of our public folder right here. So you can either find any image online, or you can go inside of my repository, link is in the description, go inside of my public folder and go ahead and find placeholder.svg right here, and you can just download this file like that and drag and drop it inside of my public folder like this. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to rename this to be placeholder like this. So make sure it's not placeholder 1 or 2. It needs to be placeholder.svg like that. Perfect. Now let's go back here You can close this, so no need to open all of this stuff. Just make sure you have placeholder.svg inside of your public folder. Great. Now let's actually add this component before we start doing any more functionality of it, so you can see how it actually looks. So let's go back inside of companion-form where we have the text image upload component, and let's actually replace this with image upload from add/components/image upload like this. So I imported that from add/components image upload. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's give it a disabled of is loading, which is this constant which we created here, which is constantly reading from the is submitting state like that. And I'm just gonna collapse this attributes like this. Besides disabled, let's also give it an onChange, which is going to be field.onChange like this. So we have the field from this destructured render arrow function in the form field component. And let's give it the value of field.value like this. Great. Let's go ahead and save this and look how cool this looks. Perfect. So before we continue with this, let's go ahead and let's actually create our onChange. Our onClick button, our onClick property to this CLD upload button inside image upload component. So above options, go ahead and add onUpload. Right here, it's going to be an arrow function, which for the first prop gets the result, which is a type of any. And let's go ahead and call the onChange prop and pass in result.info.secure_URL like this. There we go. And now let's go ahead and let's test if this works. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to click here. You can see that I have Cloudinary opened. I'm going to click browse and I'm going to choose Ronaldo right here. So let's see. I'm going to refresh. Let's see, maybe something went wrong. Yes, I think something went wrong. I'm going to go ahead and debug and see what's going on. Oh, well, we forgot to add one thing. So go back inside of your image upload right here, and we hard-coded the placeholder. So what we have to do is we have to add a dynamic option here. So either value or placeholder like this. So let's try this again. So I'm going to upload this Ronaldo picture that I have. And after I uploaded it, I get an error. And this error is because we are using an image inside the next image component, but we did not configure the URL for it. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So you can see which host name we have to add in our config. So I'm going to zoom in a bit so you can see this message. So once you get this message, you have to copy this host name right here, or you can click here to see more info here. Great, so copy this hostname, it's res.cloudinary.com, and what you have to do is you have to go inside of your next.config.js, expand this object, write images, write domains, open an array, and just paste in res.cloudinary.com like this. And what I highly suggest you do is you restart your application after this. So I'm going to restart and npm run dev again, and then I'm going to refresh my application. So let's try this one more time. Okay, I'm zoomed in a bit. So let me just zoom out. Okay. And I'm going to select Ronaldo again like this. And there we go. So Ronaldo is now loaded. And if you're wondering where did I generate these cool images from, I put a link in the description for hotpot.ai. It's a really cool product, and I tried many AI image generators for this product, but they are the only ones who got consistent results for me. So make sure to visit them with the link in the description if you want to generate cool images like I did for this project. Great, so now that we have our image component, image upload component working, let's go back inside of our form. So inside the app folder, let's go inside the root, routes, companion, companion ID, components, companion form right here. Let's go ahead and let's add some more fields here. So just below this self-closing form field tag, we're gonna go ahead and add a div. And this div is gonna have class name, grid-calls-1, md grid-calls-2, and gap-4 like this. Great. Now inside of that div, create a form field component, which we already have imported. It's a self-closing tag. give this a name like this, control form.control like that, and a render prop like this, which is an arrow function. Let's immediately destructure field from it and just return an arrow function like this. And inside you're going to render form item, which we already have. Let's go ahead and give this form item a class name of call-span-2 md call-span-1 like this. So I'm going to explain this grid in a second, just so we can see something visible on the screen, so it's easier to explain. Let's add form label, which we have to import from @/components UI form. So I've imported this right here. So I'm just going to go and quickly collapse all of these items so you can see it better. So make sure you have form, form control, form field, item, label, and message. Great. So inside of this form label, let's go ahead and let's write name like this. And below that, let's add form control, which we already have imported. And let's import our input component from @/components UI input. And it's a self-closing tag. So I've imported input from @/components UI input like this. Great. Let's go ahead. Let's give this a prop disabled if we are loading. Let's give this a placeholder, Elon Musk, for example. And let's go ahead and spread the field prop inside. So basically what we are doing here is we are using spread field in order to pass all the necessary props to input. Those props are on change, on blur, and many more props which we need. So instead of manually mapping those props like we needed for this custom component, you can see how I used field.onChange and field.value. So instead of doing that, I just safely passed all of the field components because this input is from ShatCN UI, so it's mapped to correctly respond to form components from the very same ShatCN UI library. Great. So let's explain this grid right now. So I created a grid which on small devices like mobile will fill the entire screen. So only one column is available, right? But on medium screens and larger, it's going to take 2 columns, meaning that if I expand my screen, you can see that it's only taking half of the available space. So there is space for another field right here. But if we are on small devices, that just doesn't look good. So I wanted to fill the entire space. So that's what I do here. On medium, I only make it use 1/2 of what it has, because on medium it has 2 spaces. So I'm only using 1/2 of it. But on mobile devices, I wanted to use the entire screen. Great, so now that we have the name ready, below form control, let's also just not forget to add form message like this. It's a self-closing tag, and we already added that in this image upload, so we have it imported right here. Perfect. So now that we have this, inside of this very same div, which has a grid, let's go ahead and copy this self-closing tag form field. Let's paste it like this. So now we have 2 name controls, but we're going to change this to be description like this. And let's change the form label to be description as well. Let's change the placeholder to be CEO and founder of Tesla-SpaceX like this. Great. And one more thing I forgot to add here is form description for each of these elements. So let's go back to our name and just above form message, let's add form description. So we have to import form description from @/components UI form. And inside, I'm just going to write, this is how your AI companion will be named like this. So now we have a description explaining what this field does. Great. And we're going to do the same thing for the description. So form description right here. And inside, I'm going to go ahead and pass short description for your AI companion like this. Great. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and expand so you can see how that now looks. See, on large devices, it makes much better use of space, but on small devices, it's one above another. Great, that's exactly what I wanted. So now let's go ahead and let's add the third field for this form. So it's still going to be inside of this div, which has a grid. Great. So let's go ahead and let's copy this entire thing one more time. So now we have a second description here. But this one is going to be a bit different. So instead of controlling description, it's going to control category ID. And instead of being your regular form input, it's actually going to be a select component. So I'm just going to clear everything and write it from scratch just so you can see exactly how it should look like. So let's go ahead and let's write form item like this. No need for any classes. Let's add form label and let's write category like this. Below that, let's add a select component from add/components UI select. So make sure you don't accidentally import this from Radix. So I imported select from add/components UI select, and make sure you do the same. Great. Let's go ahead and let's give this select component some props. So I'm going to give it a disabled prop of is loading. On value change is going to be field.onChange like this. Value is going to be field.value. And default value is going to be also field.value like this. Great. Now inside of this select, let's go ahead and let's add form control, which we already have imported. And inside of form control, let's add select trigger, which is something we have to again import from add/components UI select. Again, just make sure you don't accidentally import it from Radix because it's just not going to work and it's not going to look good. Great. So let's give this select trigger a class name bg-background like this. And let's go ahead and write another component inside of the select trigger called select value. So again, from add/components UI select, and it is a self-closing tag. So make sure you import the select trigger, and select value. And I'm already going to start collapsing this so you can see it better. There we go. So now that we have the select value, let's go ahead and let's give it a couple of props. So it's going to have a default value of field.value like this, and it's going to have a placeholder select a category like this. Great. Now let's go ahead outside of our form control here, and let's add select content, which is also something we have to import from add/components UI select. So select content, I imported it right here, and inside of select content, we're gonna map over our categories, which we have as a prop right here. So let's go ahead inside of this select content and write categories.map. Let's get the individual category like this. Let's go ahead and return select item. Again, something we have to import from add/components UI select, and it is not a self-closing tag. So select item imported from add/components UI select. So always make sure there is no Radix in your imports because it shouldn't be. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's give this select item a key of category.id like that. Let's go ahead and give it a value of category.id as well. And inside, we're going to render category.name like this. There we go. And now, just outside of this select, let's go ahead and write form description like this and write select a category for your AI like this. Great. So let's expand this now. I'm going to refresh, and there we go. You can see that now I can select from the categories which I have fed in my database. So the reason this is working, let's go ahead and let's repeat what we did. So we have companion ID folder, which has page.tsx. This is a server component which is able to fetch companion, and it's able to fetch categories. So we use the categories and we passed it to a client component called companion form, as well as the initial data. This companion form then has the categories right here, and we have added the interface for that, so we know that it's a Prisma model category and it's an array. Great. And then we use those categories from these props right here in order to map them in this name category ID form field, which uses the select component from Chassis and UI inside of this select content right here. So that's why we can select this scientists and movies, basically exactly what we seeded our database with. Perfect. So now that we have that, we just have a couple of more fields left. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go outside of this div right here. So this div which has this grid, right? So this div beginning with grid calls 1, and the grid calls 2, and gap -4, which encapsulates our name, our description, and our category. So we're gonna go outside of that div. So still inside of native form. And what we are going to do is we're going to create a new div, which is going to encapsulate the rest of our form with class name space -y -2 and w -full like this. Great. Now inside of that, let's go ahead and create a new div. Let's add an h3 element with configuration. Like this. So you can see how now it says configuration here at the bottom. Let's go ahead and let's give this h3 element a class name of text-lg and font-medium like this. Great. And below this h3 element, we're going to have a paragraph, detailed instructions for AI behavior. And let's give it a class name of text-sm and text-muted-foreground like this. Great. And outside of this div holding the h3 and the paragraph, let's also add this separator, which we already have imported like this. And let's go ahead and give it a class name of bg-primary/10 like this. Great. So let's expand to see how this looks. So this section is general information, meaning we add our image, our name, description, and category. And this section is configuration for instructions for our AI behavior. So this is where we are going to add the instructions and the seed chat. Great. So let's go ahead and let's continue developing this. So you can go ahead and actually copy description or name field, for example. So I'm going to copy this form field, which is a self-closing tag. So I'm going to copy it for name. You can do it for description as well, but don't do it for category ID because it's way different. It uses select. Great. So just outside of this div right here, go ahead and paste this and change this form field to not control the name, but to control instructions like this. And this form label is going to write instructions like that. And instead of input, we're actually going to use text area. So let's go ahead and write text area like this from @/components UI text area. So I imported this like that. Great. So now that we have that, let's see how this looks. Okay, now let's just modify it a little bit. So I'm gonna go ahead and give it a class name of bg-background. I just have a typo here. Whoops. bg-background like this, and resize-none like that. Perfect. Let's also give it rows 7 like this, so it's a bit larger. Great. So you can see how now we have a text area right here. And I want to change the placeholder from Elon Musk to an actual example of how we should have, how our instructions should look. So our instructions should be as detailed as possible if you want this AI model to behave the way you imagined. So what you can actually do is go inside of my GitHub again, and you can go inside of app folder, inside of root folder, routes, companion ID, so the same place we are right now. Go inside of these components and find the companion form. So this very component which we are working with right now. And here you're gonna find these two constants that I have, preamble and the seed chat. And you can just copy both of this right here. So these are very long texts which I've prepared for you so your AI models can be as advanced as possible, right? And if you don't like this too, I actually have something else as well. So in my repository, you have this folder called Companions. And inside, I prepared it for Albert Einstein, Cristiano Ronaldo, Elon, Eminem. So choose one you like. For example, Cristiano, and I prepared the preamble for you and the seed chat. So you can either copy it from here, or let's do exactly what I'm telling you to do. So we have the same results. Go inside of root folder, routes, companion, companion ID, components, and companion form right here. And just copy this constants, seed chat, and preamble right here. So I'm going to go ahead and expand this, and I'm going to add it all the way to the top above everything like this. So you can see I have this very, very big text. Great. And we're going to use this as placeholder for our instructions and for our seed chat. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to find my text area for instructions. And I'm going to replace the placeholder from Elon Musk to preamble like this. Great. So now if I expand this screen, you can see that my instructions are now much more clear and user has a better understanding of how my instructions should look like. Great. Now let's just change the description of this field. So this is going to be describe in detail your companion's backstory and relevant details like this. And we have this error because we're using a backtick. So let's just replace this with end, apos, and a semicolon. So you can just use this in order to get rid of that error and still get, as you can see, the same result. Great. Or you can just write companion's backstory, right? It doesn't really matter. Great, so now we have that, and all that's left is one more field. So copy this field right here, paste it below. So now we have two instructions, and change this new one to be seed like this. So that's the field it's going to control, and the form label is going to be example conversation like this. And instead of placeholder being preamble, is going to be seed underscore chat from these two constants which we just added. Great, so now our user can clearly see what the example conversation is supposed to look like. So we have the instructions and we also have the example conversation right here. Great, this looks really, really good. Now what I want to do is I want to go outside of this last form field which we just added, which controls the example conversation, but still inside of this native HTML form element. And let's go ahead and let's add a div with a class name w-full flex justify -center like that. Let's go ahead and add a button. So you can import that from /components UI button. So I imported it right here. Great. And let's go ahead and add size LG. And let's go ahead and write disabled is loading like this. And let's just write depending if we have initial data, in that case, it's going to be edit your companion. So if we successfully loaded the companion from our server component and passed the initial data, in that case, we are obviously editing our companion. Otherwise, we're going to write create your companion like this. Great. And after that, we're going to use an icon called Vand2 from Lucid React like this. So make sure you've imported Vand2 from Lucid React. And I'm just going to move this import all the way to the top with the rest of the global imports. And let's give this a class name of W-4, H-4, and ML-2 like this. Great. So let's see how this looks right now. There we go. I think this looks very, very good. And if we click here, you can see how we have errors because images required, name, description, category, all of those things are required. And it seems like our category is missing a form message. So let's see if we can debug that very quickly. Let's find our category control. So just a second. Okay, where is it? So we have the name, the description, and there we go, category ID. So find this, find the form description, and below form description, we forgot to add form message. There we go. So now you can see that we also have the required text below the category. And now what I want to do is I want to test this on submit function, where only thing I've added is a console log of values. So I'm going to expand my screen right here as much as I can. Okay, this looks good. And I'm going to go ahead and open my my inspect element on the side so we can see that console log. Let's go ahead and let's add an image. Again, if you want these cool images, visit the link in the description, hotpot.ai. Great. Let's add it a name, Cristiano Ronaldo. Let's give it a description of famous footballer. Let's go ahead and select the category of famous people like this. Let's give it an instructions of this is a test instruction, but we need 200 characters. So I'm just going to copy this over and over again until the error goes away. Great. So just copy it as many times as you can. And you can also copy it and paste it in the conversation like this and click create your companion. And there we go. In the console log, you should see all of the fields you've added. So we have the category ID, description, instructions, name, seed, and source. Great, great job. You finished the UI for the creation form. What we have to do next is obviously the API routes, which are actually going to add this to our database. Amazing, amazing job so far. Great. Now that we know that our values are correct, let's go ahead and let's actually create an API call with these values. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to expand my code screen, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to shut down my application, and I'm going to run npm install Axios like this. Wait a couple of seconds and you can run the app again. And just make sure you refresh your localhost 3000. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to modify this on submit function using Axios. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to open a try and catch block here like this. Let's of course extract the error here, and let's just log the error saying something went wrong like this. We're going to change this console log to an actual toast later. And inside of this try, what we want to do is we want to check whether we have initial data or not. So we know whether we need to do an Axios call to update using these values, or if we need to create a new one. So I'm going to go ahead and write if we have initial data. In that case, we are doing editing. So await Axios dot, whoops, we did not import Axios. So let's go ahead and let's just import Axios at the top like this. So await Axios dot patch, because if we have initial data, we're going to have the companion ID. So we can safely go ahead and add your backticks and write /API/companion, which is not something we have yet, but we are going to create it. So /API/companion like this, go ahead and pass in initial data.id and pass in the values which we have in this props right here. So this is going to be for our update companion functionality, right? This is not going to be for creation. And then if we don't have initial data, so in the else, this is where we are going to create one. So this is going to be create companion functionality like this. And this is going to use Axios.post. So let's go ahead and write await Axios.post, and no need for backticks here because we are not using any existing values. So we're just going to write /API/companion, and we're going to pass in the values to create the companion like this. Great. And before we move on, I just want to add the toaster here. So let's go ahead and let's do that. In order to do that, we have to go back inside chat.cn UI, and you have to find your toast right here. Once you find the toast, here we have the command. So npx chat.cn UI latest add toast. Let's go ahead inside of our terminal and let's run npx chat.cn UI at latest add toast like this. And this is actually going to add a couple of stuff, not just usually as it does just one component. It's actually going to add this toaster, which we have to add, as well as some hooks. So let's go ahead and run the app again, and let's go ahead and follow the step 2 of adding the toaster component, and that is that we have to go inside of our app folder, inside of layout.tsx, inside of here. So the same place where we added the theme provider. So let's go ahead, let's go inside of our body, inside of the theme provider, and just below the children, go ahead and add toaster. And you can import that from add/components UI toaster, which is what we just added by running this command npx chat-cn latest add toast. Great, so make sure you import toaster from add/components UI toaster like that, and just save the application. Great, and now let's go back in the companion form, which is located right here. So root routes companion, companion ID, components, companion form. And what you're going to do is you're going to use this hook, use toast, to get access to the toast. So let's go ahead and write const destructure toast from use toast from add/components UI use toast like this. So make sure you've imported that use toast from add/components UI use toast. And now we have that toast right here, and we can replace this error with an actual toast. So let's go ahead and open the toast, give it a variant of destructive like this, and give it a description of something went wrong like this. Perfect. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's also add one if it's been successful. So here, after this awaits have been done, let's go ahead and call the toast again. The variant can stay the same, and description is just going to be success like this. Perfect. And let's also get our router. So I'm going to go here where we have the toast, and I'm going to call the router const router is equal use router from next/navigation like this. So make sure you've imported use router from next/navigation. And now that we have the router, we can go ahead and in this try block here, so after everything's been successful, either this call or this call has succeeded, we've shown the success toast. Let's go ahead and let's run router.refresh. So what router.refresh is going to do is it's going to refresh all server components. So all server components are going to refresh the data from the database, ensuring that it's going to load this newest companion which we just created or which we just edited. So it's going to be immediately reflected. And after we refresh, let's do router.push to the homepage like this. Great. What we have to do now is we have to create the /API companion route. So let's go ahead and let's do that now. So I'm just going to expand all of this here. I'm going to close everything for now. I'm going inside of my app folder, and I'm going to go and create a new folder called API like this. And inside of that, I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder again called companion like this. And inside of that, create a new file route.ts. So this is going to be /API/companion, our post route. So let's go ahead and write export asynchronous function post like this, which has a which is a type of request like this. And let's go ahead and let's open a try and catch block here. So let's immediately resolve the error inside. And all I want to do in the error is the console log. And let's just write companion post so we can distinguish where the error is coming from, and just this. And let's return new next response, which we can import from next/server internal error like this, and pass in a status of 500 like that. Great. Now let's go inside of our try block and let's see what we have to do here. So first let's get our body using await request.json like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's fetch our current user. So const user is equal await current user from clerk/next.js like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's extract all the things we need from the body, which is source, name, description, instructions, seed, and category ID from body like this. So source, name, description, I think I misspelled this, so instructions like this, seed, and category ID. So make sure you don't misspell it. So you need to have all the fields which you have in your companion form. So those are name, description, instructions, seed, source, and category ID. So make sure you have all of those and make sure you don't misspell them. So they need to match what you send. Great. Now that you have that, let's go ahead and let's check if we are logged in. So we're going to know that whether we were able to load this user or not. So let's go ahead and do if there is no user, or if there is no user ID, or if there is no user.firstname, like this. In that case, return new next response, unauthorized, and a status of 401, like this. Great. Now what I want to do is I want to check if any of these fields is missing. So if there is no source, or if there is no name, or if there is no description, or if there is no instructions, or if there is no seed, or if there is no category ID. In that case, return new next response, missing required fields, and let's give it a status of 400, like this. Great. So now that we have that, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add a comment here to do check for subscription. So right now we don't have subscription, but later we're going to have it, and we're going to prevent the users from using this API route if they are not currently subscribed on a valid pro subscription. But we're going to leave that for later. First, we're going to finish the entire project without Stripe, and only then are we going to add the Stripe. Great. So let's go ahead and let's write const companion is equal to await prisma.db, which you can import from as/lib/prisma.db, and I'm just going to go ahead and separate these imports like this. So await prisma.db.companion.create, like this, and I'm going to pass in the data, category ID, user ID, which is user.id, username, which is user.firstname, like this, source, name of the companion, description of the companion, instructions for the companion, and seed chat for the companion. There we go. And now let's go ahead and let's just return next response.json companion, like this. There we go. So this route is now done, and now we can go back in our companion form and we can actually test this out. So I'm going to expand everything again, and I'm going to go ahead and fill all this information. Alright, so I just quickly filled this information with the Ronaldo picture, Cristiano Ronaldo name, description, category, and I just put some dummy text right here. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to open my inspect element, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to watch the network tab because that's the one I'm interested in right now. So I filled all the information, and now if my code is correct, I should be going to /API/companion and paste my values. So let's go ahead and see if we did that correctly. So I'm going to click create your companion, and it looks like we are sending the correct payload. So we sent the category ID, we sent the description, okay. And it looks like this works correctly right here. So you can see the response. It created a new companion with an ID, with a user ID, username, source, name, description, everything basically that we need, but it did not redirect. So I just want to test why that happened. It could be because I didn't refresh my page, perhaps. I'm not entirely sure. So I'm just going to try one more time to see if it's going to refresh the page this time. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add another picture like this. Let's just wait for it to upload. Okay, Cristiano Ronaldo 2, famous footballer 2. Okay, we're just doing random things right now. It doesn't really matter. We're going to remove this and replace them with actual characters later. So let's try again, create your companion. There we go. I got a success message and I'm redirected to the homepage. Perfect. And now, in order to check if these are actually in your database, let's go ahead and let's use the Prisma Studio. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to open a new terminal and I'm going to write npx Prisma Studio like this, meaning that I have my studio running on localhost 55555. Great. So I'm going to zoom this in a bit and I'm going to click on this plus icon, or you can just, maybe you have this view. So basically you should have the companion now, and you can see that I have the two companions, both created by Antonio. This is my user ID, and both of them are Cristiano Ronaldo, famous footballer. You can see basically exactly what we just created, and you can see the relation with the category that we have, movies and TV for this one, and this one is famous people. Great, so our form officially works. Now, if you want to, you can already try the edit form by copying the ID and going to /companion/new, but instead of new, pasting the ID of the companion, and there we go. You can see how now I can edit my companion. So let's go ahead and write Cristiano Ronaldo 3, for example. So you don't have to do this. We're gonna do this later separately with the proper edit button, but if you quickly want to do it, you can go ahead and just copy the ID from Prisma Studio if you have access to it, and replace your URL to be /companion, but instead of new, which is to create a new one, replace that new with the actual ID of the companion you're trying to edit. And you should see this screen filled with your companion information. And if I change this to Cristiano Ronaldo 3, for example, and click edit your companion, it's not going to work because we have not created a route to update our companion yet. So let's go ahead and let's quickly do that in order to fix that. So we have to create this /API/companion with the ID. So the reason I want to do this already is because it's very simple to do, and we are already familiar with this API route, which we use to create the companion. And it's going to be very similar, if not almost exactly the same, for the patch route. So let's go ahead and let's do that now. So inside of your API companion folder, create a new folder, companion ID, like this, in square brackets like that, and inside create a new file, route.ts, like this. And what you can do is copy the entire post route for creating the companion, and you can just paste that in the patch route right here. And now, of course, we're just going to modify this a little bit. So besides just having, well, first things first, it's not going to be a post request, it's going to be a patch request. And besides just having the request in its parameters here, it's also going to have params like this. So go ahead and destructure the params like that, and let's give it a type. Params is an object which has companion ID, which is a type of string. So make sure that this companion ID matches the folder name which you wrote right here. So it needs to be in square brackets, and the casing is important. So capital I in ID is important. So otherwise this is always gonna be undefined for you. Great, so make sure you do that. And now let's go ahead, and before we check anything, let's check if we have that params.companion ID. If we don't have it, return new next response. Companion ID is required like that, with a status of 400 like that. Great. And all of this can stay exactly the same. Same thing for this check for subscription. We're going to do that later. But instead of calling .create, we're going to call .update, which means we have to add a where object here. And where is going to be very simple. It's going to be ID params.companion ID like this. Great. And let's just quickly fix this error. So instead of companion post, it's going to be companion patch like this. Perfect. So now this should actually work, because the route that we have now is /API/companion/ the actual ID of the companion. And if you look in our companion form for the patch, we have /API/companions and the actual ID of our companion. So I'm going to go ahead and test now. So I'm going to refresh. So the way I loaded this edit page is I went into my Prisma Studio, I looked at my companions, I copied the ID of one of them, I went back in my form right here, and I replaced the /new with the actual ID. And there we go. Now I can edit this Cristiano Ronaldo, and I'm going to change this to Cristiano Ronaldo 3, and I'm going to attempt to save. Let's see if that works. Seems like it does. Perfect. And let me just refresh this Prisma Studio to see if the data has been updated, and it did. You can see Cristiano Ronaldo 3. Perfect. So now we have both our creation and updating our companions functional. Great job so far. What we're gonna do next is we're actually gonna go ahead and map over them in this homepage right here, so you can actually start seeing some chat functionality with those characters. Amazing job so far. Let's go ahead and let's find a way to render our companions right here. So before we continue doing this, make sure that in your Prisma Studio you have at least one companion so you can render something here. If you have nothing in your Prisma Studio in the companions field, make sure that you create one using our new form right here, and then go back to the home page right here. So the first thing we have to do is we have to add another model inside of our schema Prisma and connect it with the companion model. So let's go inside of the Prisma folder, schema.prisma right here, and let's go ahead and let's create an enum for the role of our new model, which is going to be called message. So let's go ahead and write enum role like this, and we're going to have two possibilities, either user or system like this. So it's going to make sense in a second when we create a model message like this. So model message is going to have an ID, which is going to be a type of string, ID decorator, and default is going to be UUID like this. And then it's going to have a role, which is going to be a type of this role, which we just created here. So basically the message can either be sent from the user side or from the system side. So that's why I wanted to create that. And now let's go ahead and let's give this message some content, which is going to be a type of string and db.text like that. And let's go ahead and give it created at, which is a date time with a default value of now, like this. And let's go ahead and give it updated at, which is also date time, but it uses a special decorator, updated at, like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's give it a companion ID, which is a type of string, and a user ID, which is also a type of string like this. And now let's create a relation with the companion using companion model at relation like this. Fields is going to be companion ID. References is going to be ID as well. I'm just going to expand my screen so you can see this better like this. So references is going to be ID, and we're also going to have on delete cascade like this. So we can safely remove the companion, and all the messages are going to be deleted as well for that companion. Great, so that's why this on-delete cascade is important. Otherwise, if you don't add this on-delete cascade and you try to delete your companion, you're gonna get an error because there are outstanding relations with the message model. So that's why we here give it an instruction that when the companion has been deleted, go ahead and cascade the message model. Great, and now that we have that, we have to create an equivalent relation in the companion model. So go ahead inside of your companion model here, and just below this category ID, go ahead and add messages like this, and it's going to be a message model, which is an array like this. Great, and now we no longer have an error, but we do have a warning, and we can fix that quickly by adding at index like this, and inside of that array add companion ID like this. There we go. So now the message model is ready. And what do we have to do every time we modify our Prisma? Well, I suggest you shut down your application and then run the two important commands, npx prisma generate, so we add it to node modules, and then npx prisma db push, so we push it to our MySQL database on planet scale like that. And after this is done, you can go ahead and run your application on localhost 3000 again, and make sure you refresh your application so everything is up to date. Great, now that that is ready, where we have to go is we have to go inside of our app folder, root right here, inside of routes, and go ahead and go inside of page.tsx right here. So this is our root page. And the first thing I want to extract from here is our search params. So you might be wondering, well, what are the search params? Well, those are going to be this stuff in our URL, which are triggered when we click on a category or when we search for something, for example. So in my URL now I have category ID and I have name. So I want to extract that in this server component so I can fetch my companions using those filters if there are any. So for now I'm going to clear everything from my URL like this. I'm going to expand my code screen, and let's go ahead and let's write interface root page props like this. We're gonna have search params like this, category ID, which is a type of string, and name, which is a type of string. So we know where we get category ID and where we get name, but where do we get search params? Why is it named like this? Well, that is a convention in Next 13 server components. So if you're wondering where did these search params come from, why do we have it here? Every server component has them. So that's how you can access that in every single server component. Very cool. Now let's go ahead inside of this arrow function and let's go ahead and extract our search params like this. And now we have to assign the props, root page props like this. Great. And now above these categories, let's go ahead and let's load all the data needed for our companions. So const data is equal await prisma_db.companion like this dot find many. Let's go ahead and use the where to filter out which companions we want to load. So first we're going to check for the category ID like this, search params dot category ID. So if there is any category ID selected, we're only going to load those companions which fit that category ID. Great. And then let's go ahead and use the full text search on the name field. So I want to quickly go back to my schema Prisma and go inside of the companion model. So for the name, what we did is we added the string type and we added db text. So db text, along other stuff that it does, also makes the field searchable using this full text search and full text index preview feature right here. So that, and we also enabled full text on the name field right here. So that's why we can do this. We can do name, we can open an object and write search like this, search params dot name like this. So we can use that to do a full text search on the name. Perfect. Now that we have that, we're done with our where object. And now let's go ahead and let's add an order by object. And I want to order by the newest created. So created at is going to be descending. And the last thing I want to do is I want to add another query in this PrismaDB companion find many, which is going to count all the messages which this companion has. So regardless of which user is logged in, I want to load every single message that has been generated for this companion. So we want to show users how many people talk to this companion, how many messages has it generated so far. Great. So let's go ahead and write include like this. Let's go ahead and write underscore count like that. Open another object and write select like this and messages true like this. So we could have also done this a different way, of course. We could have done a separate const messages count await prisma db.messages and then do a very complex query depending on all the data, but I think there's no need for that. This is a much better way of doing it. So in this very same query where we load our companions, we also include a underscore count where we select all the message relations, and we created a relation right here. So we have the messages. So it's going to count how many items are in this array of messages and provide that in our count field, underscore count field. Great. So now that we have that, save this file, and below categories we're gonna create a new component called companions like this and give it the data of data, and it is a self-closing tag. Now of course we're gonna get an error because companions does not exist, so let's go inside of our components folder and create a new file, companions.tsx like this. Let's go ahead and write export const companions like this and return a div companions like that. And now let's go back inside of our root page where we have the companions, and let's just import the companions from @/components companions like this. So now we have the companions, so we can save the file and we're no longer getting an error, but we have a text rendering companions here, but we do have a type error. So let's go back inside of our companions component and let's go ahead and create an interface companion props like this. So data is going to be, go ahead and open parentheses like this. It's going to be a companion like this. And we included something called underscore count messages number like this. And now just go ahead and add the array at the end. And let me just import this companion. So this companion comes from @prisma/client like this. And let me just see why we are getting these errors here. All right, so I did a stupid mistake. I'm missing this right here. So make sure you have underscore count, then this, not the semicolon, but the other thing. I forgot what it's called. Let's call it double dot. Okay, so I forgot to put the double dot after count. So just make sure you put that, and then there are no errors here. Great. So basically we created an array of a companion model from Prisma, but we told the TypeScript it also has something that you might not expect, which is the underscore count with the messages count in here, because that's what we included right here. Great, so now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's extract this data here, and let's add companion props like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create our empty state. So we're gonna write if data.length is 0. So if we loaded 0 companions, that can either happen if we didn't add any companions at all, or if we entered a search which does not match anything, or if we chose a category which has no companions. So if that happens, let's go ahead and let's return a div. Let's give this div a class name of pt-10 flex-column like this, items-center, justify-center, and space-y, space-y-3 like this. And inside of this div, we're going to create another div which is going to hold our empty placeholder image. So this div is going to be relative w-60 and h-60 as well. And inside, we're going to add the image component from next/image like this. So make sure you've imported image from next/image. Let's go ahead and let's give this a fill property, and let's give it class name of grayscale like this, so it looks black and white. And let's give it an alt of empty. And let's give it a source of /empty.png. So we don't have this source right here. So let's go ahead and let's add it to our public folder. So prepare your public folder here where you already added placeholder.svg. Go inside of my repository, go into public and find empty.png like this. So just copy this image, download it and paste it in your public folder, and make sure it's named empty.png like this. Or you can of course find any image you like, it doesn't matter. Great, so now we have that working, and let's see if we can use some query to trigger that. So I'm going to type something completely random. Okay, and there we go. So we have the image showing right here. But I also want to add a text below that image. So let's go ahead to this div which is encapsulating our image, go below it and write a paragraph, no companions found like this. And let's just give it a class name of text-sm and text-muted-foreground like this. So it looks a bit better. Great. Now go ahead and remove this search. So this should not appear now, but you should see this companions text. And let's actually create an iteration over our companions. So in order to begin doing that, we have to add another ShadCN component. This time it's going to be the card component. So go ahead and find the card component in ShadCN UI, and this is the command we have to run, npx ShadCN UI latest add card. I'm going to copy that here. I'm going inside of my terminal. I'm going to expand this. Great, and this is what I'm going to write. So npx ShadCN-UI at latest add card. Go ahead and confirm this installation, and you can run your project again. And of course, if you actually shut down your project, make sure you refresh it after you've run it again. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's give this div a grid. So class name grid-calls -2, so that's going to be on small devices. On small devices, grid calls 2 is on extra small devices. Now on small devices, we're going to have grid calls 3. On medium devices, we're going to have grid calls 4. On large devices, we're going to do grid-calls -4 again. My apologies, -5. And on XL, we're going to have grid-calls -6. Like that. And let's give this grid a gap of 2 and padding bottom of 10 like this. Great. So now inside of this, instead of that text companion, we're actually going to go ahead and write data.map, get the individual item, and we're going to go ahead and immediately render our card from ./UI card. So that is what we just added. So let me show you where I imported that. So right here, import card from ./UI card or /components UI card like this. Great. So now that we have that, let's give this card a key. Well, I'm actually going to collapse this. So let's give this card a key of item.id because it's a companion, so it has an ID. And let's give it a class name of bg-primary-/10 rounded-xl cursor-pointer hover-opacity-75 and transition and border-0 like this. Great. Now inside of that card, we're going to add a link component from next/link. So make sure you've imported a link from next/link, and I'm going to keep it at the top. Great. Let's go ahead and let's give this link an href. Go ahead and open curly brackets and add some backticks inside. And we're going to write /chat/item.id. So this route does not exist yet, but it's going to exist in the future. Now let's add card header from add/components UI card. So make sure you've imported the card header like this. Inside of that, we're going to go ahead and give it class name flex items-center justify-center text-center and text-muted-foreground like this. And inside, let's go ahead and add a div which is going to encapsulate our image. So relative w-32 and h-32 like this. And let's go ahead and render the image, which we already have imported because we used it. So the image comes from next/image like this. Okay, and we're gonna go ahead and give it a source of item.source, a fill property, and a class name rounded-xl object-cover like this, and an alt is going to be character or companion, whatever you like. Great, so you can see how I added 2 Ronaldos, and now I have 2 Ronaldos rendering right here, and if I expand, you can see that they fill different types of screen. Great. So let's continue developing this, and just outside of this div, which is encapsulating our image, let's go ahead and let's add a paragraph, which is going to render our companion name like this, and let's give this a class name of font-bold like that. Great. Below that div, we're going to go ahead and add another paragraph with the class name text-extra small like this, and we're going to render item.description like this. So it says Cristiano Ronaldo, famous footballer too, and same thing here. Great. So we can now end the card header, and we can actually open the card footer from add/components UI card. So make sure you've imported that as well. So I have card footer, and card header from add/components UI card. And in this card footer, go ahead and give it a class name of flex items-center justify-between text-extra small and text-muted-foreground like this. Okay, now inside of this card footer, go ahead and create a P, which is going to render item.username like this. And you can add a little @ sign so it looks like, so it indicates that this is from that user. And let's give this a class name of lowercase like this. I just think it looks better. Great. And now we're going to create a div below that, and the class name of flex items-center like this. First element is going to be our messages square icon from Lucid React. So make sure you've imported messages square from Lucid React like this. I'm going to move it to the top with the others. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to give this a class name of w-3, h-3, and margin right 1 like this. So very small icon. And below that, we're going to render item._count.messages, which are both going to be 0 for now, but when we start adding some messages, it's automatically going to get updated inside. Great, great job. So you finished creating a grid for these items, and if you click on one of those, you're gonna get to a 404. So what we have to do next is we have to create our chat screen. Great job so far. Let's go ahead and let's create this 404 page right here. So in order to do that, what we have to do is we have to create a new route group inside of this app folder right here, because I don't want it to have the same layout with the sidebar and navigation bar. I want it to seem like a separate layout with a separate with a separate design. So let's go ahead inside of the app folder and create a new folder, in parentheses, chat, like this. So this will not affect the URL yet. But inside, we're gonna go ahead and create a new folder called routes, like this. And inside of that, we're gonna create another folder, and this one is not gonna be in parentheses. So this is gonna be an actual folder which affects the URL, and it's gonna be called chat. And inside of that, a new folder in square brackets, chat ID, like this. And this is where we are going to create our page.tsx, like this. So let's go ahead and let's create chat ID page, and let's create a div hello chat ID page, like this. So now if you actually go ahead and try and click on one of your companions, you should no longer get a 404, but you should get an empty hello chat ID page. So the reason that is working is because pay attention to my URL. So it's /chat and then the ID, like this. And that is where we added that inside of our routes companion. Inside of our routes page.tsx right here inside of this companions folder. So when we click on one of the companions, we use a link href to redirect to /chat/ID of the companion. So that's why this is working, because our route group is chat, which doesn't affect the URL. Our routes group is chat, which doesn't affect the URL either. So these are purely organizational. And then we have a folder which affects the URL, which is called chat. And then we have a dynamic part of the URL called chat ID. So that's why this is working. Great. What I want to do now is I want to create a separate layout for this organizational chat folder. So the layout we're going to put inside is going to be the same as in this. So it's going to affect only the routes inside of this organizational folder. So go inside of your chat folder and create a new file, layout.tsx, like this. And of course, now you're going to get an error. So make sure it looks like this. In your organizational folder chat, create a layout, but outside of the routes folder, like this. Now we have an error. So we have to add an export here. So let's go ahead and write chat layout, like this, and let's go ahead and extract the children prop inside, and let's just give it some types. So children is a type of react.react node, like this, and inside we're gonna go ahead and open a div and render the children like this. So no error and nothing has changed yet. So let's go ahead and give it a class name of mxAuto. Max width is 4xl, like this. And let's go ahead and give it h-full and w-full, like this. Great. So now if you go ahead and expand your page, you can see that it has a big space on the side. That's because we don't allow it to go further than a specific viewport. Great job. Now we can go back inside of our routes, chat ID page.tsx right here, and let's continue our development here. So what I want to do here is I want to load the companion which has this ID from our URL. Let's go ahead and let's give our chat ID page some interface. So interface chat ID page props, like this. It's going to have params chat ID string. So the same thing as we did with search params previously. But the reason this is stored in params and not search params is because it's not a query like, for example, /name name something. That is stored in search params. That's where we will find this value. But when we have a dynamic part of ID like this, that is stored inside params, like that. Great. So keep on this page, and now we have this. So let's go ahead and let's extract the params here. And let's assign this props, chat ID page props, like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's fetch the current user ID. So extract user ID from auth, which you can import from @clerk/Next.js, as I did on the top right here. If there is no user ID, in that case, let's just return redirect to sign in from Clerk Next.js as well, like this. Perfect. Now we can safely fetch our companion. So const companion is equal to await prisma.db, which you can import from /lib prisma.db, and I'm just going to separate it from this top import because it's our local import. prisma.db.companion.find unique. Let's go ahead and write where id is params.chat id, like this. So the reason it is chat ID is because we named our folder chat ID. So make sure that in your types you have chat ID. Make sure that the folder is named chat ID, and make sure that you use params.chat ID here. And we have an error because we cannot use await in a function which is not asynchronous. So make sure you turn the chat ID page into an asynchronous arrow function like this. And let's go ahead and let's add our include messages like this, order by, created at, ascending. So we are going to load all the messages relating to this companion, but we're not just going to load all messages. We are only going to load messages where we have the current user ID. So we are only going to load messages between this companion and the currently logged in user. And after this messages object right here, go ahead and add the count. And this count is going to count all messages from all users, because we're going to use that in the header. So it's going to be the same thing as we saw on our homepage, but this time in the header. So select messages true, like this. Messages like this. Great. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and check if we successfully fetched that companion. So if there is no companion, in that case, return redirect to slash like this, and make sure you import redirect from next/navigation. So this is where I added that. So import redirect from next/navigation, and I'm moving it to the top right here. Great. Now that we have that, we can go ahead and instead of returning this div, we can return chat client like this and pass in the companion like this. And of course, we're going to get an error because we didn't have that yet. So inside of this folder, chat ID, create a new folder called components. And inside, create a new file, client.tsx, like this. Great. And inside of this client, go ahead and mark it as use client, and export const. It's going to be called chat client, like this. And just return a div saying chat ID client, like that. And then go back inside of your chat ID page, and you can import chat client from ./components client, like this. So I did that right here. Perfect. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's fix this type error. So go back inside of your components client.tsx, which has the chat ID client, and let's go ahead and write interface chat client props, like this. Companion is a type of companion from Prisma client, so make sure you import that. And we also included something inside. We included messages, so that is a type of message, again from Prisma client, and it's an array. And we also included the count. So underscore count, it's an object with messages, which is a number, like this. Perfect. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and extract the companion like this, and let's assign the props, chat client props, like this. And now in our page, there should be no type errors. So let's continue developing inside of our chat client right here. And let's go ahead and give this div a class name, flex-call, h-full, p-4, and space-y-2, like this. So you can see how now it has a bit of padding on both sides. And now we're going to go ahead and create our first component here called chat header, like this. And we're going to pass in the companion, like this. And of course, if we save, we're going to get an error. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of our components folder. And let's create a new file, chat-header.tsx, like this. Great. Let's mark this as use client. Let's create an interface, chat header props, like this. It's going to have a companion, which is a type of companion from Prisma client. And it's also going to have messages, which is a type of message from Prisma client. And it's an array. And it's also going to have a count object with messages as number, like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and export const chat header and return a div saying chat header like this. And let's just extract this props, so companion, and let's assign the interface chat header props like this. Great. And now that we have the chat header, we can go back inside of our app, chat, routes, chat ID, components, client, and import this chat header from /components chat header. And I'm just going to separate these imports, and there we go. We no longer have an error, and we can go back inside of the chat header, which is in our components folder right here. Great. So now what we're going to do is we're going to add some classes to this div. So class name is going to be flex w dash full justify dash between items dash center border dash b border dash primary /10 and pb dash 4 like this. So you can see how we now have a bit of a border here, and so some obvious spacing that this is going to be a header. Great. Let's go ahead and remove this, and let's write a div with the class name flex gap dash x dash 2 items dash center like this, and go ahead and add a button from ./UI button. So I imported that here, or you can do it from components UI button, and I'm of course going to separate the imports. Let's go ahead and give this button a size of icon and a variant of ghost like this. And the icon which is going to have is chevron left from Lucid React. So make sure you've imported chevron left from Lucid React like this. And now that you have that, let's go ahead and give this chevron left some class names. So h-8 and w-8 like this. Great. And now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's add our router. So const router is equal use router from next/navigation. So no next router, but next/navigation. Make sure you don't do that mistake. I'm going to move it with the global imports. Okay, and now that we have the router, we can add an onClick to this button. So onClick is going to be an arrow function router.back like this. So it's just going to go back to where we previously were. So if you click back, you should be redirected to the home page. And if I click on anything, you should see this screen again. And you can, of course, go back. So just make sure you're in the chat client screen. And let's continue developing this now. So we have to create another component called bot avatar. Let's go ahead and we have to add another component for that from chat.cn. So find the avatar component like this, and let's go ahead and let's find how we install it. So we use this command right here. Whoops. I'm just going to copy it for npm version. I'm going to go inside of my terminal right here. I'm going to shut down the app, and this is the command I'm going to run. So npx chat.cn-ui at latest add avatar. Go ahead and press enter, go ahead and confirm the installation, and after that is done, you can run dev again. Great, and just refresh your local host, of course. Great, now let's go ahead outside of this button, so after it, and add a bot avatar like this, and of course we're gonna get an error because bot avatar does not exist. So let's go and in this components folder create a new file bot-avatar.tsx like this. So it's in the same place where the chat header is. Great. Inside of this bot avatar, go ahead and export const bot avatar like this, and let's go ahead and return a div avatar like that. Let's go back inside of our chat header, which is in the components, and let's import the bot avatar so we are not seeing this error. And I'm just going to modify the import to be /components bot avatar like this. Great, so no error, and we have the text avatar. So let's go back inside of this bot avatar component and let's create an interface for it. So interface bot avatar props. Source is going to be a string, so very simple interface for it, and let's go ahead and extract the source and let's just map it to bot avatar props interface like this. Great, and instead of using a div, we're going to use an avatar from ./UI avatar, so make sure you don't accidentally import it from Radix like this. And of course I'm going to replace this to /components like that. The avatar is going to have a class name of h-12 and w-12, and inside we're going to use avatar image from the same import as /components UI avatar like this, and it is a self-closing tag which only accepts the source to be source like this. Great, so we have that ready. Let's go back inside of our chat header now, and we have to pass in the source. So source is going to be companion.source like this, and there we go. Now we have a nice little bot avatar. So the reason I put that inside of components is because we are going to reuse it for the messages as well. So this way we are prepared for the future. Great. Outside of this bot avatar, go ahead and create a new div with a class name of flex-call gap-y-1 like this, and create a new div inside with a class name flex items-center gap-x-2 like that, and create a paragraph inside which is going to render companion.name like this, and give this paragraph a class name of font-bold like this. Outside of that, go ahead and create a div with a class name of flex items-center text-xs and text-muted-foreground like this. Inside of this div, we're going to render the messages square from Lucid React. So make sure you've imported that right here. So we already have chevron left, and now we have messages square, which we added here. Let's go ahead and give it a class name of w-3 h-3 and margin 1 like this. And after messages square, we're gonna go ahead and render companion._count.messages like this. So we're gonna show the total number of all messages from all users in this header, so user knows this is an active chatbot, for example. Great, now outside of this div and outside of this div, so basically this div which is encapsulating the companion name and the messages, go outside of it. And let's go ahead and let's create a paragraph with class name text-xs text-muted-foreground, and it's going to render created by companion.username like this. So now it says created by Antonio here. Perfect. I really like how this looks. Great. What we have to do now is we have to get our current user. So let's go ahead and write const user from user from Clerk Next.js. So we can use auth, we can use user. Clerk has a lot of options for us. And that's one more thing I love about Clerk. It has a bunch of hooks, so you can get more information about the user, or we could have used auth from Clerk and then we would just get the user ID. Great. So let's just do the use user for this case. So I imported use user from Clerk and I have the use user hook here, and I'm extracting the user. Great. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go outside of this paragraph right here, outside of this div, and outside of this div as well. So all the way to the last div right here, go ahead and create a conditional. If user .id is identical to companion.user_id, only then are we going to render the following. We're going to create a drop-down menu, and we already have that, so we don't need to add it from SaaS.cn. We used it for our dark and light mode toggle. So drop-down menu from /UI drop-down menu like this. So I imported it here, and I'm going to change to components drop-down UI menu. If for any reason you don't have this, you can always go to SaaS.cn UI, go ahead and find the drop-down menu and follow the installation instructions. Great, so I'm gonna go back inside. So only if we are the creator of this companion, which we are because currently we are the only ones who created anything, we are going to offer some additional options here. So go ahead and add drop-down menu trigger from /components UI drop-down menu. Make sure you don't accidentally import from Radix because it's not going to work and you're not going to have any styling visible. So go ahead and import this from UI drop-down menu like this, a drop-down menu trigger. Okay. And we're going to go ahead and give it a button, which we already have imported. And we're going to render an icon more vertical from Lucid React. And we're going to go ahead and give this drop-down menu trigger a prop as child. And we're going to go ahead and give this button a variant of secondary and the size of icon like this. Great. So this is our drop-down trigger. And we already have button imported, so just make sure you do as well. Great. So now that we have that, let's go outside of the drop-down menu trigger and let's go inside of the drop-down menu content from add/components UI drop-down menu. So make sure you've imported that as well and make sure there is no radix in your imports. And we're going to give it a prop align end like this. And let's go ahead and let's add the drop-down menu item from add/components UI drop-down menu. So one more thing you have to import from here. Great. And let's go ahead and for the first one, add an edit element. So edit icon from Lucid React. So make sure you import edit from Lucid React. Okay. Let's go ahead and let's give it a class name of W-4, H-4 and margin right 2. And let's write a text edit like this. Great. So if you're not seeing this, just go ahead and click so you can see. Besides that, you can copy this entire drop-down menu item. And for the second one, we're going to use the trash icon from Lucid React. So make sure you have imported that. I'm just going to collapse all of this so you can see nicely in one screen. There we go. So I have chevron left, edit, message square, more vertical and trash from Lucid React. Great. And instead of edit, we're going to say delete like this. Great. So let's see what each of these has to do. Let's go ahead and we already have the router, so we can use that for the edit because all the edit is supposed to do is it's supposed to redirect to our form, but with the ID in the URL. So we trigger the edit form. So in this drop-down menu item for the edit, go ahead and add on click an arrow function to be router.push. And I'm just going to expand my screen so you can see the entire code. Go ahead and open parentheses, add some backticks and write /companion/ this special object companion.id like this. So now if you go ahead and click on edit, you should get redirected. Or you can just refresh. Okay, it worked, but I refreshed early. So just click edit and you should get redirected to this form where you can edit your companion. Great. So I'm going to go back inside of my homepage. I'm going to click on Ronaldo and I'm going to continue developing here. We're also going to create a function for delete, which now, well, won't do much yet. But let's go ahead and let's add our toast. So const toast from use toast, which you can import from ./UI use toast like this. So this is where I imported it and I'm going to rename it to /components UI use toast. Great. So now that we have the toast, let's go ahead and let's create const on delete function, which is going to be an asynchronous arrow function with a try and catch block like this. And in the catch, let's go ahead and add a toast with a description of something went wrong like this and a variant of destructive like this. And in the try block, we're going to go ahead and run await Axios. So make sure you import Axios. I'm going to go ahead and move it all the way to the top of my application like this. So Axios, great. So await Axios.delete, open backticks /API/companions/ open a special object companion.id. So the same route we are actually using to patch and edit our companions is going to be used to delete one. Great. And after this has been done, we're going to go ahead and open a toast with a description success like this. Great. And now let's use this on delete for this drop-down menu item, which has the trash icon and delete text. So I'm just going to add on click on delete like this. So now if you try that, we should get an error because that route does not exist. So I'm just going to refresh this. I'm going to click delete. And there we go. We got an error because that route doesn't exist. So we just pointed to a 404 page. Let's go ahead and let's resolve that error now. So we have to go inside of our app folder. I'm going to close everything now. Inside of our app folder, inside of API, inside of companion ID, and inside of the route. And in here, you should have the patch function. So let's go ahead and let's add the delete function. So export asynchronous function delete like this. It has a request, which is like request for the first parameter, and the second one is going to be params, which has an object, and inside it holds companion ID, which is a type of string. So the same thing we did in the patch function, you can also copy it from here to ensure that there are no typos like this. There we go. Let's go ahead and open this. Let's open a try and catch block. So in the catch, let's get the error and let's just run console log. It doesn't matter how you log this, but I like to do it in this way. So console log companion delete and an error. So when I see this in my console, I'm gonna know, okay, so something went wrong with the delete function in my API regarding the companion. So that's why I do this. You don't have to do this, but I think it's very useful to have logs. And let's return new next response, internal error like this with a status of 500 like that. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's get our user ID. So user ID from out, which we already we don't have imported. So let's go ahead and let's add out from @clerk Next.js. So I import that out from @clerk Next.js. Here we use the current user because we needed a bunch of more information, but we can use out to just get the user ID. Or you could also do the same thing you did here. It's purely your choice. Great. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and check if there is a missing user ID. So if we are not logged in that case, return new next response, unauthorized, and a status of 401 like this. Otherwise, let's go ahead and delete this companion. So const companion is equal await prisma.db dot companion dot delete. So you already have prisma.db imported because you used it in the patch function. It's right here. So delete where we have the user ID and ID params.companion ID. So what we did here is we only enable the deletion of a companion which is owned by the currently logged in user and the ID passed in the URL. So no other user will be able to remove your companion. Only you will be able to remove your companion. Great. Then let's just return next response.json with deleted companion like this. Perfect. So now that we have that, let's go back here and let's try the deletion now. I just want to see if we have to do some more things. Yeah, we actually have to do some more things. So not in the API, but let's go back inside of our chat header. So inside of components, chat header right here. So we only did a toast of success if it's successfully deleted, but let's also add router.refresh. So we refresh all server components with the newest data, even if it was deleted, and router.push to slash like this. Great. So save that. Refresh your page and let's try now. So in my Prisma Studio, let's see, I have two categories. So Cristiano Ronaldo 3 and Cristiano Ronaldo. So I'm looking at Cristiano Ronaldo 3 and I'm going to use the delete function and something went wrong again. So let's go ahead and see what went wrong. All right, so the mistake is in our onDelete function. So take a look what I wrote in my API. So I wrote API companions and let's take a look at what we have. So inside of my app folder API, we don't have companions. We only have companions. So that's a mistake on my part. Let's go ahead and change the companions to just be companion like this. Save the file again, refresh again. So again, I have two items inside. I'm refreshing this and I'm clicking delete. And let's see, there we go, success. And it should redirect me back to the page. You can see that I only have one now and I'm gonna refresh my Prisma here. And there we go, it's removed from here as well. Perfect, so now you have a working header component for your chat. Next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna create an input component and then we're gonna create an actual messages and all the necessary services for that. Great job so far. So before we move on and build our form and our messages screen, what I want to do is fix a security issue we have
with our edit functionality. So right now, whenever we are on this edit screen, let's go ahead. I'm going to close everything here and I'm going to go inside of my app folder, inside of root, routes right here, companion ID page. So what's going on here? Well, one thing we're not taking care of is that we're not checking whether this is the user who created this companion. So anyone can edit any companion right now. That's not something we want. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to add authentication in here and I'm going to pass in the user ID to this where clause. And I'm going to do the same thing in the patch route in the API. So let's go ahead and let's add const user ID from out and import out from @clerk/Next.js. So this is where I imported my auth and I'm going to move it to the top like this. And first let's check if there is no user ID. So if there is no user ID, in that case we can redirect to sign in from Clerk Next.js as well. So make sure you imported this as well. Great, so now we have that solved, and what I'm going to do is alongside ID, I'm also going to pass user ID like this. So only the user who created this companion will be able to see this screen. Let's go ahead and let's test this. So I'm going to test it by copying this URL. So go ahead and copy the URL and try and use another account. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use some other account. Let's go ahead and let's try this one. Okay, I think I just found another mistake in our app. Let me try here. So I just went back to localhost. Okay, so I definitely didn't create Cristiano Ronaldo here. We can see that because I don't have the 3 dots here. But what happens if I go and paste this link? There we go. So it works because right now you can see that I'm not seeing the information about Cristiano Ronaldo. So even though we have the correct URL, we are not fetching that companion because we don't have the user ID. And let's see what happened just a few seconds ago. So I logged out and I went on a different website, it seems. Yes, you can see my URL is completely different. Okay, so let's quickly fix that. So go back to localhost 3000 and let's go inside of our Navbar component. So that is located in components Navbar. And in here we have the user button. And yes, I forgot to add after sign out URL to be a /. So that's one thing I forgot. So let's try this again. I'm going to log in right here. Okay, let's just test if edit works on the proper account. So it does, great. And if I try log out, there we go. So I'm back in my actual application. And if I log in, I'm back inside. Great. So this is what we were missing. Okay. And one more thing we have to add is also the protection on the backend. So go inside app folder, inside of API, companion ID, route. So where we added our delete function, you can see how here we are protecting that because we passed in the user ID, but in here we are not. So let's just go ahead and add user ID here as well. And that is actually mapped in user.id like this. So great. Now even in the API, it's protected. And let's just check if that works. So I'm going to go in my companion. Whoops, this is not the one I created. So I'm going to go and sign out. And I'm going to go inside the one that I did create right here. Okay. So now I have these options. I'm going to click edit and I'm going to change the Cristiano Ronaldo to. And let's click edit your companion. Let's see if this is working. There we go. I got a success message and Cristiano Ronaldo too. Great. So we fixed that security issue. And now let's go ahead and let's create our form and our messages display. So in order to do that, I'm going to collapse everything and I'm going to go inside of my terminal right here. Inside of the terminal, I'm going to go ahead and npm install a package called AI. So just this, just AI like that. npm install AI. This is a package from Vercel and they have a really cool name for a package. So just wait a couple of seconds for this to install and npm run dev again. Great. And refresh your application. Perfect. Now that we have that, let's go ahead, let's go inside of our app folder, chat, routes, chat ID, components, client right here. So make sure you are in chat client. So only thing we render so far is the chat header. Before we continue and render the other stuff, let's go ahead and let's add some hooks, some states, and some other functionalities that we need. So const router is equal use router from next/navigation. So make sure you import use router from next/navigation, and I'm gonna move it to the top. Next one we need is the state. So const messages set messages is equal to use state from React. So make sure you've imported that, and I'm also gonna move it to the top like this. All right, and the type of the items in that state is going to be chat message props, but we don't have it yet, so let's just put any and an array like this, and go ahead and just write companion dot messages like this. There we go. Now that we have this, let's go ahead and let's use this AI tool. So I'm gonna write const an empty array is equal to use completion like this. And let's go ahead and let's import use completion from AI/React. So import use completion from AI/React like this. There we go. So now it works. The things we are going to extract from this use completion is input, is loading, handle input change, handle submit, and set input like this. Great. And inside of this hook use completion, we're going to go ahead and we're going to define what is the API call, which is going to generate our AI messages. So that is going to be a property API, and go ahead and use backticks. So it's going to be a route that doesn't exist yet, but we're going to create it very soon. /API/chat and /companion.id like this. Great. The following options are going to be on finish, which accepts the prompt and completion like this. So it's a function, but we are not going to use the prompt. We are only going to use the completion. So you do need to pass in prompt regardless. You cannot do just this, because now this is the prompt. So be careful. It's in the second place right here. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a const system message like this. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to put the role to be system like this. And content is going to be completion. So we're going to create a message which came back from our AI. So this is going to be the AI message object. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to add them to the current message array, which we defined right here. So set messages. We're going to use the current messages. We're going to go ahead and spread current and add the system message like this. And we're going to clear the input, which the user wrote. It's all going to make more sense when we add some other fields, but we do have to finish this first in order to start developing other parts. And after this is done, I'm going to call router refresh. So all server components are updated as well. Perfect. So now that that is done, let's go ahead and let's write our onSubmit function. So const onSubmit has an event, which is a form event, which you can import from React. So make sure you import form event from React. Go ahead and open pointy brackets and write HTML form element like this. Great. And it is an arrow function. So go ahead and write const user message like this. Role is user and content is the input which user made. So same thing we did with the system message. So what we're doing here is we are waiting for the response of our API, which is going to generate the response of the AI model. And then we store that as a system message and put it in the array of our existing messages. But when we submit from this form, we don't have a form yet, but we're going to create an input. When we submit that input, we're going to create a user message, and we're just going to set messages, use the current, spread the messages, and add the user message at the end like this, and handle submit and pass in the event like this. And this handle submit comes from this use completion. So you can imagine this use completion hook something like use form hook, but we're not going to use React hook form in this part because we have this amazing package from Vercel, which is made for these AI tools. So that's why we are using that. Great. So now we have those two, and let's go ahead and I'm just going to create a div here, and I'm going to write messages to do. And now let's go ahead and let's create our chat form first, because it's much simpler to do. So inside, I'm going to go ahead and pass isLoading to be isLoading, which we have from the useCompletion hook. Input is going to be input. We have it from there as well. Handle input change, same thing. And on submit is going to be our custom on submit, which we just created here. Great. So if you save, of course, you're going to get an error. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of our components folder, and the same place where we created chat header, let's create chat-form.tsx like this. Let's go ahead and let's mark it as use client like this, and let's export const chat form, and let's just quickly fix the error. Chat form like this. Let's go back inside of that client where we use the chat form, and let's import from add/components chat form like this. So the same thing we did with chat header. So now we have the messages to do and we have the chat form. Great. Let's go back inside the chat form and let's create an interface for it. So interface chat form props like this. Input is going to be a type of string. Handle input change is going to be a function which accepts an event, which is a type of change event, which you have to import from React, and it takes the HTML input element like this, or change event, which takes in HTML text area element like this, and it returns a void like that. Great. So I'm going to expand this so you can see it in one line. And maybe just zoom out a bit. So this is how it's supposed to look. Great. Now let's go to the next one, which is on submit. Event is a type of form event, which you can import from React as well. And you pass in the HTML form element. And in the other prop, you have chat request options, which are optional. And they're a type of chat request options. And you have to import that from AI. So import chat request options from AI like this, or undefined like this, and it's also a void. Great. And last one is loading, is a boolean like this. So I just zoomed out a bit so you can see that this is supposed to be all in one line. I'm going to zoom in back now. Great. Yeah. So make sure you have that. And now let's go ahead and let's extract all of those props here. So input, handle input change, on submit, and is loading like this. And let's go ahead and map this interface chat form props like this. There we go. And now in the client, you can see we no longer have any type errors because all of the props are matching from the input, from the handle change, and for the on submit. Great. Now let's go ahead and remove this div, and instead let's put a form element. So a native HTML form element. On submit is going to be on submit, and class name is going to be border-t, border-primary/10 like this, py-4, flex items-center, and gap-x-2 like this. So I'm just going to collapse this like this. There we go. So we have those two. And now go ahead and add the input from /UI input. Or you can just change it to /components like this, as I'm going to do, and I'm going to separate the imports. Let's go ahead and let's give this input a prop of disabled is loading like this, a prop of value to be input. On change is going to be handle input change. Placeholder is going to be type a message like this. And class name is going to be rounded-lg bg-primary/10 like this. There we go. Great. And let's go ahead and let's add a button. So import button from /UI button, or you can change it to /components like this. Inside of this button, let's add a send horizontal my apologies, horizontal from Lucid React. All right, so make sure you have that. Let's go ahead and let's give this button a disabled prop of is loading and a variant of ghost like this. And let's give this a class name of h-6 and w-6 as well. There we go. So now I'm just going to expand this a bit so you can see how this looks. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create our chat messages component. So we are done with the chat form. Now we have to replace this div with a new component called chat messages, which also, of course, doesn't exist. So chat messages, make sure it's multiple, so messages. Great. So companion is going to be one of the props. So passing the companion, it's going to have is loading. It's going to have messages as well. Great. And if you save, of course, you're going to have this error. So let's go ahead and let's create a new component. So inside components, not a folder, but a new file, chat-messages.psx, like this. Let's mark it as use client, and let's export const chat messages like this. And let's return a div chat messages component like this. Now let's go back inside of our app folder, chat routes, components client, and let's import this chat messages like this and save. And there we go. So we no longer have our error. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of our chat messages here and let's create an interface, chat messages props like this. Let's go ahead and write messages to be, for now, any and an array. We're going to change it later when we create another component and its props. Is loading is going to be a boolean, and companion is going to be a type of companion from Prisma client like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's extract this props right here. So messages by default is going to be an empty array, is loading, and companion like this. And let's assign these props. So chat messages props like that. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's create some styling. So let's go ahead and write class name to be flex-1 like this. So you can see how now it filled up the entire screen and our form is at the bottom, exactly what we want. And let's go ahead and write overflow-y-auto. So we want this to be scrollable, and padding right is going to be 4, just because when we get a scroll component, I want to separate it a bit from the scroll bar on the right. Great, so now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's create another component called a chat message. So not chat messages, but chat message like this. So of course, we're going to go ahead and we're going to get an error. So let's quickly fix that. And let's go inside of components and create a new file, chat-message, so singular.psx. Great. Mark this as use client, of course, and export const chat message like this, and return a div chat message component like this. Now we can go back into chat messages and import the singular chat message from /chat message, but I'm going to use /components. And the error should go away. Now let's go back inside of this chat message. Let's go ahead and let's export interface. So we have to export this one because that's what we're going to use in place of those any that I told you we're going to change later. So we're going to use this chat message props like this. So role is going to be either system or user like this. Content is going to be optional and a string. Is loading is going to be an optional boolean, and source is going to be an optional string as well. Great. So let's go ahead. Let's extract these props. So role, content is loading, and source. And let's map those. So chat message props like this. Let's go ahead and let's use the toast. So const toast is equal to use toast from ./UI use toast like that. And you can replace that to /components like this. Great. And let's use the theme. Use theme from next/themes. So make sure you import that as well. All right. And now let's quickly create a copy function, because we are going to be able to copy messages if they are written by our AI companion. So const on copy is going to be a simple arrow function. If there is no content to copy, then just break the message, because we can have a chat message component without content. That's going to be a loading message, right? And let's just use navigator.clipboard.writeText and pass in the content like this. And let's activate the toast, which we used right here, with a description of message copied to clipboard, like that. Great, so we have that now. Now let's go ahead and let's actually style our message, right? But before we do that, let's go back inside of our chat messages here, and let me just add some props here. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna add a source to be companion.source, like this. I'm gonna give it a role of system, and I'm gonna go ahead and write content. Go ahead and open this pointy brackets and backticks and write hello, I am companion.name, comma, and companion.description, like this. So we're gonna have a fake message at the beginning. Great, like this. And let's go back inside of our chat message now, and let's actually use that information to style. So in this div, go ahead and open a class name, open curly brackets, and import cn. So we're gonna have some dynamic classes. So cn from libutils, like this. Let's go ahead. Let's open this cn library, and let's write the default classes, which are group, flex, items dash start, gap dash x dash 3, py dash 4, and w dash full, like this. And now we're gonna have some dynamic stuff. So if role is identical to user, so if we are the one writing this message, I mean, if this is our message, in that case, we're gonna add a special class name, justify-end, because we want it to be on the right side. But if it's a robot speaking, we want it on this side, right? Great. Now let's go ahead and remove this text inside, and let's go ahead and let's write if role is not user, and if we have a source, then we're going to render a bot avatar component, which we already created when we added the header. So import that from /bot avatar, or replace it to components, like this. Okay, we're going to render that, and we're going to pass in the source to be source, like this. There we go. So you can see we have this fake message now, and it uses the avatar for the bot. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's create a div here with the class name of rounded-md, px-4, py-2, max width small, text small, and bg-primary/10, like this. And inside, first, we're gonna check whether we are loading. So is loading ? Let's do it like this. So if we are loading, in that case, let's just write loading like this. Otherwise, let's render the content like this. There we go. So you can see our initial message. Hello, I am Cristiano Ronaldo 2, famous footballer. Great. And one thing I want to change is this loading. So I don't want it to say loading. I want it to be an actual loading animation. So let's go ahead and let's install a package for that. npm install react-spinners. And then npm run dev again and just refresh your application. And let's import a specific spinner. So import beat loader from react-spinners, like this. There we go. And in place of this loading, we're actually gonna go ahead and render the beat loader, which is a self-closing tag. And we're gonna give it a color depending on the current theme. That's why we added this. So if theme is light, in that case, it's gonna be black. Otherwise, it's gonna be white, like this. So I'm just gonna collapse that like this, because we're gonna have one more prop. And that is gonna be, whoops. And give it a size of 5, like this. Okay, and now you can test that by going in chat messages and just add is loading to this one. And there we go. You can see how that looks. Very, very cool, right? And now let's go ahead and let's copy this thing and let's paste it. So we're just playing around now. And instead of role being system, role is going to be user. And we're not going to use this source. We don't need it. All right. So just create a dummy message like this. We're going to remove it later. but I want you to see how that looks. So now what we have to do is we have to create another component called user avatar. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of our components. And you can actually go ahead and copy the bot avatar component. So copy it, paste it, and rename it user avatar.tsx like this. So mine is right here at the bottom, user-avatar. And let's go ahead and let's rename this user avatar instances to, bot avatar instances to user avatar like this. And it's not gonna have any props. So you can remove this. Instead, it's gonna use the user image. So extract the user from user hook from Clerk Next.js. So you can see how much Clerk is helping us, and mark this as use client. And then we can just write user !image URL like this. There we go. That's it. Now let's go back inside of chat message. So singular. And what we're going to write after this div, which renders either the loader or the content, we're going to go ahead and add another conditional. So if role is identical to user, then we're going to render user avatar like this. There we go. You can see how my avatar is here now. So I'm going to go ahead and just modify this import to be /components user avatar like this. There we go. So here we added the bot avatar because I want that to be on the left side of the message. But if we are sending a message, then I want my avatar to be on the right side. So it actually looks better if you expand a bit like this. Great. And one more thing I want to add is the copy clipboard button. So if role is not user, so if this is not a message from the user, and if we are not loading this message, only then I want to add a button from ./UI button. So make sure to import that as well and change it to /components UI button like this. Only then I want to render this, and let's go ahead and give it an onClick to be onCopy, which we created already. So we created onCopy right here. And let's go ahead and give it a class name, opacity-0, group-hover, opacity-100, and transition like this. Size is going to be icon, and variant is going to be ghost like this. And we're going to use the copy icon from Lucid React. So make sure you imported copy from Lucid React. I'm going to move that to the top as well. And let's go ahead and let's give this a class name of W-4 and H-4. So what does this group hover do? Well, it does a very cool thing. So you can see that now there is no button, but when I hover, look at this, the button is right here, and I can copy the message to clipboard, and you can see it's the exact same message. And we can only do that for the AI. We cannot do it for our own, well, because it's our own, right? So how does this work? Well, very, very simple, and it's actually a very cool effect. So we have the parent div right here, which encapsulates all of the items inside. And we gave it a class name group. And then on a very specific element here, we said if we hover on the group, meaning that if we hover anywhere on our parent, right, either on the image or on this content, wherever, but as long as it's in the parent div, only then make this button visible, because by default it's hidden by opacity. So that's how we created that cool little effect. Great. And now that we have this chat message props, let's first go back to chat messages. And let's change this any to be chat message props. And let's go ahead and let's import that from here as well. So if this is not working for you, make sure that you added export interface to chat message props like this. Great. And now let's do the same thing inside of our client in chat ID. So go here, find the any we used, and go ahead and add chat message props like this, and make sure you've imported that from /components/chat message. So singular, don't confuse these two components. They are similarly named, but this one is multiple messages. This one is just a single message. So we have chat message props right here. And now we also have to assign that type to the system message here. like this. So make sure the system message has a type of chat message props, and the same thing for the user message here. So just make sure you write that. There we go. No more errors. Now let's go back inside of our chat messages. And what we're gonna do now is we're gonna do a cool little loading trick for the initial message. So right now, this is how it's gonna look. You can remove this message for the current user, right? No need for that. I only wanted to demonstrate to you so you can see what you're coding. So this is the only message we're gonna have in the beginning. But I want to do a cool typing effect before the user actually, before the AI actually renders this message, right? So this is all fake, but I think it's a better user experience. We are going to get to real AI messages in a moment, but first I want to do this. So let's go ahead and let's add const fake loading set fake loading. It's going to be use state from React. So make sure you've imported that from React. And we're only going to do this whole thing if we have no messages with this AI bot. So if we already have 10 messages with it, or even just one message, we're going to load those messages instantly. But if this is the user's first time talking, let's do a cool effect for a better user experience. So if messages.length is equal to 0, in that case, fake loading is going to be true, otherwise it's going to be false. So this is how it all looks in one line, like this. And let's go ahead and let's create a use effect. So make sure you imported use state and use effect from React. And in this use effect, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to write const timeout is equal to set timeout, open an arrow function and write set fake loading to be false. So we're going to have a fake loading, which is going to last 1 second. So that's 1,000 milliseconds, right? So we have this timeout, and let's just make sure to clear that. Clear timeout like this. So make sure you clear timeout on unmount. We don't want any overflow. So clear timeout with a capital T, Pascal case. And now let's use this fake loading for our first message right here. So is loading is going to be fake loading like this. So I'm going to refresh and show you how this looks now. You can see how for 1 second it's loading. I just think it looks kind of cool. And this is only going to happen if this is the user's first time chatting, so they don't have any messages yet, right? So only then is it a cool effect. Later it will be annoying. But I think for a user visiting for the first time, you know, let's go ahead and let's just load this. For a user visiting for the first time and clicking like this, I think it's a cool effect. Great, so make sure you're in this chat. We're not done with the chat messages component yet. What I want to do now is I want to render the actual messages. So this is a fake message right here, but let's now render actual messages. So messages.map, we have the individual message, and let's go ahead and let's render chat message, which we already have imported. Let's give it a role of message, role of message.role. Let's give it a key of message.id. Message.content. And let's give it a content of message.content. Let's give it and let's give it a source of message.source like this. There we go. So this is going to render all of the messages, both from AI and both from us, right? So messages.map, we have the key, which is content, we have role, which is role, and we have content, which is content, and source, which is source. Make sure you have all of these props right here. And we're going to add another one, and that is loading, like here. So if we're loading, that means that the AI is generating a message. So while that is happening, I want to render another fake chat message. And all it's going to do is going to have a role of system, and it's going to have a source of companion.source. Oops. So companion.source, and is loading state like this. So that is going to happen. Well, you're going to see later. So example, you can change this to true maybe. Now we cannot control it like that, but okay, you're gonna see it later how it's gonna look. basically, or you can just comment it out or just reverse this. So you can see this is how it's gonna look. While the API route is generating, this is how it's gonna look for us. So just make sure you remove this exclamation point. So is loading end chat message like this. Great. And one more thing we have to add is we have to add a ref, which is going to be used to scroll to latest messages. Imagine if we have 1,000 messages in here, right? We don't want to always scroll all the way to the bottom. So we're going to create a functionality which is going to do that for us. So let's go ahead above this state and let's add const scroll ref to be use ref from React. So make sure you've imported that. And let's go ahead and let's give it a type of element ref, which you can import from React. So I've imported it right here, element ref, and go ahead and open pointy brackets, and in annotations, write div like this. And by default, it's going to be null. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's actually create that div. So that div is going to be all the way at the bottom right here. It's a self-closing tag, and just give it a ref of scroll ref like this. There we go. That's it. So that's the element that we're going to use to scroll all the way down. So every time a new message appears, or if we load all messages by just visiting this chat, we're going to scroll all the way down for the users so they don't have to do that. And let's just go ahead and let's add a use effect, which is going to actually do that. So use effect. Let's add the empty array here. And let's just write scroll ref question mark dot current question mark dot scroll into view, and let's give it a behavior smooth like this. And it's gonna happen every time the messages length change. So messages dot length inside the dependency array. Don't forget this part. Great job. So you finished all UI regarding the chat. So you can now go ahead and close everything, go inside the app folder, chat routes, chat ID, components, client right here. There we go. You finished everything here. And you can actually test it. Let's see if we can add a message. So it's obviously going to fail from the API side, but let's see if this is enough to just add our message. So our message, for example. There we go. You can see how this looks, and you can see how for a second the API was loading, but then it failed because we don't have an API route which we are aiming for right here. So we don't have API chat companion ID yet, but we are going to create that in the next part. So we are very close to finally seeing some messages from here. But yeah, you can play around and add some messages. You can see how that looks. Great job so far. So in the next part, we're going to go ahead and create the memory service and all the necessary things we need in order for AI to generate our messages back. So it's time for us to create this route /API/chat companion ID. But before we can do that, we have to install some packages, and we have to create a memory service before we continue any of those. So first thing I want to do is I want to install all the necessary packages which we're going to need to create a memory service. Let's go ahead and let's shut down the application, and let's install npm install at pinecone-database/pinecone. So this is going to be the vector database which we are going to use to create embeddings in order to make an advanced AI model. Great. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's run npm install at upstash/redis. So this is going to be a Redis database which we're going to use for long-term memory. And let's also install npm install upstash/rate limit. We're also going to use Upstash for rate limiting, so no users can spam our AI models more than they should. Great. And let's also go ahead and let's install LangChain. So npm install LangChain like this. So just wait a couple of seconds, and after this is ready, we're going to go ahead and we're going to create some accounts and add environment variables. Great. So now that we have these 3 or 4 packages installed, let's not start the application yet, and let's actually go ahead and let's close everything. And I want you to prepare your environment file because we're going to be adding a bunch of new stuff inside. So first website I want you to visit is pinecone.io. So you can either Google Pinecone vector database and click on the first result, so Pinecone, a vector database for vector search, or you can just visit pinecone.io. Go ahead and create your account. So I'm gonna go and log in now. And this is how that will look like. But for you, you might see a message project initializing, and that can take up to 5 minutes. So just be patient and refresh your page every now and then until you get this welcome to your starter project, let's get started. So first thing you want to do is you want to create an index. So let's go and let's give this index a name. So I want you to do exactly the same as I do. So we're going to give this a name of companion like this. So lowercase companion. This is important because that's what we are going to put in our environment variable. Now for the dimensions, go ahead and write 1536 like this. And you can leave the metric as it is. And go ahead and select the starter, which is the free type like that. So no monthly cost. This is completely free. So important that your index name is companion and that the dimensions are 1536. And click create index like this. Once that is done, you're going to see a screen similar to this. So let's go ahead and let's prepare the environment variables which we need right here. So first one which we need is Pinecone underscore index like this. Let's go ahead and let's give this an index of companion like this, because that is what we named our index right here. So companion like this. Great. Besides that, let's also go ahead and let's add Pinecone underscore environment like this and leave this empty for now. And let's also add Pinecone underscore API underscore key like this. So now let's go ahead. So I created a couple of typos in these environment variables. Here on the screen, I showed you the correct environment variables, but you don't have to fix them now because we're gonna fix them together later. And find these two variables. So I'm gonna expand my screen back. And in this screen, you have a big connect button. So you can either use the connect button or you can click on your API keys right here. So I'm gonna do it using the connect button here. And make sure you select your language Node. I think by default it's Python, so make sure you change it to Node like this. We already have the client. So what we have to do is we have to add these two. So you can see that my my API key is hidden. So just click on this eye icon right here and that's gonna make it visible. So let's copy the API key like this. I'm gonna go back inside of my environment variables and I'm gonna paste it here. And let's do the same for environment. So this Asia Southeast, like right here, go ahead and copy that and paste it here, just like that. Great, now that Pinecone is set up, you can safely close all of the Pinecone related tabs. And where I want you to go now is to upstash.com, or you can Google Upstash. So just go ahead and log in. So I've logged in here and you're going to see a screen similar to this. So this is a completely new account. Go ahead and find the button which says create database. So go ahead and create the database. Let's give it a name of AI Companion right here. Let's put the type to global. Our primary region can be anything you want, and read regions, well, something else like this. So you can choose this too. And you can go ahead and select SSL and eviction and click create like this. And the database is being prepared. So let's just wait a second. And there we go. What we have to do now is we have to scroll all the way down to REST API. So find this section which says REST API. So not this first, we're not gonna need anything of this. We're gonna need the REST API right here. And go ahead and select the .environment right here. And go ahead and click on the I or click on the copy. So you need these two variables, Upstash Redis REST URL and Upstash Redis REST token. So I just copied these two in the REST API column and I'm gonna go ahead and paste them in my environment variable like this. There we go. So now I have my Upstash Redis URL and my Upstash Redis REST token. Great, great job. So one more API key that we have to add is the OpenAI API key, because we are going to use OpenAI to generate embeddings, regardless of the model we want to use. So we are actually going to use the Llama model from Replicate AI, but we do need an OpenAI underscore API underscore key. This is going to be to create embeddings. Great. So let's go ahead and let's go to the OpenAI platform. So you can Google OpenAI platform and create an account. And in here, go ahead and click on View API Keys right here. I'm gonna go and create a new secret key called AI Companion tutorial, for example, and I'm gonna create a secret key. And once you see it right here, you have to immediately copy it, because you're not going to be able to see it again. So copy the key right here, go back inside of your environment variables and just paste it right here. There we go. And then you can safely close this tab and you can go ahead and close the OpenAI. But I just want to mention, so you can always click on the usage right here to see how much you have left. Right, so OpenAI has a free tier, but if you see this in red line, it means it has expired. Goes to say OpenAI is very, very cheap. So this is my second project using OpenAI and I test this intensively and I barely spent $12. So you can see for yourself whether you would like to add some credits here or not. But if you see an option that you have $5 and it's a gray line, that means you have a free tier. So feel free to just use the free tier. Great, so I'm gonna close this stuff now. I'm gonna close the Upstash. We are successfully connected to everything inside. Great, so we can now go ahead and create the memory service. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of our, let's close everything first. Let's go inside of our lib folder and let's create a new file called memory.ts like this. So this is gonna be a very long file. So if you want to, you can go inside of my GitHub and carefully watch while I code to see if your code is the same. This is going to be complicated and any small mistake can make the model not work properly. So you can go ahead and visit my GitHub and find the equivalent file and just look at it. So basically, you can go right here in my GitHub, find the lib right here, find memory. You don't have to copy it, so you can code along with me, but this is what we're going to create right now. You can see it's a very complicated piece of code, so just be careful. And if you're not sure, you can always just copy it and paste it, but I'm not going to do that. We're going to go step by step and we're going to create this memory class. So let's go ahead and let's add all the necessary imports. So let's import Redis from @upstash/Redis like this. Let's go ahead and let's import OpenAI embeddings from LangChain/embeddings/OpenAI like this. Let's go ahead and let's import the Pinecone client. So Pinecone client from @pinecone-database/Pinecone like this. Let's go ahead and let's import Pinecone store from LangChain/vector stores/Pinecone like this. Great. Now let's export type companion key. It is an object which has companion name, which is a type of string, model name, which is a type of string as well, and user ID, which is a type of string. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create the class memory manager. So export class memory manager like this. Let's go ahead and let's give it a private static instance, which is going to be a type of memory manager like this. Let's go ahead and give it a private history, which is going to be a type of Redis. Let's go ahead and let's add private vector DB client, which is a type of Pinecone client like this. Let's go ahead and let's create a public constructor. And let's add the history and the vector DB client. So this.history is equal to redis.from environment like this. Let's go ahead. This.vector DB client is new Pinecone client like this. There we go. Now let's go ahead and let's create the initialization function. So public asynchronous init function is going to check if this.vector DB client is instance of Pinecone client, and let's await this.vector DB client.init, and let's pass in the API key which is process.environment.pinecone underscore API underscore key like this. And you can either put dash dash empty string. Actually, don't do that. You can just put an exclamation point at the end like this. And also add environment process.environment.pinecone underscore environment like this. So just add this too, and be sure to cross-check them with your actual environment file. So we have the Pinecone API key. You can see that I have a typo here. So I put Pinecone instead of Pinecone. So it's a mistake that I made. So make sure that your .environment file and this init file uses the same environment variable. So I'm going to copy them from environment and I'm going to paste them here to confirm that they are the same. So Pinecone API key, Pinecone API key. You can see how a small mistake would make my entire project not work. So make sure that it matches. Great. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's create a function for vector search. So public asynchronous function vector search like this is gonna take recent chat history prop, which is a type of string, and it's also gonna take a companion file name, which is also a type of string like this. Now let's go ahead and let's actually get our Pinecone client. So const Pinecone client is equal, let's go ahead and open pointy brackets, Pinecone client, this dot vector db client like this. Now let's go ahead and let's get the index. So const Pinecone index is equal to Pinecone client dot capital index like this. So capital I, make sure this is not lowercase, and go ahead and write process.environment.pinecone underscore index like this, and add a pipe empty string like that. And again, cross-check that this Pinecone index is actually in your environment variable. You can see another mistake I made. So Pinecone, it should be Pinecone. So please make sure to cross-check your environment variables right here. Great. So Pinecone index right here, Pinecone index, Pinecone environment, Pinecone API key. Great. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's get our vector store. So const vector store is equal to await Pinecone store dot from existing index like this, new OpenAI embeddings. Let's go ahead and open an object and pass in the OpenAI API key to be process.environment.openai underscore API underscore key like this. And let's also pass an object which has the Pinecone index inside. So again, let's cross-check that we have the OpenAI API key in our environment. So I'm going back to my environment and looks like this is correct. So I had two problems with my Pinecone environment keys. Please make sure that you check them as well, because the errors can be quite cryptic. Great, so we have that now. Now let's find similar documents. So we're gonna look through the memory and in these vector databases to see if we can find something similar. So const similar docs is going to be await vector store like this dot similarity search. Let's go ahead and pass in this prop recent chat history inside. The second argument is going to be 3, and then we're going to pass in an object file name to be companion file name like this. Great. And now let's pipe that with a catch function. Let's get the error, and let's go ahead and let's console log failed to get vector search results and pass in the error like this. Great. And at the end, remember to return similar docs to this function right here. Great. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's create a function to get the instance. So public static asynchronous function get instance like this. It's going to return a type of promise and inside a memory manager like this. So let's go ahead and let's first check if there is no memory manager. dot instance. In that case, let's assign a new one. So memory manager dot instance. It's going to be new memory manager like this. And let's just await. Let's await memory manager dot instance dot init like this. So we created that init function right here, and now we are calling it in this get instance function. Great. So we have that if clause finished. Now let's go ahead and let's just return memory manager dot instance right here. There we go. Now that is resolved. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create a function to generate Redis companion key. So that's how we're going to store it in the database. So this is going to be a simple one, private generate Redis companion key. Go ahead and take the prop companion key, which is going to be a type of companion key. So let's go here. So, oops, I have a typo. So in my export type, I accidentally put companion key. So it's supposed to be companion key like this. Make sure you don't do that type. So this is what I was telling you. There's a lot of stuff going on here, and even the smallest stuff can make your project not work. So let's go ahead and add the return function, which is going to be a string. And let's go ahead and let's just return some backticks. And let's use the companion key dot companion name as the first part, then use a dash and connect it to companion key dot model name, and let's use another dash to connect it to unique user. So companion key dot user ID like this. So I can I zoom in even more? There we go. So generate Redis companion key uses companion name dash companion key model name dash companion key user ID like that. Make sure you return that string. Great. Now let's create a function to write to history so our models can adapt to new information. So public asynchronous function write to history is going to accept a text, which is a type of string, and a companion key, which is a type of companion key like this. Let's go ahead and let's check if we don't have the companion key or if we don't have the user ID. So if there is no companion key, or if type of companion key dot user ID is undefined like this, in that case, let's console log companion key set incorrectly so we know what's going on, and let's just return an empty string like this. Great. But if that is not the case, let's go ahead and let's generate the key. So const key this dot, and we're going to use this private function. So this dot generate Redis companion key, and let's pass in the companion key inside like this. And now let's write const result is equal to await this dot history, and our history is an instance of Redis. So we're going to use a Redis function dot zadd like this. Let's pass in the key. So we're going to store this under this specific string, which uses the companion name, which would be, for example, Cristiano Ronaldo, then the model name, which in our case is going to be Llama, and then the user ID, which is the currently logged in user. So a unique history for this user, that companion, and that model. So that's the key we are passing. And now let's pass some options. So score, it's going to be date.now like this. And member is going to be text like this. Great. And let's return result like this. There we go. Now let's go ahead and let's create a function to read from the history. So public asynchronous function read latest history like this. Again, we need the companion key to access it, and that's a type of companion key like this. And it's going to return a promise, which is going to return a string like this. So let's go ahead and let's check if there is no companion key, or if type of companion key dot user ID is undefined. Again, console log again, companion key set incorrectly again, and we'll just return an empty string like this. If that is not the case, let's go ahead again and let's generate a key. So const key is equal to this.generate Redis companion key and pass in the companion key again, because the same way we needed it to write to history, we also needed to fetch the history using Redis. So now that we have this key, let's go ahead and let's write let result, because this is a constant that might change. So let result await this.history.z range. So this is another function from Redis. Let's pass in the key. The second argument is 0 and third is date.now, like this. And let's go ahead and let's pass some options by score true, like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's add let's modify this result to be result.slice minus 30.reverse, like this. So we are doing some special modifications over this result constant to get the results we need. And we're going to use some tricks by splitting the text because the way it's stored in the database, the way it's stored in vector databases is different than what we need in order to actually work with it. So we have to do a couple of tricks like this. So let's go ahead and let's write const recent chats to be equal to result.reverse.join, and let's go ahead and let's pass in this backward slash and like this. And let's just return recent chats like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create the last function, which is going to be a function to see the chat history. So that's what we're going to use. You know, in the creation, in the companion creation, we have two fields. We have the instructions and we have the seed chat, the example conversation. So we're going to use that example conversation to actually seed that information into a vector database so we can create a memory for our companion so it knows how to behave and create better results for the user. So public asynchronous function seed chat history is going to accept seed content, which is a type of string. It's gonna accept a delimiter, which is a type of string, and by default, it's gonna be a backward slash and like this. And a companion key, which is a type of companion key like this. Let's go ahead now and let's create const key. Again, this generate Redis companion key and pass in the companion key like this. If await this.history, so if in Redis there already is a key which we just created, that means that we already created a history for this AI companion and no need to do it again. So console log user already has chat history like this. Great. And just break the function. Otherwise, let's go ahead and let's create const content to be seed content dot split by delimiter. Let counter is equal to 0. Now let's go ahead and let's write a for loop. So for const line of content await this dot history dot z add key, and let's go ahead and let's pass in score, which is counter, and member, which is line like this, and let's increase the counter by 1 like this. There we go. We finished the entire memory manager class. I know this was a bit complicated. This is also quite new to me, so I'm doing my best to wrap my mind around what's exactly going on, but we are learning together. These are interesting technologies we are working with. So again, if this is complicated, if you think you might make a mistake in the environment variable, or you might make a mistake in any of this bunch of functions, you can always just calmly visit my GitHub, don't worry about it, and you can just copy the working code from here. So this is guaranteed to work. Just make sure to double check your environment variables, of course. So that's very important. That's one of the places where errors can hide. So make sure you cross-check your environment variables if you decide to copy from my GitHub, and if you wrote it by yourself, either way. Great job. So now that we have the memory, we are ready to create our API route to create some chats. So now that we have created the memory for our AI companion, let's go ahead and let's actually create the chat route. So before we do that, one more thing we have to do, we have to add our rate limit lib, and it's going to be very simple. So let's go inside and let's create rate-limit.ts like this, and let's import rate limit from @upstash/rate limit like this, and let's go ahead and let's import Redis from Upstash/Redis like this. And let me just quickly see what is the limit. Oh yeah, so it's rate limit like this. So I accidentally put a capital L, but it's lowercase l, so rate limit like this. And let's export asynchronous function rate limit like this with an identifier, which is a type of string, and let's add const rate limit to be new rate limit, and let's go ahead and let's add the options. So Redis is going to be redis.from environment like this. Limiter is going to be rate limit dot sliding window 10 seconds. So this will allow the user to make 10 requests within the 10-second window. Anything above that is going to be blocked. Analytics, you can turn that to true, and prefix is going to be @upstash/rate limit like this, and return await rate limit dot limit identifier like this. Perfect. So we have that now. And now let's go ahead and let's create our chat API route. So I'm going to close everything and I'm going to go inside of my app folder, inside of API, and I'm going to create a new folder called chat like this. And inside, go ahead and create a new folder, which is going to be a dynamic part of the API URL, chat ID with capital I like this. And inside, go ahead and create route.ts like this. So let's go ahead and let's add some imports. So import streaming text response from AI and long chain stream from AI. Let's also import out and current user from @Clerk Next.js. Let's go ahead and let's import callback manager from langchain/callbacks like this. Let's import next response from next server like this. Let's import memory manager from add/lib/memory. Let's import rate limit from add/lib/rate limit, which we just created, and let's import PrismaDB from add/lib PrismaDB. And before we continue, let's go ahead and let's install one more package that we need. So let's go ahead and run npm. Actually, we don't need to install anything. My apologies. We already have langchain. I forgot. So we also have to add import replicate from langchain/LLMs/replicate like this. Great. So now we have replicate. Perfect. And before we actually build this entire thing, I want you to create a replicate AI key. So let's go ahead and let's prepare that in our .environment first. So just below OpenAI key, go ahead and create replicate_API_token like this. And I want you to visit replicate.com or just type replicate AI and choose the first link, create your account, and go ahead and go inside of your API tokens and go ahead and create a new token. Let's call this companion-tutorial, create a token, and just go ahead and copy that token. And then you're gonna go ahead and paste it right here. So replicate API token like this. Great, so that is done. Now let's go back inside of here. And let's go ahead and let's write export asynchronous function post like this, which has a request, which is a type of request. and params which have the chat ID. So params is an object which has chat ID, which is a type of string inside. Great. Now go ahead and open a try and catch block inside. Let's go ahead and let's resolve the error first. So in the error, we're gonna return new next response internal error with the status of 500. And for development, let's also add a console log chat post, and let's log the error. So this is gonna help you in development. If something goes wrong, you're gonna see that in the terminal with the log chat post, so you know this is the file where something went wrong. So let's go ahead and let's extract what we need from our request. So const prompt is equal await request.json like this. Now let's get the user. So const user await current user, which we imported from Clerk. Now let's go ahead and let's check if any of the user information is missing. So if there is no user, or if there is no user.firstname, or if there is no user.id, in that case, return new next response unauthorized with a status of 401 like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create an identifier for our rate limiting. So rate limiting is going to be unique and for every single user, right? We cannot block the entire API because just someone made too many calls. We have to block that exact user. So const identifier is going to be request.url plus dash plus user.id like this. And now let's go ahead, let's extract success from await rate limit, which we imported from the identifier like this. There we go. If it's not success, in that case, return new next response, rate limit exceeded with a status of 429 like this, meaning too many requests. Great. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's immediately update our companion messages with this prompt, because this prompt is what we are going to write here and press send. So that is going to be this prompt. So let's immediately update our companion. So const companion is equal await prismadb.companion.update, where id is params.chat id, where user id is user.id, and data is messages. And let's go ahead and create a new message in that relation with the content of prompt, role of user, because we are sending the message, and user ID of user.id like this. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's quickly check if there is no companion. In that case, go ahead and return new next response companion not found. Status 404 like that. Great. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's generate some constants and some file names which will be needed for the memory manager. So const name is equal companion.id. So we want the name to be unique. Let's just not make this typo. Let's generate the companion underscore file underscore name to be name plus .txt like this. Now let's go ahead and let's create the companion key. So const companion key is an object which has the companion name, which is this constant name, so the ID like this, and then we're going to have user ID to be user.id, and model name is going to be LLAMA, so llama2-13b like this. Great. And now let's get the memory manager. So const memory manager is going to be await memory manager dot get instance, so the function we created. Now let's go ahead and let's read the records using this companion key. Let's see if any memory for this companion already exists. So const records await memory manager dot read latest history companion key like this. If records dot length is 0, that means that there are no records inside and that we have to seed the chat history, right, with that example conversation. So let's do that. Await memory manager dot seed chat history companion dot seed. So that's let me show you what field that is. So we're gonna use let's actually use edit. Oh yeah, I'm not running the project. Well, yeah, we can run the project. I don't think there's gonna be any problem. So npm run dev. I'm just gonna pause a bit for the project to run. All right, so we're using this field's instructions and example conversation to add them to the initial memory. So we create the behavior of our AI. And we're using memory manager seed chat to get that seed content, and we're using it line by line, because if I remove this, you can see how it's supposed to look. Line human, line Elon. Human Elon, or whatever your AI is, and it's gonna go line by line and add that to history. So that's why it's important to write in that format, and now we're gonna pass that here. So we're using companion.seed. So this conversation, example conversation, is mapped to seed in the database. So we're using companion.seed. Let's go ahead and let's add the delimiter. So this is going to be \n and \n again, and passing the companion key like this with a capital key like this. There we go. Okay, so we are right here. Perfect. So that's if we don't have any records. And now let's go ahead and write to history with this new prompt that the user just wrote. So yes, we do save it in the database, but this is just our Prisma database. This is just to keep the history of those messages. It's not related to the actual memory of the AI. This is just for our database to show to the users, right? So we are having multiple databases here. This is a very advanced AI project. So what we have to do now is we have to add the same prompt, which we just added into companion using this new message relation. We have to do the same thing, but for our vector database. So let's go ahead and let's write await memory manager dot write to history user question mark user this double dot space, make sure you put a space here, plus prompt plus go ahead and add the \n and companion key like this. Great, so now we've wrote that to history as well. Now let's go ahead and let's fetch the recent chat history. So const recent chat history is await memory manager dot read latest history and pass in the companion key again, so we can read for this exact user and that companion. Great, now let's get the similar docs. So const similar docs wait memory manager dot vector search recent chat history and companion underscore file underscore name like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's find the relevant history. So this is just more information to make this AI model as good as possible. So let's go ahead and let's get let relevant history to be an empty string at the beginning. Then let's add an if there are no similar, if similar docs is a boolean, and if similar docs that length is not 0 like this, in that case, let's go ahead and add the relevant history to be similar docs.map. Let's get individual document and get document.page content like this. And let's join it with our delimiter, so \n like this. So we have to do this weird things because we are working with a very specific prompt and seed chat, right? So that's why we're using this line breaks as delimiters, and we join by them and we split by them. All right, now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's get our handlers. So const handlers from LangChain stream like this. And now what we have to do is we have to create our model. So const model is equal to new replicate like this. And now you have to pass in the model. So there are two ways you can do this. you can either go inside of my GitHub and go ahead and find the app, the API, the chat ID, and route. And you can just copy my model right here. So you can see it's a very long line. And that's why I'm telling you to go ahead and copy it, right? So you have to copy it from somewhere, either from my GitHub, or you can go ahead and search for this exact thing. So this, sorry, let me zoom in. A16Z Infra Llama 2 13B chat. So you can go ahead into replicate, click explore, and go into search and find that chat right here. Go into API, and you're gonna see it right here, right? But I'm gonna use the one from my GitHub because it's well, I know that it works, right? There are different models you can play around in replicate, find different LLMs, but this is the one that I know works, so I'm gonna use this one. I don't like taking you always to my GitHub. I know it's annoying, but you can see that you just simply have to have this version in order to have the exact same results that I am. So let's just quickly steal this from my GitHub, this exact model. So it's line 88, at least I think it's 88. Yeah, in my file chat ID route.ts. So the same file where we're working right now. So I just copied that model right here, and I'm gonna go ahead and paste it. Like this, there we go. So we have the model now, and now let's go ahead and let's add the input object. Let's add max underscore length to be 2048, like that. Let's add the API key to be process.environment.replicate underscore API underscore token, and let's cross-check that in our environment. So replicate API token, it seems to be the correct one. Great. Okay. And now let's add the callback manager to be callback manager dot from handlers like this. There we go. And let's also enable the verbose. So model.verbose to be true. So this is going to add useful logs to our console. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's add some more instructions for our AI model. So const response is equal to a string, open brackets like this, and write await model like this. Let's chain dot call, and I want you to go ahead and open backticks like this, and we're gonna write a prompt inside. So we're gonna write only generate plain sentences without prefix of who is speaking. Do not use, open these curly brackets and write name prefix like this. So you can either do this exactly the way I am, or again, I would actually recommend you to go inside of my GitHub and copy this response object right here, right? So you have to add this little instruction so it behaves the same as mine, right? But I'm gonna write it out just to kind of explain what I'm doing, right? So it should be in one line like this. Only generate plain sentences without prefix of who is speaking. Do not use, so this would be, for example, Elon prefix, because there is a chance that your AI responds like this with Elon, I am the CEO, right? So we don't want that. We don't want it to say Elon. We just want it to say, I am the CEO, right? So we could either omit that through, you know, splitting the text, or we can instruct the AI, do not do that, right? And just below that, let's go ahead and let's insert the companion.instructions. So that's gonna be this instructions right here, which right now we have a dummy text, right? But here we're gonna explain the behavior. For example, you're a fictional character whose name is Elon, you're a visionary entrepreneur and inventor. So that's what's gonna be passed here. Great. And now let's go ahead and write below are the relevant details about name passed and the conversation you are in. And let's go ahead and let's pass in the relevant history. So now we are inserting that memory which we just fetched from a vector database into this prompt right here. And let's also add all chat history. So recent chat history. Let's add a line break like this, and let's add the name like this. Great. So that is done, and let's just chain the catch console.error. So again, if this is confusing, I know it's a bit weird, but we have to do it in this way. So you can just visit my GitHub and copy this from my, so go ahead and find the API chat ID route.ts and just copy this response right here. So you have the exact same prompt that I have. Great, now we have that response, and now we have to do some more cleaning and replacing through this string, because moving it through Redis, through vector database, and then all the way to what this our use conversation hook on the front end can handle requires a bit of work. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So const cleaned, it's gonna be response.replace all. So we're going to replace all commas with empty strings, because for some reason the model responds with a lot of commas and it just looks weird. And now const chunks is going to be cleaned.split. And let's use the delimiter backwards /n like this. And const response is chunks 0 like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's write this response to memory manager. So await memory manager dot write to history. Go ahead and add an empty string plus response.trim, which is a function, and companion key like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create our readable stream. So var readable is equal require stream dot readable like this. Great. Now let's add a constant. Let s is new readable s.push response. So I'm going to zoom in a bit so you can see. So s.push response, s.push null like this. And let's go ahead and let's check if the response is correct. So if response is not undefined, and if response.length is larger than 1, meaning that the response from the AI is correct, let's go ahead and let's write memory manager dot write to history empty string plus response.trim like this, and companion key like that. Great, and now let's go ahead and put await prisma db.companion.update. So now we have to update our message. So where id params.chat id like this, and let's pass in data messages, and let's create a new one. So create content response.trim like this, role is system, and user ID is user.id like this. Great. So we have that done, and all we have to do now is return new streaming text response and pass in the s variable, which we created right here. And one thing I noticed that I did wrong was go all the way up to where we first update our companion. So do not pass this user ID to the where. So that's a mistake. We don't need that. This is gonna mean that only the user who created the companion can chat with him. We don't want that. So I had this user ID user.id on line 30 right here. So in the beginning of this post function, just remove that. We're not gonna need that for here, and we're also not gonna need it for the bottom right here. Great, so you successfully finished the API chat, and before you try it out, I actually want you to go ahead and I want you to remove any of the characters you have. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove this one, so no need for it. And now we're gonna go ahead and create a new one, and this one is gonna have proper instructions. So let's go ahead and let's do that now. So let's go ahead and pick an image for your companion. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna use Albert Einstein for this one. So I'm gonna create a companion for Albert Einstein. Again, if you want these cool images, you can generate them using hotpot.ai. I'm gonna link, the link is in the description. So let's give this a name of Albert Einstein like this, and let's give him a well, let's call him famous like this. I know he's a theoretical physicist or something, but I don't know how to write that. Okay, now in category, let's go ahead and let's select scientists like this or whatever category you put. And now for the instructions and example conversation, what I want you to do is I want you to go inside of my GitHub, and I created a folder for you called companions. And in here you can find a bunch of examples. So I'm going to use Albert. So this preamble is the instruction. So I'm going to copy the preamble and I'm going to paste it in the instructions like this. So you're Albert Einstein, you're a renowned physicist known for your work, known for your theory of relativity, right? So let's go ahead and let's also add the example conversation. So I have that right here. So go ahead and copy that. So that is the seed chat. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this and I'm going to paste it. So there we go. Hi, Albert, what's on your mind? And then Albert responds like this. And let's create the companion with this proper information now. Great, so we did that now, and now we're gonna enter here, and we're actually gonna go ahead and we're going to test this API. So let's see, and let's go inside of our, well, where is this? It's in app folder, chat, routes, chat ID, components, client. So we are going to /API/chat companion ID. And I suggest that you keep your terminal open for this, so you can see if there are any errors popping up. So we did a lot of stuff right now, and I'm gonna close my Prisma Studio for now. So we did a lot of stuff, any amount of errors could happen. So I'm gonna keep my terminal open and I'm gonna attempt to send a message, for example, saying, hi, what is your favorite equation? For example. Okay, something's going on. Okay, I got this error. So let me see what exactly this is regarding. All right, so let's go ahead and let's install a couple of packages which I think might fix this. So let's install npm install replicate like this. And let's go ahead and let's run npm install OpenAI like this. And let's go ahead and let's install npm OpenAI-edge like this. So just a couple of packages that I think this LangChain might use as pure dependencies or something. And let's run dev again, and let's see if maybe now our error is going to be fixed. So I'm going to refresh here again. Okay, I'm keeping my terminal open. Let's wait a second for this to load. Okay, and let's try again. Hello, what is your favorite equation? Okay, no errors so far. Let's see if this is actually gonna, okay, looks like you can see the instructions. So only generate plain sentences without prefix of who is speaking. You can see the entire history. There we go. Look at this. Grinning ear to ear. I'm a sucker for good formula, but my all-time favorite equation has to be E=mc². There we go. We successfully created a very smart AI model. So if you have any errors, make sure that you're looking at them in the terminal. So the errors could be in your environment variables, it can be in the missing packages, or it could be in some issue with the memory manager. So you can always visit my GitHub and just cross-check my code to yours, see if everything is correct. If you truly think you have an error which you don't know what it is, you can always post it in my Discord. So great, this is definitely working. One thing that I'm not seeing is Albert Einstein's message here. Albert Einstein's image here. So let's quickly go inside of our components. Let's go inside of chat messages, so where we map our messages, and let's see what we missed. Why is this message not showing? Or perhaps we forgot to add it in our app folder. API chat ID right here. Maybe we forgot to pass it here. So we're passing the user ID here, but I think that we have to also create, let's see. I'm going to pause the video a bit just so I debug this, and I'm going to tell you exactly what I did. Oh, well, the issue is very simple. So go back into chat messages, go inside of this chat messages.map, and instead of using message.source, we need to use companion.source like this. There we go. Now, there it is. And let's go ahead and let's ask him, who are you? For example, let's see if it's capable of answering us that he is indeed Albert Einstein. So sometimes it can take some time, sometimes it answers instantly. There we go. Hey there. Excitedly, I'm the genius behind the famous equation E equals mc squared. My name is Albert Einstein and I'm a renowned physicist. If you have any questions about the universe or the mysteries of existence, I'm your guy. There we go. I think this is absolutely amazing. So yeah, now we can go ahead and you can create as many of these companions as you want, and you can use my prompts here. And you can try and create your own using that information. So I have one for Jeff Bezos, for Elon Musk. So you can use a bunch of this text, which I prepared for you. So you can create as many companions as you want. Great. Now what we have to do is we have to implement Stripe. We have to deploy, and we are officially done with the project. Great, great, amazing job so far. So in order to add subscriptions to our project, we first have to install Stripe, and then we have to set up some environment keys. So let's go ahead and let's open our .environment file, and let's prepare an API key stripe_API_key like this. And while we are here, let's go inside of our terminal. I'm going to shut down the application and I'm going to write npm install stripe like this. So let's wait a second for this to install, and you don't have to run the project immediately because we also have to add a schema. But before we do that, let's go ahead and let's obtain this Stripe API key. So I want you to go to stripe.com and I want you to log in into your dashboard. So right here, I have a bunch of stores already, but if you have no stores, you're probably gonna see this model right here. So either will you see this the moment you log in into Stripe, if this is your first time, or if you already have some, go ahead and click on this current store at the top and click on new account here. Let's create a new one called AI Companion like this. And let's create an account like this. And in a second, we're going to be redirected to this new dashboard. And here you can click on API keys for developers, or if you don't have that, you can just click on the developers tab in the upper right corner. So let's go ahead and I'm going to click here, API keys for developers right here. So that is actually in this tab, developers right here, and then API keys. And what I want you to do is I want you to click reveal secret test key like this and copy that key, and that is what we need. So let's go ahead and let's paste that in here like this. Great. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's start adding our schema Prisma. So go ahead and close everything and go inside of Prisma, schema.prisma right here, go all the way to the bottom, and let's go ahead and let's create a model user subscription like this. It's going to have an ID, which is going to be a type of string. It's going to be ID and default value UUID like this. We're also going to have user ID, which comes from Clerk. That's just a type of string and it is unique like this. We're also going to have a Stripe customer ID, which is also a type of string, but it is optional like this. It's also unique, and we're going to map it to a different name in the database, Stripe_customer_ID like this. So this is how we're going to access it using Prisma, so in Pascal case, but in the database, I want to map it to this underscore convention. Great, so just make sure that Stripe customer ID and the map is the same word. So Stripe and customer and ID like this, but all lowercase and with underscores. Great. You can go ahead and copy this one because the next one is going to be very similar. This is going to be Stripe subscription ID, meaning that we also have to change this map to Stripe underscore subscription ID like this. And it's also an optional string, which is unique. So I'm just going to move these lines so they all align like this. Great. You can go ahead and copy this one as well. And this is going to be Stripe price ID like this. And you can already know that we had to change this to price ID as well. And it's also an optional string. And let's go ahead and let's copy this one. This one is going to be Stripe current period end like this. So we're going to use this to check whether Stripe subscription has expired or not. And let's go ahead and let's map that to Stripe underscore current underscore period underscore end like this. So just go ahead and confirm that you didn't do any typos. So current and period and end like this. Great, but Stripe current period end is not going to be a string. Instead, it's going to be a date time like this. So an optional date time. Great. So now that we have the user subscription, let's go ahead and let's do what we always have to do. So save your schema.prisma and go ahead and run npx prisma generate. So now it's in our node modules and we can code with it. And now npx prisma db push. So it's up to date with the database. So let's just wait a second. And there we go. Great. And we don't have to start the project yet. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a lib for Stripe. So go inside of your lib folder and create a new file, stripe.ts, like this. Great. Let's go inside and let's import Stripe from Stripe like this. And let's go ahead and write export const Stripe to be new Stripe. And let's use the process.environment.stripe _API _key like this. And let's go ahead and let's pass in the API version to be 2022 11.15 like this. And for the second one, it's going to be TypeScript and the value is going to be true like this. And let's just quickly fix this error by adding an exclamation point at the end like this. And let's go ahead and let's cross-check this environment variable with our .environment file. So Stripe API key, it seems to be correct. Stripe _API _key. Just confirm that it's the same right here. You can copy and paste from one another. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create the util, which is going to check whether our subscription has expired, does it even exist, and stuff like that. So let's go ahead inside of our lib folder and create a new file called subscription.ts, like this. Let's go ahead and let's import out from Clerk Next.js like this, and let's import prisma.db from ./prisma.db, or you can change it to not libs, but lib prisma.db like this. Great. Let's go ahead and let's write a hard-coded constant, which is going to represent a whole day, but in value of milliseconds. So const day in milliseconds is equal to 86_400_000 like this. And now let's go ahead and let's write our function to check if the subscription is valid. So export const check subscription is an asynchronous arrow function. First, let's go ahead and let's extract the user ID because we can only fetch the subscription by user ID. So we're going to get that from auth like this. If there is no user ID, that means subscription is not valid. So let's return false immediately because we cannot even check if it's valid. So we're going to assume that it's not. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's attempt to fetch the user subscription so we can use this current period end date to confirm that it has not expired. So const user subscription is equal to await prisma.db dot user subscription dot find unique. And let's go ahead and let's open where, passing the user ID to be user ID like this. And let's select Stripe subscription period end to be true, Stripe customer ID true, Stripe price ID true, and Stripe subscription ID true like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's check if we weren't able to fetch the user subscription. So if this resulted into null, so if there is no user subscription, that means user has never subscribed and we return false. And now, if user subscription already exists, that's still not enough for us to confirm that user has an active subscription because we have to confirm that it's actually valid and not expired. So let's go ahead and let's write const is valid like this. And I'm going to write user subscription dot stripe price ID and user subscription dot stripe current period end question mark dot get time like this and put an exclamation point at the end to fix the TypeScript error. So we're going to check if the current period end plus 1 day in milliseconds. So we're going to give 1 day grace period. So if the entire period end plus 1 extra day has expired from comparison to today's date, in that case, that means that it's valid. So return And let's just go ahead and turn this is valid into a boolean. So we can do that by using double exclamation point is valid like this. So don't accidentally put one exclamation point. That is just going to reverse the value. But this does not reverse the value. This just ensures that it's always a boolean. So either true or false. Great. So now that we have that, we can go ahead and create some routes for Stripe. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of our app folder, inside of API, and go ahead and create a new folder called Stripe. And inside, create a new file, route.ts, like this. Great. And inside of here, let's go ahead and let's import auth and current user from @clerk Next.js, like this. Let's go ahead and let's import next response from next server. Let's import PrismaDB from @lib/prismadb. Let's import Stripe from @lib/stripe. And before we continue, let's go ahead and let's create one util that we need. And I'm going to explain how we're going to use it later. So we need to create a util that is going to create an absolute URL. That's because Stripe is going to work in the form of webhooks and in form of redirecting us away from our website onto an official Stripe URL. So in order for Stripe to know where to go back after a successful checkout or a failed checkout, we need to give it a complete URL. So we need to do something like HTTP localhost 3000/settings, or when it later becomes your website, it's going to be www.yourwebsite.com/settings, right? So we cannot just pass in /settings in this route, which we are gonna where we're gonna use the Stripe util and we're gonna have to pass this URL somewhere. So we need to create a util that is gonna create an absolute URL. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of our lib folder again and go ahead and go inside utils.ts. So here where we have the cn function, and go ahead and just write a simple export function absolute URL, which accepts the path, which is a string. And let's go ahead and just return open backticks process.environment.next_public_app_URL, like that. And let's go ahead and attach the path which we are going to pass in this function later on. So you already know we have to add this to our environment file. So let's go ahead and copy this, go inside .environment and just paste it here. And in here, you have to paste your website URL. So for us, that's going to be HTTP. So not HTTPS, make sure it's HTTP/localhost 3000, like this, without the slash at the end. So make sure you don't accidentally add the slash. So just like this. So now when we use this util absolute path, we're going to use it like absolute URL, and we're going to pass in settings, for example. And that is going to result in localhost 3000/settings. So that's why we needed this absolute URL. Actually, it's going to result in HTTP localhost/settings. So this is what we need to pass to Stripe. That's why we need this util. And later when we deploy, we're of course going to change this URL to an actual URL of wherever we deployed. So let's go back now inside of our Stripe route right here. And now let's go ahead and import that. So import absolute URL from /lib utils, and let's go ahead and immediately generate the settings URL where we are going to redirect to regardless if the checkout was successful or not. So const settings URL is going to be absolute URL/settings, like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's write export asynchronous function get, like this. And let's go ahead and let's open a try and catch block. And as always, let's just resolve the catch first. So we have an error here, and let's console log. And let's go ahead and let's write stripe_get, and let's pass in the error. So we know something went wrong here. And let's return new next response internal error with a status of 500, like this. Great. And now we can go inside of the try block. And first things first, let's extract the user ID from auth, like this, and let's get the entire user from await current user like this. So we imported both of those from Clerk here at the top. Great. Now let's check if there is no user ID or if there is no user. In that case, return new next response, unauthorized, and give it a status of 401 like this. Great. But if we do, let's go ahead and let's attempt to find a subscription. So this API/Stripe route is gonna do two things. If the user is not subscribed, it's gonna redirect the user to the checkout page. But if the user has an active subscription, it's going to redirect them to a billing page where they can cancel the subscription or look when it renews and their credit card and a bunch of other useful information. So that's where we first have to check whether user has an active subscription. So let's go ahead and write const user subscription is equal to await Prisma db.user subscription.find unique where user ID. So as simple as that. So if there is a user subscription, that means user has already done this, but it clicked on the button again, meaning we want to redirect the user to the billing page instead of the checkout page. So we're going to do that first. So if there is a user subscription, and if there is a user subscription dot Stripe customer ID, in that case, we're going to create a Stripe session which goes to the billing portal. So const Stripe session is equal await stripe.billingportal.sessions.create. And let's go ahead and let's pass in the options of customer to be user subscription dot Stripe customer ID like this, so it knows to which customer is this billing portal being created for, and return URL is gonna be finally our settings URL. So after user updates his billing settings, it's gonna get redirected back to /settings, which is a page we don't have yet, but we're gonna create it. And we have to do return new next response. Let's go ahead and let's write json.stringify like this, and let's go ahead and pass in the URL Stripe session.url like this. Great. So that's it for the billing portal. Now we have to create the other case, and that's if it's user's first time subscribing. So we have to create a checkout session. So let's go ahead and let's write const Stripe session again to be await Stripe, but this time dot checkout. So here we had a billing portal because user is trying to edit its information, but here it's user's first time subscribing. So we go ahead and write stripe.checkout.sessions.create like this. And let's go ahead and add the success URL to be settings URL. And let's also do the same thing for cancel URL. So it doesn't matter to us. We're always going to redirect the user back to our settings. So let's go ahead and let's add the payment underscore method underscore types, which is an array, and just pass in the card. Or you can, of course, go ahead and pass whatever you want, Cash App, Klarna. You can see you have PayPal even. So you can go ahead and add a bunch of those stuff. But I'm just going to add card for now. And let's use the mode to be subscription because this is a subscription like this. And let's go ahead and add the billing address collection to be auto like this. So this is going to ask the user for some more information. You can remove this field if you don't need it. You can always play around with the settings, but for now, I recommend you do exactly what I do. And then when you finish the tutorial, you can play around and modify it to your use case. Now let's go ahead and let's add the customer underscore email. And we're going to pre-fill that email using this current user, which is logged in. So we're going to use user.email-addresses, which is an array, and pick the first one and just write .email address like this. And now let's go ahead and let's create options which user can purchase in this checkout. So for us, that's just going to be one item, and it's going to be a $9 monthly subscription. So line items, let's open an array. And again, later when you finish the tutorial, you can add more tiers inside. So I'm just going to have one subscription tier, so one object, and we have to add the price data for this object. Let's define the currency. So I'm going to choose US dollars. You can go ahead and choose something else, of course. Product underscore data. Let's go ahead and fill that. So the name of this product is going to be Companion Pro, like this. And description for this product is going to be create custom AI companions, because that's what we offer. So it doesn't really matter, of course, for your product. Let's go ahead and let's define the price. So we define the price using the unit amount like this, and you don't write 9.99, instead you write 999 like this. So this is going to be equal to $9.99, meaning $10 practically. And to make sure that it's actually a subscription, let's add the recurring option, interval month like this. So this is a monthly subscription. Great. So now that we have that, let's go ahead outside of this price data and let's just add quantity to be 1 because it's a subscription. It's not an item that can be added multiple times to the cart. So it's only one item that we have. Great. And one important thing we have to add outside of this line items, so go to the end of the array of the line items, we have to add the metadata. So metadata is going to have the user ID, the currently logged in user ID. This is very important because just by the fact that user is going to check out successfully does not mean that it's automatically going to be inside of our database. It's going to be inside of Stripe. But then Stripe is going to fire back a webhook to our API, and we are going to read the metadata user ID in order to know, okay, so this thing that Stripe just fired back at our API is referring to this user. That's why this is very important. Otherwise, your user will subscribe, your Stripe will return the webhook, and you will have no idea who actually subscribed and for whom you have to create the user subscription database column. So that's why this metadata is very important. Great. Now that we have that, all we have to do is write return new next response JSON.stringify like this, and an object URL Stripe session.url like this. Great. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's create our webhook API call. So in order to add our Stripe webhook, we first have to add another environment variable. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to close everything, and I'm going inside of my .environment file right here. And let's go ahead and just below this Stripe API key, add Stripe_webhook_secret like this. Great. So make sure you have this. And now let's find a way to fill that. So go back in your Stripe API right here. Sorry, your Stripe dashboard, and you have to go inside of your webhooks right here. And later we're gonna use add an endpoint. But now, since we are testing in a local environment, we need to click test in a local environment like this. First thing you have to do is you have to have the CLI for Stripe, so you can run these commands in your terminal. Otherwise, Stripe is not going to be found. So click on download the CLI if you don't have it, and just go ahead and follow the instructions for your device. If you are on Windows, follow this. If you're on Linux, follow this. macOS, I'm using Homebrew. This I think is the simplest way, but Homebrew is available on Mac. I'm not sure about other OSs. So just make sure you set up your Stripe CLI, and once you have it, let's go step by step and follow these instructions. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to open my terminal. So I don't have my project running. And let's do the first one. So Stripe login. You can just click copy and paste it here. So the command is Stripe login like this. And you can see that I have a pairing code right here, and you see I have a URL right here. So let's go ahead and let's click here and click open, and that's gonna open this connection URL in your browser. And you can see this code here. So smart, cheer, cure, holy is the exact one I have in my terminal. So this is just to confirm to you that you are connecting to your terminal and not something else. And make sure your AI companion is selected here, which we created in the beginning of the Stripe dashboard, and click allow access like this. There we go. You can now close this window, and in a few seconds you're going to see a success message here. There we go. So completed, logged in on Antonio MacBook. So that's going to say, is going to say something similar to you. So this is completed. Great. Now we have to do this. So let's go ahead and let's copy this. And let's paste that command here. And we have to modify it a bit. So we are now mocking the webhook. So Stripe listened forward to, and we have to modify this URL, of course, because we're not working on this port and our API is not going to look like this. So go ahead and write localhost 3000/API/webhook like this, and press enter like that. And now you finally have your webhook signing secret. So copy this starting with WHSEC and ending with a 0 in my case. So this bolded text, go ahead and copy the entire text, and that is your environment variables for the Stripe webhook secret. So just make sure there are no trailing spaces at the end or at the beginning right here, and save this file. Great. And now we can close the terminal. Make sure you are running this Stripe listened to. So you can see it's completed and we don't have to do the step 3. Great. So now that that is done, we can safely create our webhook route, but just always make sure that you have this running. So this command, Stripe listen forward to, you have to have this running while you're developing on localhost if you want to test your subscriptions. So make sure that this is running. Okay, now let's go back inside of our app folder, inside of API right here, and let's create a new folder called webhook. So new folder, webhook like this, not webhooks, my apologies, but webhook, one singular, and inside route.ts like this. So this is going to result to /API/webhook. And that is the exact thing which we are running in our terminal. So localhost 3000 /API/webhook. Make sure that matches. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's import Stripe from the package Stripe. Let's go ahead and let's import headers from next/headers. Let's import next response from next/server. Let's import PrismaDB from add/lib PrismaDB. And let's import the util Stripe from add/lib Stripe like this. Now let's write export asynchronous function post. Let's pass in the request like this. And let's write const body to be await request.text. And now let's get the signature from the headers. So const signature is equal to headers, execute the function .get, and now we're going to search for Stripe-signature like this, as string like this. There we go. And now using this signature and the webhook secret, we can confirm that this is a valid request coming from Stripe and not something else. So let's write let event stripe.event like this. Let's open a try and catch block. So in the try, we're going to assign the event to be stripe.webhooks.construct event like this. Let's pass in the body. Let's pass in the signature. And let's pass in process.environment.stripe_webhook_secret like this. There we go. Like this. And just make sure that you cross-check this with your environment file. So Stripe webhook secret, let's go to the environment file, Stripe webhook secret. Okay, it seems correct. Great. And now let me just see what's going on with this error right here. Oh, the error is in this type that I put it here. So it should be lowercase string like this. My apologies. Great. So just make sure that this is a lowercase string, not uppercase. So string like this. Great. Now that we have that, let's do the catch function here. So catch error, which is the type of any. And let's just do return new next response. Let's open backticks, webhook error. And let's pass in error.message and a status of 400 like this. And that's going to be it for our catch function. So this successfully created our webhook event, or it returned an error if the webhook event is incorrect. Great. Now let's get the session. So const session is equal event.data.object as stripe.checkout.session like this. Now, this webhook is going to handle two things. So the same thing as in our Stripe API route. Either the user is updating its payment details or the user is subscribing for the first time. So we're going to have to check both of those things. Let's go ahead and let's do the case if user is subscribing for the first time. So that's going to be if event.type is identical to checkout.session.completed like this. In that case, go ahead and write const subscription is await stripe.subscriptions.retrieve and pass in the session.subscription as string like this. There we go. So now we have the subscription, and now let's go ahead and let's check if there is a missing metadata. So this is what I was talking about, how important that metadata user ID is. So if there is no session $.metadata $.user ID, make sure you put the exclamation point here. So we're checking if this doesn't exist. So if that is missing, in that case, we have to return an error because we don't know to what user do we have to assign this new subscription. That's why it's important to pass that metadata. So return new next response. User ID is required like this with a status of 400 like that. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create the subscription in Prisma. So await prismadb.user subscription.create and pass in the data. So user ID, it's going to be session $.metadata $.user ID like this. Stripe subscription ID is going to be subscription.id like this. And then we're going to have Stripe customer ID. That's going to be subscription.customer as string. After that, we're going to have Stripe price ID, which is going to be subscription.items, the first one, because we only have one, items.data, the first item.price.id like this. And Stripe current period end is going to be new date like this, and passing subscription.current_period end times 1000 like this, so it can fit in our database. Great, so now we created a new subscription for that user, and that's it for this case that we need. What we need to do next is handle the case if user just updated their credentials or canceled the subscription, so something like that. So if event.type is invoice.payment_succeeded, in that case, let's go ahead and let's retrieve the subscription again. So const subscription is equal to await stripe.subscriptions.retrieve and pass in session.subscription as string like this. Great. And all we have to do now is just update the existing user subscription with the new renewed information. So await prismadb.user subscription.update like this, where Stripe subscription ID is subscription.id, and let's pass in the data. So data we're going to update is Stripe price ID, which is subscription.items.data, first one.price.id like that, and Stripe current period end, new date, and pass in subscription.current period end times 1000 like this. Great. So now that that is done, very important, at the end you have to return new next response null and a status of 200 like this. Great. So important thing here, make sure that your event types are correct. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to double check them. So I copied it from my source code now and I pasted it here. There we go. This is correct. So invoice.payment_succeeded with 2 C's and 2 E's like that. And the first one is checkout.session.completed right here. So I'm going to copy from my source code again. I'm going to paste here to confirm. It's all good. Okay, so if you copied exactly as I did, everything should work as expected. And one thing we have to do is we have to remove clerk protection from this API route. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of our middleware. So find middleware.ts, go inside of this export default middleware and add public routes array/API/webhook. So we don't want to protect that route because Stripe is going to have access to that route, and Stripe is not a logged in user in our application. So that's why it uses metadata to pass in the user ID which was logged in when they created the checkout session. Great. So you fully completed the backend for Stripe, and now we have to go and do the front end. Great job so far. So now let's create the UI for our Stripe subscriptions. So let's go ahead and so keep this running. So you have to have one terminal where you are running your webhook. And now go ahead and open another terminal. And before you run the project, let's go ahead and let's install a couple of packages. So first thing I want to install is npm install toStand. So we're going to use this as a global state management to open and close our models. And now we have to add another ShadCN component. So let's go inside of ShadCN UI. Click on components and go ahead and find the dialog component. Once you found the dialog component, go ahead and follow the instructions for installation. So it's this command right here. I'm gonna go ahead and run this command now. So npx shadcn-ui at latest add dialog, and just press enter and confirm the installation in the terminal, and now the dialog is installing. Once that is done, go ahead and npm run dev your project. And remember, keep your webhook command, and so npm listen forward to localhost 3000/API/webhook running. Great. So I'm going to go and expand my screen. I'm going to go back here and I'm going to refresh. So I'm up to date with my recent package installations. Great. First thing I'm going to do, I'm going to close everything and I'm going to go inside hooks folder and create a new file called use-pro-model.tsx like this. Let's go ahead and let's import create from toStand like this. And let's go ahead and let's write interface use pro model store like this. Is open is going to be a boolean. On open is going to be an arrow function like this, and on close is also going to be an arrow function like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's actually create the hook. So export const use pro model. We'll use this create, which we imported from toStand. Let's give this create a type of use pro model store like that. Let's go ahead and let's open brackets. Open brackets again, extract the set prop and return an arrow function, which is going to immediately return an object. So we do that by opening parentheses and then an object inside like this. And now we have to assign all of these values and what they do inside. So is open by default is a boolean and it's going to be set to false. On open is going to be a function which is going to modify the current state by changing the isOpen value to true. So for that, we're going to use this set prop right here. So we call the set, and the set will modify the object by setting isOpen to true like this. And go ahead and copy this and just replace this one with onClose, which will do the same thing, but instead of isOpen, it will change it to false like this. There we go. So now we have the controls for our model set. Now let's go ahead and let's go inside of the components folder and let's create a new file pro-model.tsx like this. Let's mark this as use client like that. And let's go ahead and let's write export const pro model like this. And let's go ahead and let's return our dialog. So go ahead and import dialog, not from Radix, but from ./UI dialog like this. And I'm going to replace this to use /components. So I'm consistent. There we go. And now we have to assign some props to this dialog, which are whether the dialog is currently opened and what to do after it's closed. So for that, we're going to use our hook const pro model use pro model from add/hooks use pro model. And then we can assign this open to be pro model.isOpen, and on open change is going to be pro model.onClose like this. So that's how easy it is to control our model now. And in any single component we want, we can add this hook and we can just call pro model.onOpen, and that's going to open the model. So that's how easy it is to control this model using toStand global store. Great. Now that we have this dialog, let's go ahead and let's add a dialog content, which we also have to import from add/components UI dialog, not from Radix. Like this. Let's add the dialog header, also from add/components UI dialog like this. So I'm just going to collapse this import so you can see better. Okay, and now that we have the dialog header, let's go ahead and let's give this a class name of space dash y dash 4, so a little space between each of the elements which are gonna appear here. And let's add the dialog title, also from /components UI dialog, so I added that right here. Great. And this dialog title is gonna have a class name of text center. And let's just write inside upgrade to pro like this. And before we continue any further, let's go ahead and let's add this pro model to our layout so we can actually see what we are developing. So wrap up this code so far, and let's go inside of our app folder and inside of this layout right here. So the main layout inside. And just above the children, but still inside of theme provider, go ahead and add the pro model from add/components/pro model like this. So I imported that right here and save this file. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's see how we can open it. So first thing we can do is we can just test out the hooks, use pro model, and change this default is open false to true, for example. And there we go. Look at this. The model is now opened. So that's what we want. But we don't want to control it hard coded right here, right? So remove this back to false. We want to use this on open function. So close everything and go inside of components and find the Navbar component. Let's go ahead and find this button which says upgrade. And in here, on that click, we're gonna open the model. So for that, let's go ahead. This is marked as use client, so that's important. Make sure that your Navbar is marked as use client. And let's just add the pro model hook. So const pro model is equal to use pro model from add/hooks use pro model. This is the import. And now we can just simply add an on click to this upgrade button to be pro model.onOpen like this. That's it. Let's go ahead and let's refresh this and let's test. Once I click on upgrade, the pro model appears. Beautiful. That's exactly what I wanted. So keep your pro model open and let's close everything and let's go back inside of our components and let's develop this pro model further. Great. So after the dialog title, let's add the dialog description from add/components UI dialog. So I added that right here. Make sure, always confirm that there is no Radix imports while developing with SaaS AI UI. And let's give this dialog description a class name of text-center and space -y -2 like this. And inside, go ahead and write create like this, and then write a span custom AI and then companions like this. So now it says create custom AI companions, and I want to give a special color to this span. So go in this span and add a class name to it and write text-sky-500 mx-1 and font-medium like this. And now you can see how it's bluish color and it has space from both sides and it's a bit bold font. Great, so that's exactly what we wanted. And it actually doesn't need MX1 if you manually put spaces, right? But if you don't put spaces between these two, then it needs that. So if you want to do something like this, for example, you need to add MX-1. So it's separated like this. So choose whatever you want, just make sure it looks okay. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's find the end of this dialog header and let's add this separator. So import that from /UI separator. So like this, /UI separator, and replace it with /components if you want to be consistent. Great, now we have that separator, and let's go ahead and let's open a div here and let's write class name flex and justify dash between like that. Let's go ahead and open a paragraph which is going to say $9, and then we're going to open a span like this, and we're going to write $.99 per month like this. So it's going to look like this in the code, but we're going to modify it a little bit. So let's give this paragraph a class name of text-2xl and font-medium like this, and let's give this span a class name of text-sm and font-normal like this. There we go. So it looks a bit cooler. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and find the end of this paragraph and let's add a button on the other side. And make sure you import the button from ./UI button. So I added that here, and I'm going to replace it to components like this. So button from /components UI button. And now that we have the button, let's give it a text of subscribe like this, and let's give this a variant of premium like this, so it has that nice gradient color. Perfect. What we have to do now is the actual functionality for this subscribe button. So what we're going to do is we're going to use Axios to actually point to our Stripe checkout page. So let's go ahead and let's create our const on subscribe function right here. It's going to be an asynchronous arrow function like this. So go ahead and open a try and catch block like this, whoops, like this. And let's go ahead and let's add the toast. So const the structure toast from use toast from ./UI use toast, and that is a hook which has to be executed. And I'm going to replace this with slash components like that. And let's also add a loading state. So const loading set loading use state from React, and default value is false. And I'm just going to move this to the top right here. There we go. Okay, now let's go ahead and let's add a finally block here, which is just going to reset the loading to false again, which means that in the try, we're going to begin by setting the set loading to true like that. And in catch, all we're going to do is write a toast. Variant is going to be destructive, and description is going to be something went wrong like this. Let's continue with our try block. So in here, we're going to write const response to be await Axios, which we have to import. So make sure you import Axios, and I'm going to move it to the top with React like this. So Axios.get/API/Stripe. So that is the API route which we created recently. So it's in our API folder, stripe route.ts. So depending on whether the user is already subscribed or if it's their first time subscribing, either the checkout session is going to open with our price data and our card payment and subscription and all of that information, or the billing portal is going to open. So since this is our first time, we expect the Stripe checkout to open. So once we get that response, we can go ahead and write window.location.href to be response.data.url like this. So how do we know that we're going to get this URL? Well, we just looked at this route. So stripe route.ts inside of the API folder. Let's see what it returns. So it returns the URL object, which is stripe subscription.url, either the billing portal URL or the checkout URL. So both of them do the same thing. This is what we are fetching, that URL. Great, so now that we have that, let's use this on subscribe on this button right here. So on click, on subscribe. And let's add the disabled prop to be loading like this. Great. So I'm going to expand my screen now, and I'm going to refresh. I'm going to click upgrade here to trigger the model, and I'm going to click subscribe here. And let's see if we get any errors or if this is working. So there we go. Look at this. We now finally have our Stripe subscription checkout page. But now we have to confirm that our webhook is working. So go ahead and go into your terminal right here and keep this page open, and open another terminal where you're going to run the npx Prisma Studio. So go ahead and open that as well. And I'm going to go ahead and close this companion, and you can see that we have the user subscription model right here. So go ahead and click on the user subscription model, and it should be empty for now. And if everything is set up correctly, we should get a new user subscription here, and we should see success messages in this, not this one, but this. So go ahead and look in your terminal where you have the Stripe webhook running. So where this webhook key is, right? And let's go ahead and let's fill this information now. So I'm just entering some dummy data here. So yeah, use this information, 424242, and just 4 2s like this. So that is the success credit card. If you enter anything else, it's not going to work. So this is the test mode from Stripe. You can find more information about these test cards in Stripe documentation. So just Google Stripe test cards, and then you can test cases when it succeeds, when it fails, when there's insufficient funds and stuff like that. But 4242 is the mock credit card for success messages. So we're going to assume that user has a working credit card. this doesn't matter, just make sure it's in the future. And let's go ahead and let's click subscribe, and let's see if we made any mistakes. Perhaps we forgot something, and this seems okay. So we got a bunch of 200s, one 500, and I think that is this redirect maybe, because we don't have the /settings page. If you look at the URL, it redirected back to /settings because that's what we told it in the API, but it doesn't exist yet. So this 404 is expected. And let's now see Prisma Studio, if this created or not. It did. So it created a user subscription, and that means that user is successfully subscribed, and you can see when the subscription ends. Great. So let's go ahead, and I'm just gonna go ahead and go inside of my terminal where the application is running, and let's see this. So we have an error here, prisma.user_subscription.update right here. So we did get an error, it seems. So let me go ahead and just go through this a bit to see if this is something that is breaking the app, or if something that has happened on accident. So this certainly happened in the webhook, I think. So I'm just going to go ahead through the code a bit and tell you if there's something that needs changing. But so far it seems to be working fine. Alright, so I did some Googling, and I confirmed that the fact that this is 500 and failing, it's actually okay for the first subscription that we are doing, because this is the initial subscription, and as you can see in the database, we have all the correct information that we need. It seems that this webhook is at the same time triggering the checkout session completed, and then immediately the invoice payment succeeded. And at that time, we don't have this yet, so we cannot update it. But this is actually used for when a customer changes their billing and updates their existing subscription. So in that case, that is going to work. But in the initial case, it's not working because this does not exist yet. So yes, I'm not exactly satisfied by the error handling in this, but I confirm that this is the code that I already used in some of my previous tutorials. So it's certainly working. And we're going to confirm that now by actually using this user subscription model in some of the server components to confirm that it's actually working. Great. So as long as you have this in your database in user subscription, so the Stripe customer ID, Stripe subscription ID, price, and period current end, everything should be absolutely fine. And this other hook is going to be working from now on because we do have this user subscription, but in the initial call, we don't have it. So that's why it did not work using this find query right here. Great. So now that we have this, let's go ahead and let's actually use this lib that we created, subscription. So we're going to use this check subscription lib now in some of the server components in order to actually show or hide some certain elements. So actually, let's go to localhost 3000 here. And first thing we want to do is if we are subscribed, we want to hide this upgrade button in the Navbar because we are already on Pro. So let's go ahead and let's use this lib to hide that from the navigation bar. So let's go ahead and let's close everything and let's go inside of our app folder inside of root and find the layout.tsx right here. And let's go ahead and let's add const is pro to be await. So in order to for this await to work, we have to turn this layout into an asynchronous arrow function. So await, and let's use check subscription from @/lib check subscription like this. And let's pass it to the navbar. So is pro like this. Now let's go back inside of our navbar. So navbar is located in the components folder right here. And let's create an interface for this. So interface navbar props is going to take the is pro, which is a type of boolean, so either true or false. And let's go ahead and let's extract that here. So is pro like this, and let's give it the navbar props. And now if it is pro, so if we are successfully subscribed and the subscription is not expired, let's go ahead and let's hide this. So only if we are not pro, so put an exclamation point is pro, and then we are going to render this button right here like this. So if I save this, there we go. So we are officially subscribed. That's why we don't have that pro button. And if you were to delete this from the database, then the button would show again. So before we do anything further, let's actually go ahead. So we can close Stripe now and this, and let's actually delete this user subscription from our database. So I'm going to delete this record in Prisma Studio like this. Great. And now I'm going to refresh here, and there we go. So the upgrade button is back here again. And that I want to leave it like that because I now want to protect my create route right here. So when users click on create who are not subscribed, I don't want them to be able to see this. So I don't want users who are not on Pro to create custom companions. So let's go ahead and let's do that now. So we have to go back inside of our layout. So go inside of the root folder and find the layout, and the same way we passed isPro to the navbar, we have to pass it to the sidebar as well. So let's go ahead and let's pass this to the sidebar. Sidebar is also located in the components folder, and let's create an interface. Sidebar pro is pro, and let's add boolean like this. There we go. Now let's go ahead and let's extract isPro like this. And let's add sidebar pro like that. There we go. And now we're going to use this isPro to confirm whether we are subscribed or not. And we're going to use the combination of which routes we're protected with pro to know which ones we have to check. So we have it to do here, check if pro. So let's go ahead and let's add an if clause. So if the route is protected by pro and if we are not subscribed, in that case, make sure to return pro model. So we don't have it. Let's go ahead and add it here. So we need that hook. Const pro model is equal use pro model. From hooks use pro model like this. In that case, we're going to do pro model dot on open like this. So make sure you return this so it doesn't go here. Great, let's go ahead and let's try that now. So make sure you are not subscribed. So delete everything in your user subscription and click create right here. And there we go. Now it opens the model. And one more thing we have to protect is the API because right now we just protected the UI. So let's go ahead and let's protect the create API. So we have to protect both the initial creation and the update of the companion. So I'm going to close everything and I'm going to go inside of my app folder and I'm going to go inside of the API companion. And first let's do route.ts, which has the post function here. And let's go ahead and after this if, which checks for all the necessary fields, we have this to do check for subscription. So let's remove it now and let's add const isPro to be await check subscription. And you can import that from add/lib subscription like this. And now we're gonna go ahead and check if we are not pro, go ahead and return new next response pro subscription required like that. And let's just pass in the error status 403 like this. Great. And you can copy this and immediately go into companion ID. So this is when we want to update one. So that is for patch function. And we have the to do check for subscription here as well. So let's go ahead and paste that here. And let's import check subscription from add/lib subscription like this. There we go. So both our edit and create are now protected. Great job. So if you want to, you can also add it for delete, but I don't want to disallow users to delete their companions. So if they are not on pro, I'm going to allow them to delete even if their subscription expired. I think that's fair. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's test this out one more time. So I'm going to go inside of this create. I'm going to click on subscribe right here. Oh, but actually one more thing before we do that. So I'm going to go back. Oh yeah, we have to do the settings page as well. But before we do the settings page, one thing that I don't think it's working, I think that right now, if I go on mobile sidebar, so this pop-up, oh, it still works. Great. Okay, no problem then. So it still works. So before we continue, let's actually create this settings page. So let's go ahead and do that now. Let's go inside of our app folder. So I'm going to just collapse everything and close everything. Go inside of the app folder here and go ahead inside of root, inside of routes, and create a new folder called settings like this. And inside create a new file page.tsx like this. Let's go ahead and let's export the settings page. And let's just write a div saying hello settings like this. And now if you go in your website and actually click on the settings right here, there we go. It says hello settings. Perfect. So we can continue developing here. Let's go ahead and let's give this a class name of h-full p-4 and space-y-2 like that. Let's give this an h3 element of settings like this. And let's give this h3 a class name of text large and font dash medium like this. Let's go ahead and let's create a div with a class name text dash muted dash foreground and text dash small like this. And since this is a server component, we can go ahead and call the isPro. So const isPro await. So we have to turn this asynchronous function, and let's do await check subscription from /lib subscription. So this can only be run inside server components. And let's use the dynamic option here. So if we are pro, let's write you are currently on a pro plan. Otherwise, let's write you are currently on a free plan like this. There we go. So it says you're currently on a free plan because we don't have any subscriptions yet. So now let's go ahead and let's go and create a subscription button. So let's go inside of components and create a new file, subscription-button.tsx. And let's go ahead and let's mark this as use client and export const subscription button like this. And this subscription button is actually gonna accept the isPro status. So let's create an interface isPro to be boolean like this. And let's go ahead. Whoops, I didn't give it a name. So interface subscription button props like this. Let's go ahead and let's extract isPro. Let's give it a default value of false. And let's just add subscription button props like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's actually style this. So it's going to be a button from ./UI button, but I'm going to change this to /components UI button like this. Let's go ahead and let's give it a size small, a variant depending on whether we are pro or not. So is pro, in that case, we're going to use the default variant. Otherwise, we're going to use the premium variant like this. And let's give it, well, that's it for now. And let's just write, so if we are pro, we're going to write manage subscription. Otherwise, we're going to write upgrade like this. And we're also going to dynamically render the icon. So if we are not subscribed, so exclamation point is pro, go ahead and render the sparkles from Lucid React. I'm just going to separate the imports like this. And let's give this sparkles a class name of h-4, w-4, ml-2, and fill-white like this. Great, so now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's add this button just below this div. So subscription button like that, and go ahead and import it from /component subscription button, and let's pass in the isPro, which we already have here. And let's just see what we did wrong. So did I do any mistake? So subscription button. Oh, well, I did a mistake. I forgot to return this. So we have to wrap return like this. My apologies. All right, we have that now. And there we go. You can see how now it says upgrade the same way it does in our navigation bar. And now I want to do the same function on click here. So let's go ahead in this subscription button and let's add const on click to be an asynchronous arrow function, which is going to have a try catch, and it's going to have a finally block. So let's go ahead and let's add some states here. So const loading, set loading, use state from React is going to be false in the beginning. And let's move this to the top. Let's go ahead and let's add the toast from use toast from ./UI use toast, but I'm going to change it to /components UI use toast like this. And I think that's all we need for now. So in the try, let's do the set loading true. In the finally, let's do set loading false. In the catch, let's do toast variant destructive like this, and description something went wrong like this. And in the try, let's go ahead and let's do const response to be await Axios. So make sure you import Axios from Axios like this. I'm going to move it to the top, and we are going to call the very same route because our route can handle both cases, whether the user want to upgrade, whether they want to modify their subscription. So all we have to do is axios.get/API/stripe like this, and window.location.href to be response.data.url, like this. There we go. Perfect. And let's just go ahead and let's add the disabled prop to be loading, and let's just add the onClick to be with onClick here. So onClick like this. There we go. So now we can go ahead and test this in a different way. Let's go ahead and let's click upgrade here now, and it should lead us to the checkout stripe. I'm gonna fill in my fake information here. I'm gonna click subscribe, and I should get redirected back to the /settings page, and it should tell me that I'm currently on a pro plan, so it works. And if I click manage subscription again, okay, something went wrong, and I think I know what this is. So we have to enable the checkout portal, the billing portal in test mode. So if you look in your terminal and go where you're running the application, and you're gonna see this error right here, which it says you can't create a portal session in test mode until you save your customer portal settings in test mode. So you can either click on this link right here, like that, and now I am on customer portal, or you can go ahead and find it yourself. So let me see exactly where this is. So I think I can go in developers maybe, or let's try and search customer portal. There we go. You can just search customer portal and go to settings billing customer portal, and you have to click activate test link like this. There we go. That's it. That's all you have to do. And now refresh this and try and clicking manage subscription again. And this time I am pretty confident that it should redirect us to the checkout portal. So let's just see. It seems to be loading for some time. So I'm going to pause the video to see if everything is okay. Okay, there it is. There we go. So now it's not the checkout screen, but it's the actual control of whether we cancel the plan, whether we renew it, whether we change the payment method. Great job. Perfect. So you have officially, and you can see you can now click on create normally so it doesn't block you. Perfect. And let's just try and see if this create is actually working. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add some other, for example, Stephen Hawking. Let's add that. If you want these cool pictures, you can visit hotpot.io, hotpot.ai. The link is in the description. So let's use Stephen Hawking like this. Theoretical physicist. I think that's how you write it. It's a scientist, and I'm just not gonna fill this for now. So I'm just gonna go ahead. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna fill it with the proper information. So I'm just gonna pause the video. So you can go ahead in my GitHub, go inside of companions folder, and you can go ahead and find Stephen right here. Just copy the preamble and paste it as instructions like that, and copy the seed chat right here so it knows how to behave. Like this, great, and click create your companion. And since we are subscribed, everything should be working. Stephen Hawking right here. There we go. Let's go ahead and click here. Hello, I'm Stephen Hawking, and let's say, hello, can you tell me more about black holes, for example? And let's see if it's still trained the way we expect it to be trained. And there we go. So it says excitedly, black holes, cosmic monsters that consume all in their path, yet their very existence shows the beauty of the universe balance. So you can see that it truly thinks that it is Stephen Hawking. Great job. You finished the entire project. This was a very complex project. You have light and dark mode. So we didn't do anything in light mode because it hurts my eyes, but you can go ahead and check it. Perfect. So you completed the entire app. All that's left is to do all that's left is to do deployment. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So before we do the deployment, I just want to do one quick thing. So I want you to go back inside of components and go inside of Pro Model here. Models are a common case of hydration errors, and we did not see any during this project because in our layout we added suppress hydration warnings, and that's fine, but I don't want you to have any hidden hydration warnings either. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the trick for mounting, which we already did somewhere. Let me just search. So set mounted, is mounted Let's see. Yeah, so we used it in image upload right here. So I'm gonna do the same thing and I'm gonna do it in pro model. So const is mounted, set is mounted, use state to be false, and let's say use effect here. And let's just set is mounted to true. So this is going to prevent from pro model to cause any hydration errors. So basically what's going on here is that is mounted is going to be false on server side. And then when we get to use effect, that means that we are already on the client side and that we are safe to show this model. So let's just import the use effect from React. And let's just write if we are not mounted, return null like this. And I just want to test if this model is still working. So in order to do that, I'm going to go ahead and just try another account. So I'm going to sign out here and I'm going to log in with an account that I know doesn't have a subscription. Okay, and let's click upgrade. Okay, the model is still working. Great. That's exactly what we wanted. And now let's go ahead and let's actually deploy this. So before we do that, we have to go ahead and go inside of our package.json and we have to add a post install script Prisma generate like this without a trailing comma. So make sure you add that. And I don't know what this error is. Let's just go ahead and refresh and I think it will go away. It was probably because of the trailing comma. So I'm refreshing now and let's just see. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and try and just shutting down the application and trying again. Sometimes that's the best fix. So I'm gonna close everything and run dev again. And I'm going to refresh my local host. While we're doing this, I want you to go ahead and create a repository on GitHub. So there we go, the error is gone. And let's go inside of GitHub and let's go ahead and let's click new repository right here. Let's go ahead and let's name it AI-Companion. I'm gonna make mine private, create a repository like this. And since this already exists, we're gonna use this second option. So just copy all of this. But before you paste it, let's go ahead and let's commit these changes. So go inside of your terminal and you can now shut down all of these terminals. So you can even shut down the webhook. It doesn't matter, just leave one terminal open. And let's go ahead and let's add git add, git commit, final like this. And let's go ahead and let's paste this, which we copied, and paste it right here. There we go. So now it's up to date. And if you go ahead and refresh this, you should now see the entire project here. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's go inside of our Vercel and let's click add new project. Let's go ahead and let's use this AI Companion and click import. Everything can stay the same, but we do have to modify the environment variables. So for that, you can go ahead and go into your .environment file, copy everything and paste it inside. And there we go. All variables are going to be assigned right here like this. And of course, we're going to have to change the next public URL and we're going to have to change the Stripe webhook secret. But we cannot do that before we get the actual name of our URL. So let's click deploy. I'm going to leave it here. I'm going to pause. And if I get any errors, I'm going to go ahead and fix them with you. So I'm just going to pause for now and I'll unpause when it's ready. Okay, so I have an error here. So there's actually two errors going on. So this is the first one, but this doesn't affect the build. You can see that it continued after that. But I do have this error for the missing type. So let's go ahead and let's fix that. I think you know exactly where this is. So let's go inside of our app, inside of root and the layout right here. And I think that we have to do that in this Navbar, our mobile sidebar. You can see this is the error. So our sidebar doesn't have the isPro. So let's use this isPro, which we are passing in the Navbar component. Let's go ahead and let's pass it to sidebar component. So mobile sidebar. Let's go ahead and let's add it here. Let's add the type for it. So isPro is a Boolean like this. And let's pass the isPro to the sidebar as well. So this fixes the mobile sidebar. Great. And all you have to do is go inside of your terminal again and run git add and git commit fix like this and git push. After that has been done, the deployment has automatically restarted now. And you can see that by going in your, there we go. So just click on your name at the top and you can see that it automatically started on AI Companion. Right here, it has this one. So I'm just gonna go ahead and click here and I'm going to observe it and I'm gonna unpause if there's any more errors. Alright, so my build seems to have succeeded, and what I have to do now is I have to use this URL that we have right here. So you can see my URL is ai-companion-flags.versal.app. So let's go ahead and let's copy this URL right here. Or you can click visit on your website and then copy this. Just use this big visit button. So let's see. Actually, this is the singular version, so I don't want to use that. I want to find the actual domain, which is this one. So for that, you can always go right here and go click on AI Companion and click visit here. And then you're going to get in the URL, the actual URL right here. So go ahead and go inside of the URL and copy this right here, including the HTTPS. And now let's go ahead and let's go into Stripe, go inside and click developers like here, go inside the webhooks, and we already have a local listener, but we have to add a hosted endpoint. So just click add endpoint right here and pass in this endpoint URL /API/webhook like this. So this is what it's supposed to look like. Your URL /API/webhook like this. And now click events on your account and click select events. And let's see which events we are listening to. So open the webhook. So first one is checkout.session.completed. So let's find the checkout and let's mark checkout.session.completed right here. And we can close the checkout. And the other one we have is invoice.payment succeeded. So let's go ahead and find the invoice and let's scroll down, payment succeeded right here and click add events like that. So you need to have checkout session completed and invoice payment succeeded and click add endpoint right here. Perfect. And what you have to do now is click on this signing secret and click reveal. And this is your new API, Stripe API webhook. So go back inside of Versal, go inside of your project here and click on settings. Go ahead and scroll. So you might have a sidebar and find the environment variables and go ahead and find Stripe webhook secret variable. So that's this one, Stripe webhook secret. Go ahead and click edit and replace it with the new signing secret, which we just obtained from here. Perfect. So paste it here and click save. And one more thing we have to change is this next public app URL. So go ahead and obtain that URL. So it's this one, not without the API. Right, so just HTTPS AI Companion or whatever your name is .versal.app without the backslash. So don't include this, only this part like that. And let's add that here as well. So without the backslash and click save like that. Now that that is done, go back inside of your deployments like this. Choose the one, the latest one and click redeploy like this and click redeploy again. I'm gonna pause the video and we are going to test if Stripe is now working on production. All right, looks like the production is working. Let's go ahead and let's visit the application now. Now I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna log in with my third account, which I know does not have a API subscription. And I'm gonna close everything here, but I'm gonna keep my Stripe webhook open to see if we set that up correctly. I'm gonna click upgrade here. I'm going to click subscribe. Okay, let's see, using my dummy information here. I'm going to click subscribe and let's see if this is going to catch the event right here. So /API/webhook. Let's see. I'm gonna refresh just in case. There we go. So 2 successful events. You can see that this time payment succeeded, did not fail. So that's a good thing. It looks like that was just a one-off event which happened. Great. And you can see that I'm currently on a pro plan in production. So it's officially working. Your app is production ready. One thing I want to remind you of is that if you decide to reset your entire database, remember you have to seed the categories. So we have this script which seeds the initial categories. So if you ever remove your entire database, make sure that you run the command, this command node scripts seed.ts. So don't run it again because it's just gonna add duplicate categories. But if you decide to reset your entire database, which is a common thing people do when going to production, so I'm actually gonna show you how to do that. So you can do npx prisma migrate reset like this. So this is going to clean the entire database. So you have to confirm that if you want to, right? So all data is now lost, right? We have no added companions, no messages, and no categories. So if I go ahead and after you delete this, make sure you do npx prisma generate again, and make sure you do npx prisma db push. So you have to do this after you reset your entire database. So you don't have to do this at all. I'm just demonstrating what you have to do if you want a clean slate. So now if I refresh my production, so I'm no longer on localhost, you can see how this looks. So no companions and no categories. And that means that you also cannot create anything because there are no categories. So what you have to do is you have to run that script, node scripts seed.ts like this. There we go. And now if I go ahead and refresh here, there we go. And you can also see how I don't have a subscription because that was deleted as well. And that we just see that subscription categories now, and now you can go ahead and subscribe and successfully create your companion. There we go. You did an amazing, amazing job. This is a very complicated project, a lot of new technologies, a lot of advanced technologies. If you liked the video, remember to leave a like, share, and subscribe. Thank you so much for watching, and see you in the next tutorial.